The Duke Who Saved Me.
Written by Edith Bird and published by Starfall Publications. Available on our website. Save more purchasing our bundles. Enjoy.
Prologue. The gentle swaying of the boat was captivating, the motion smooth but fast at the same time. And looking out over the rail only made it better. Nothing but blue water and blue sky to be seen for miles. At the end of this voyage, she looked forward to a world of new experiences, a world where she would never again need to be the prim and proper Miss Henrietta Robinson, where she could simply, "That is the last I wish to speak of it, Dorothy." A sigh broke through as she was torn from her dream, from staring at the beautiful painting of the ocean voyage by her father's gruff voice. Ah, Dotty, in trouble yet again. Another sigh as she moved to the bedside table to ring for Elizabeth. This would require some tea. No sooner had the maid left the room than Dotty could be heard racing up the stairs. Their father would no doubt have had something to say about that, if he had not been the one to send her scurrying away in the first place. For now he seemed inclined to ignore it, and instead it was Henrietta who was left to calm her oh-so-frantic sister. "Oh, Hattie!" There was no time to even prepare herself before Dotty threw herself into the room and into her arms. "Hattie! He just does not understand!" She practically wailed, and Henrietta tried to offer a sympathetic look. "Dotty, you know well that father never understands us. I thought for sure. I thought he must realize I am not like those other girls. But is that so wrong, Hattie? Is it so bad not to be like them?" Dorothy pleaded. "Not at all, dear. It is not wrong. But father cannot see it. He cannot understand it." Henrietta gently brushed her sister's hair back, attempting to soothe her, but Dorothy was in no mood for that. "What shall I do?" She paced back and forth across the room. "What was the trouble this time?" Henrietta asked. "Oh, the servants were telling jokes in the kitchen, and I had joined in. Father was furious. He said... She dissolved into sobs again, sinking into a chair, and at that moment, Elizabeth returned with the tea tray. She seemed startled for a moment, before regaining her composure and studiously ignoring Dorothy, as she poured out a cup of tea for each sister. "You may leave, Elizabeth. I can manage from here," Henrietta instructed distractedly. "As you wish, miss." With a quick curtsy, her eyes downcast, Elizabeth left the room as quickly and quietly as she had entered it, closing the door softly behind her. No doubt she would go to whisper with the other servants about what was happening to Miss Henrietta and Miss Dorothy. "Now, tell me what father said, Dotty." Henrietta insisted as she set a cup of tea before her sister. A sip of the hot liquid seemed to help her sister's resolve, and she managed to sit up straighter and not to sob quite so hard. "He said that is likely why I am not yet married, and that I may end up a spinster because of my ways." She sobbed again. "Oh, Hattie, what if he's right?" "What if he is?" Henrietta retorted indignantly. "What is the matter with being a spinster anyway? Why are we worth only what we can get through marriage?" "Oh, but Hattie, I do so want to be married," Dorothy wailed yet again. "Why? Dotty, there's so much more out there, so much that we could do." She gestured toward the pictures on her walls. "But with a husband, how will you ever do any of those things?" "I have never wanted these adventures as you do, Hattie." Dotty looked around the room at the array of treasures Henrietta had managed to gather. "I want a home, a husband, a family. And what if all that is denied to me? What if I am not to have any of it? What if—" She trailed off, hiccuping back even more sobs. "Because you enjoy telling and listening to jokes, you shall never have those things? Ridiculous." Henrietta barely refrained from snorting at the thought. Father truly would be furious if he heard that. "Father is being preposterous. You will find a husband, Dotty, if that is what you wish for." "Oh, Hattie, I do hope so. It was now Dorothy's turn to stare deeply into the ocean-going scene, but Henrietta knew Dorothy saw something entirely different there than she did. But how dare father imply we are good for nothing else, that a daughter is only good for marrying off and bearing children? There is so much more to life than either of those things. But do you not want to get married one day? Dorothy asked, her voice almost dreamy as she thought of it. Never, Henrietta insisted, her mouth in a firm line. I will never marry, if only to spite father. He uses us as if we have no worth, as if our only value is who we can ensnare to strengthen his connections. And what we want is of no matter. He cares not at all about how we might feel about the match, only that it will benefit him. Well, that will not be the case for me. I shall refuse any suitor he puts in my path. With a sharp nod of her head, Henrietta resolved herself to that fate. But Hattie, what if he never brings a suitor for me? What if there is no one who wishes to marry me, even for the dowry father has set? Now Dorothy was frantic yet again, the hard-won calm vanishing quickly, considering this new thought. Her eyes were wide as she thought of what it could mean to be the only woman of her age not to even receive an offer of marriage. There, Dotty. There will be a man who wishes to marry you, she insisted, her spite fading slightly at her sister's plight. There will be several. Do not listen to father. He knows nothing of what a suitor would have in a wife. But I am getting too old for a suitor. If one were going to come. Why have they not come yet? The poor girl was most upset, but really was it so bad to not have a suitor? 24 is not so old. Oh, Hattie, it is. Most of the women my age are already married, and many have their first babes already. And yet, I have not had even one serious suitor. There was the melancholy again, and Henrietta passed her sister one of the biscuits from the tea tray. At least eating it would give her something to do and, hopefully, calm her. You will, dear. You will have a suitor, and one who will love everything about you. One who will enjoy the fact you laugh at his jokes. Do you really think so? A small amount of hope dawned on Dorothy's face. Of course, the right suitor has not yet found you, Dotty. That is why you are still not wed. A smile lit Dorothy's face then. A small one, admittedly, but she clearly felt better and she scrubbed the tears from her eyes. Yes, a tall, strapping suitor who tells lots of jokes and loves to laugh, she filled in. The perfect man for you, Henrietta agreed. There is a perfect man for you as well, Hattie, Dorothy told her, but Henrietta pursed her lips and shook her head. No, I will not find a perfect suitor. I will not even look for one. And if father finds one, I shall send him away. She finished this with a wave of her hand, as if banishing an imaginary suitor from her sight. You truly will never marry? Dorothy was incredulous at the thought. Never, was the stout reply. If marriage is all father thinks we are good for, then I will deny him that. It is the one thing I can do. But then what will you do? Live out the rest of your years as a spinster? The word came out in a whisper, as though it was a forbidden word and not to be spoken. What is the matter with that? Why, I could do whatever I wanted, Dotty. That is just it. I can do whatever I want once I'm too old to be considered fit for marriage. Travelling to the West Indies, sailing across the ocean, all my adventures. I could never do it. Leave everything behind to sail to another world, one filled with danger. Dotty shivered. That is exactly what is so exciting about it. I cannot wait to see the world, to enjoy every bit of it. Her eyes were as dreamy as her sister's, as she gazed over the ocean scene again, but she was seeing it for what it was. Yes, one day she would be able to enjoy all those things for herself, with no man to tell her she could not. Chapter 1. What utter nonsense. Trade deals were meant to be for goods. Tea he could sell. Baubles and trinket suitors and fathers would buy for their wives, daughters, or betrothed were perfect commodities. Even some of the foodstuffs produced there were popular with the people of London, all of whom wanted to impress their friends with their exotic tastes. But human cargo. What was he to do with human cargo? To sell the people from the West Indies? Who would have thought he would ever have to consider such a thing? Humans were not cargo. They were not goods to be sold. He shook his head in exasperation yet again. The idea had been broached once before, and he had thought he had turned it down firmly enough then. The men in his office attempting to sway his mind had clearly not believed him the last time. They were determined to convince him this was the way of the future, and he could make greater profits in this trade than in any other. That may well be true. In fact, judging from the numbers and charts they had presented to him, it was undeniable. He could acknowledge that. But he had refused yet again. He would not treat any person in such a way. And if he were to find human cargo on any of his trade ships, there would be far more than the men's jobs at stake. This time, he had made certain they fully understood that fact. Even still, the men had been insistent, and if all was based on the numbers, then it made sense. The numbers did not lie, and they said human cargo was a big commodity. He shivered in disgust at the very thought. But numbers were not all his business was based on. Morals should win out over larger profits. When it came to people, human beings, he ground his teeth. He would never allow greed to push him to cross that line. He was hopeful his point had been made this time around. He was thoroughly exhausted from having had to make it so many times. "Your Grace," a young couple passing greeted him, and he nodded in their direction, while continuing to stride purposefully forward. He had no interest in stopping to chat with anyone on his way home, and chose to turn toward the park instead. Perhaps it would allow him to escape the busyness of the street, and the natural beauty might help to ease his mind. He did enjoy strolling through the park every so often, and it had been some time since he had last been there. The park was lovely enough, with all the lush greenery and the flowers and trees. There was even a lake in the middle, where he would sometimes stop to rest. It was a calm place, and there were fewer people. Those who were around did not seem inclined to talk or disturb one another, choosing instead to enjoy their strolls in silence. Two young ladies walked towards him, a maid trailing not far behind, her head down. None of the women seemed to notice him, the maid because she kept her head bowed. The first of the ladies had her nose buried in a book, even as she walked. And the other one had a hand on what must be her sister's elbow, steering her to avoid any danger, but at the same time looking wildly around, as though she could not wait to be away on her own. Still, he gave a small nod towards them, and the impatient one gave a half dip in his direction, before the pair continued onward. They had long passed when he finally settled by the lake. Yes, this would be a good place to rest, to take a few moments for himself before returning home to the work waiting for him there. Finlay would be coming soon. Perhaps he could help calm his mind. The strain of his position was far too much at times, and Finlay was the only one who could ease the burden. Though no one could truly ease his burden. He stared out over the lake, his eye catching on a small gathering of ducks, floating easily down the still pond. If only things could be that easy for him. A simple life. The life he had lived before he became a duke, when he was only the heir and a young one at that. Yes, things had been so much simpler then, in the days before he had to worry about trade routes and pirates attacking his ships, and of course the nonsense about human cargo. He shook his head to clear that thought. It was doing nothing to calm his mood after all, and he did not need to become even more angry. "It shall be up to you now, Lawrence. Take care of your mother, and the business." He could still hear the words his father had said before the sickness took him. Though taking care of his mother had turned out to be a fool's errand, as the sickness had taken her too, not long afterwards. But the business, that he had been forced to attend to every day since, with barely any assistance once his father was gone, And of course the man had not had enough time before his demise to teach Lawrence everything he needed to know. It had not helped that he had been but a wayward boy upon his father's passing. Barely even a man. A child, more like. Still playing at childish things and ignoring the work of his father. The work that, even then, he had known he would have to do one day. That had ended abruptly with his father's death, when he had been forced to grow up quickly. Too quickly. But he did not allow the morose thoughts to pull him down for long. After all, those days were over. And it was long past time he moved on from the feelings of his lost childhood. There were business dealings to handle, contracts and negotiations to settle. And of course matters at home to take care of. The responsibilities of a duke were never done. And what was that nonsense Finlay had mentioned the other day? A loud splash startled him from his thoughts, and he looked up in time to see a flash of blue skirts and dark hair slide under the water. Even that brief sighting was enough for him to recognize one of the two girls he had noticed when first entering the park. A glance about the area showed no sign of the other girl or the maid. In fact, it showed no one anywhere near her. But surely the water was not so deep in that spot. She would pop up at any moment, embarrassed and sopping wet, but fine all the same. Yet she did not. He stood sharply, watching the area where she had disappeared, but there was no movement. The ripples from her fall were starting to disappear as well, and he hurried around the lake to see what he could find. Nothing. No sign of her, and the current seemed stronger than he would have expected. The water was a little deeper as well, and he could not immediately see her underneath it. That was when he caught a glimpse of a shoe stuck in the rocks, and a small spot of blood on another. She must have gotten too close, caught her foot in the rocks, and lost her footing. But the blood concerned him most, and he looked closer into the water. There had to be a sign of her. But with no sign of movement and the water beginning to still, he jumped in, amazed at how clear the water seemed once he was under it. And there she was. She was still, entirely too still under the water. Even if she could not swim, which most young ladies could not, she should be floundering or splashing under the water, but she did not move a bit. Her body had settled at the bottom, and so he scooped her out and pulled her onto the shore. Leaning over her, he could tell she was not breathing. There was no movement in her chest, no feeling of air coming from her mouth or nose when he leaned forward. But what was it that he was meant to do? There had been something in the newspapers around London recently saying something could be done if a person were to stop breathing. He knew he must get air into her body in some way, but the instructive pamphlets had only recently been issued to the public, and he had only briefly glanced at one. Still, the girl lying entirely too still before him was unnerving, and he knew he had to try, whatever he could remember. So he settled himself beside her and pressed the base of his hand against her chest, pushing firmly and then leaning down to breathe into her mouth. Yes, that was it. But it did not do anything, and he remembered women tended to pull their stays a tad too tight for the sake of a slimmer figure, ridiculous though it was. It was possible she could not even feel the pressure he was applying. He felt no hesitation in rolling her onto her side and loosening the stays at the back of her dress so he could begin again. Still no response. But he did not stop. He would get her to breathe, whatever it took. "Hattie!" A shrill scream nearly tore through his concentration, but he continued what he was doing. That must be the girl he had seen accompanying this one, though where she might have been until then, he could only imagine. "Oh, miss!" Another frantic cry came. Must be the maid, he deduced, likely terrified of what this might mean for her as well, since she was no doubt tasked with caring for and watching over both girls. And there was another group. A small crowd had begun gathering around himself and the girl as he continued trying to revive her. Luckily, they all seemed to realize it was best to leave him alone and to let him continue what he was doing, because no one came too close. Someone even appeared to be holding the other girl back, though her frantic and sometimes unintelligible cries and sobs were distracting. All he could do was pray this was going to work. Chapter 2. The pain was intense, and it was the first thing she recognized, a burning sensation in her throat that said she'd inhaled entirely too much water. And then the pressure at her chest registered, and finally a light pressure at her lips, which startled her so much her eyes shot open. She coughed frantically, her body jerking as she struggled to turn on her side and cough up the water still trapped in her lungs. There was a man beside her. She was aware of him, but all she could really focus on was the pain of the water in her lungs and the feeling she was entirely out of breath. It was as if she'd just run about the house the way she'd used to as a child. But she did not think she had been running anywhere. In fact, she could only remember a slow walk and the lake. There was a light rumbling noise, and she realized the man was talking to her, but she could barely make out his words. There was too much happening behind him. Too many other voices were muttering and speaking as well, and her head was still spinning from the water. "My name is Lawrence Webbs. What is your name, miss?" It took a moment after he had stopped speaking before she was able to comprehend the words and finally opened her mouth to try and speak. Henrietta. The word sounded as if it had been scraped from the inside of her throat, but he seemed to understand her. Dorothy and Elizabeth raced to her then, draping a shawl over her soaking clothes. Dorothy was frantically muttering and crying, while Elizabeth attempted to calm her and check on Henrietta at the same time. Oh, Miss, are you all right?" "I am fine, Elizabeth. This kind gentleman here has seen to that." She managed to get that out and accepted his assistance when he helped her to stand. He was even patient while she attempted to get her legs to hold her weight and her head to stop spinning once she did. "Oh, Hattie, are you really all right? You said you were going to take a stroll, and when I looked up I could not see you anymore, and then I saw this man jump into the water, and then there was a crowd, and... Oh!" Dorothy clutched her closer, a frantic note to her voice. "I am quite all right, Dottie. Just a little dizzy and cold." "Where is your home?" Lawrence finally stepped in, and Henrietta attempted to tell him, but Elizabeth jumped in quickly. "Only a few blocks away, my lord." She directed them, while Dorothy kept an arm wrapped around Henrietta, who was shivering under the shawl. He stayed beside both girls as they all left the park, and she tried not to stare at him. He was also soaking wet, and he had put his lips on hers, and his hands on her chest. She flushed and kept her head down, but that did not stop her from hearing what was happening all around them. How convenient that young man happened to be going by at just the right time to save her. Indeed, and a girl slipping on a rock and getting knocked entirely unconscious. Who has heard of such a thing? If you ask me, the entire thing was quite inappropriate. She flushed a darker shade of red and wrapped the shawl around herself, leaning towards her sister and away from the man who had insisted on walking them to their home. It only seemed to draw more suspicion and stares from people as they walked through the park. He did not speak to them again until they had arrived at the house. "Oh, Henrietta, what has happened?" The shrill cry brought everyone nearby running, including their father, who took in the appearance of his youngest daughter soaking wet, and the similarly attired stranger beside her, with something that might have been concern. Perhaps he truly does care for me, Hattie thought wryly, though she wondered bitterly if that was just because he may have lost out on her worth in marriage if she had drowned. "Henrietta, are you quite all right? What has happened, child?" "Oh, Father, she fell into the lake, and this gentleman managed to save her," Dorothy exclaimed with enough emotion to raise their father's eyebrows in surprise as he glanced between the two girls and over to Lawrence. "Oh, my lord, I'm very sorry. I let her out of my sight for only a moment while Miss Dorothy was reading and—" put in the maid. "If I may." Her father interrupted the maid, who fell silent immediately, and led them all into the drawing-room. Henrietta was directed to a chair, and Dottie chose to hover over her rather than finding her own. Lawrence declined to sit, citing his wet clothes. "I was waiting in the park for a friend, and I heard a splash when your daughter fell in." When she did not resurface, I went in after her and was able to resuscitate her, using some of the new techniques that have been publicized recently. He summed things up quite easily and quickly, seeming to take great pains to make sure he did not appear to be a hero. "You fell in the water, Henrietta?" her father asked, glancing over at her with a tone and look she could not quite decipher. "I was only trying to get a closer look. There were some fish I was looking at and my foot got stuck in the rocks. When I tried to pull it out, I fell and hit my head, and that's all I remember." Her explanation sounded silly, but it was the truth. What kind of young lady tried to get a closer look at fish? And not only that, who could possibly get themselves knocked out in the process? Only her, of course. It was her awful luck. "Lawrence Webb's, if I am not mistaken, the Duke of Ashbury," her father stated inquiringly. Elizabeth and Dorothy quickly curtsied low to the Duke, and Henrietta attempted to stand to do the same, but her father gave her a stern look, saying, "Stay put." Of course, she attributed her compliance to the dizziness in her head rather than any wish to obey him. "You are correct, Lord Suffolk," Lawrence acknowledged. "Your Grace, I thank you greatly for saving my daughter and returning her to us. You must stay for tea, and we must think of some way to repay you." "I must decline, as I do have a prior engagement," Lawrence replied, his voice formal. "Are you certain?" "Yes, though I would like to return tomorrow if I may, to check on Miss Henrietta." Lawrence glanced toward her, and she attempted to incline her head slightly in his direction. "Of course. You are always most welcome in our home, Your Grace." Lawrence glanced over at Henrietta again, and she ducked her head to hide a sudden blush. "You should have a doctor come around as soon as possible to assess her condition. She hit her head, and she has swallowed a great deal of water as well." "We will, Your Grace." Another round of curtsies, and their father showed him to the door. Along the way he instructed the maid to summon the doctor, though Henrietta did not realize it until she was woken up from her short nap a short while later. She had been covered with blankets to counteract the chill from her wet clothes, but she was still quite cold and a little bit damp. The doctor simply told them to get her warm and give her some hot soup and a tonic he had brought. It would help to restore her after her experience. And it seemed to work, as the tonic calmed her, and the warm broth Elizabeth brought up soothed her throat. The head wound he cleaned, and proclaimed much less serious than it seemed at first glance, which led them all to rest easier. Once Henrietta had been bundled up in warm, dry clothes in her own room, Dorothy returned. "Oh, Hattie, I was so scared. I couldn't see you, and then when I realized you were the one they were gathering around." Her voice had started to rise, as if she was getting worked up again, and Henrietta placed a hand over hers. "I'm all right now," she soothed. "Yes, thanks to a handsome young lord." "Was he? I had not noticed," she replied blithely, but there was no fooling Dorothy. "Of course you did. And he saved your life. Oh, it is so romantic." There was that dreamy voice again, and the eyes gazing off at nothing. "Dotty, you and your silly novels. There is nothing romantic about it, and we shall never see him again anyway." "He asked permission to call on you again," Dorothy teased. "Of course, for propriety's sake. He pulled me from the water. He must at least pretend to take an interest." But Henrietta's voice was uninterested and unconcerned. "Then, he will likely return tomorrow, if for no other reason than that." Henrietta just laughed and rested back on the bed. "I think you are wrong, sister dear." "Oh, but just think how romantic it would be. He saves your life and escorts you home, and then comes to call on you while you recover." Her voice trailed off as she became absorbed with her own fantasy. "And then what, Dotty? Do you think he will profess his undying love, and we shall be married and live happily ever after? This is not one of your romances." Henrietta laughed again, but Dorothy's eyes had glazed over. "It would be so wonderful if it was." "You forget. I have no wish to marry anyone. And if I did, it would definitely not be a duke. Whatever would a duke want with a baron's daughter?" But Dorothy would believe her own fantasies. Chapter 3. A nod from passing strangers was common, even in this area, where they did not know him as well. But there seemed to be more people on the street than he remembered, and all of them seemed to be staring in his direction. As he drew closer to the Suffolk Manor, the glances he received seemed even more pronounced, with many turning away to whisper as he passed. He could only catch a few words at a time as they did so, but the words he did catch were concerning Lake and the Suffolk girl. Yes, something was definitely amiss, but what exactly, he could not tell. When he entered the Suffolk Manor the following day, it was clear something was happening. The servants were quiet, and the rest of the house seemed to have an atmosphere of tension he did not recall being present the day before. His first thought was Miss Henrietta's welfare, but the servant assured him the young lady was feeling quite well that morning, as he led him into the study to meet with the Baron. "Ah, Your Grace, thank you for calling on us today." Baron Suffolk rose from his chair to greet Lawrence before gesturing to another chair nearby. "I wanted to ensure Miss Henrietta is doing well," Lawrence replied, sinking into the chair indicated. "Things seem to be worse than I feared," came the Baron's hesitant but concerned response. "Worse? But the servant said your daughter—" "Oh, not Henrietta. She is doing well," the Baron was quick to comment. "I will call her down in a moment. But first there is something we must discuss." "And what is that?" Lawrence asked, intrigued. "Rumours have started to spread about you and my daughter." "Rumours?" He sat back in his chair. Yes, he supposed that made sense considering what they had witnessed.
Thank you for watching. Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"They say that you and my daughter arranged your meeting yesterday in the park, and the drowning was staged to allow for the inappropriate conduct which occurred between you." The Baron was hesitant as he spoke, and Lawrence could only assume he was trying not to offend. "That is preposterous. I had never met your daughter before yesterday, and to think I would stage such an event to take advantage of a young lady." He was furious. Was this what the rumours were about? That he had attempted such a thing with this young woman? "I trust you entirely, Your Grace, and I trust my daughter." The Baron's voice was placating but still concerned, and why should he not be? It was his daughter's reputation at stake, her entire future. However, the rumours have begun already to spread across London, and I do not know what may arise as they continue. He threw his hands up in exasperation, and Lawrence knew something would need to be done. "I will take immediate action and stop these rumours. I will not allow them to damage your daughter's reputation in any way." "I trust you will try, Your Grace. However, all of London knows who you are and is most interested in your life. This incident will make you and Henrietta the object of their gossip. And with so little known of you as it is, they are even more interested in the supposed impropriety." The Baron was right, of course, but that did not mean Lawrence was going to just sit back and let idle gossip about him hurt a young lady. "I will do everything I can to quell the rumours and to ensure Miss Henrietta does not suffer from them," Lawrence insisted. "There have already been some consequences." Again, the Baron seemed hesitant to speak further. "What could have happened in such a short time?" Lawrence rose from his seat to pace toward the window. "One suitor has already withdrawn an offer of marriage to Henrietta. It is likely, as these rumours continue, others will follow." He wondered briefly if the Baron was exaggerating the extent of the damage caused by the rumours to push his daughter onto him, but he seemed an honourable man. And hadn't he just heard some of the murmurings and caught the stares himself? In fact, even now he could see people gathering outside, gossiping to one another. "There must be more I can do. I can order it stopped." "You could, Your Grace, but that would only cause more trouble. The more you attempt to hush the rumours, the more others will continue to spread them. They will think the reason you seek to quiet them is because they are true. Lawrence could see the truth in that as well, and yet there was nothing else to be done. He would have to quiet the rumours, or else... Perhaps there is something that could be done to boost her dowry to attract other suitors, he suggested. Your Grace, I have 2 daughters. The dowry offered for her is what I can afford, the Baron replied gently. Perhaps I could assist you in that effort. No, Your Grace. I thank you, but I believe that would only cause more questions. Even if the origin of the extra dowry remained unknown, many people would wonder at an increase so soon after the rumours. Lawrence knew that was true as well, but he was trying to avoid the only other possibility he knew of: taking Henrietta as his own wife. It was high time he was married, but he had no need of a wife and knew nothing of this lady save for her name. She was a pretty thing, what he could remember of her, but was she right for him as a bride? Could he be content with her by his side? The other suitors she'd known, they at least knew something of her, but he knew absolutely nothing. If you do not mind, I will take my leave and return soon to check on your daughter. The Baron immediately rose and shook his hand, showing him out of the door. But it was no better outside. He could clearly tell things were not going to quieten down. He and Henrietta were the talk of the town, and it was highly unlikely he would be able to do anything to stop the rumours now. In only a single day, it seemed as if most of London had found out about the event. And while there were some who expressed sympathy for Henrietta or seemed impressed by his having saved her, there were far more who believed the whole incident had been staged. They believed the pair had arranged it merely to allow for the scandalous events which had followed to occur. As if he would have planned such a thing with any young lady, let alone one he did not even know. And to be found out engaging in that sort of inappropriate behaviour in a public place was even worse. How could any of them think he would do such a thing? There was not much time left to him if he hoped to make things right, if he hoped to change the tone of rumours and save the girl's reputation. Whether he would like to have her as his wife or not, there was no longer any way to prevent it. The only way to save her reputation was to take her as his own bride. If he did not... Have you heard? The Duke and a Baron's daughter. I have heard they have been meeting in secret for months. Can you imagine the nerve of it, in a public place? At the park, no less. Yes, there was nothing else to be done about it now. He had not made it far from the Suffolk manor, but he turned back anyway, brushing past the servant who sought to lead him back toward the study. Baron Suffolk. Ah, yes, Your Grace. The man turned, startled, from where he was standing before the bookshelf. It was clear he had not been expecting the Duke back quite so soon. I realise I have complicated things for your daughter. You have saved my daughter's life, Your Grace. That I will never forget, the Baron amended. True, but it has damaged her prospects. Her father could not refute the fact and simply nodded his head. I wish to marry your daughter, my lord. That startled the Baron. Whatever he had been expecting Lawrence to say, it had not been that. Marry my daughter? But your Grace... The Baron sputtered in his surprise as he moved back to his seat and sank into it. It is the only way to save her reputation. And it will improve mine as well, Lawrence replied, standing stiffly before the desk. It would be an honour, Your Grace, for my daughter to marry a duke, but for you, it would mean marrying beneath your station. The man seemed genuinely concerned about his daughter, and his actions did not strike Lawrence as a ploy to get her an illustrious husband. He seemed much too startled by the offer, which went some way to reassuring Lawrence he was not being tricked. It is I who have damaged her prospects, no matter the reason, and I will make things right by you and your daughter. If she will have me, I will gladly take her as my wife. The Baron seemed to have no idea what to say, attempting to catch his breath at the prospect of marrying his younger daughter to a duke. I shall send for her right away, Your Grace, if you are certain. He paused another moment before reaching for the bell on his desk. I am, Lawrence stated firmly. He was not, but it truly was the only way, and so he allowed the Baron to ring for a servant, and the butler immediately appeared at the door. "My lord?" the butler asked from the doorway. "Fetch my daughter, Henrietta." "Yes, my lord." The butler bowed to them both and left the room. "I am very grateful to you, your grace. This will allow Henrietta to have a far better life than we could have imagined for her, and it will prevent the rumours from hurting Dorothy as well." Lawrence had almost forgotten about the older sister, but yes, marrying off the sister who had rumours surrounding her would definitely aid the elder girl as well. He would be helping to save both girls from a life tainted by unsavoury rumours and potential spinsterhood. The thought helped him feel a little better about his decision, though he was still not certain quite what it would mean for him. Still, the idea of getting married was entirely new to him. It was something he had not even considered previously. There was always work and so much else to be done, it had never seemed very important. He had always assumed when he did marry, it would be something that would advance his business, or if he were lucky, to a young lady he cared for, and who would be helpful in his future. And now, to marry a young lady he did not know at all. That was definitely not what he had expected. He was a duke, but that did not mean she would necessarily accept him, even if she had no other prospects. It was possible she had a suitor she cared for, whom she was hoping would stay, or she may not even know of the rumours surrounding them both just yet. He was surprised at how nervous he felt as he waited for her to arrive. It was almost as if this was a traditional proposal and he was waiting for a woman he loved. But he hardly knew Henrietta, so why did he feel... Chapter 4. Miss Henrietta, your father requests your presence in his study. Of course, Frederick. Thank you. He bowed and she took another sip of her tea to steel herself for whatever was about to happen. Father did not request her presence for just anything. It must be something important. What do you think it is, Hattie? Clearly Dorothy thought there was something to it as well, but she simply shrugged it off. I do not know, Dottie. Perhaps he wishes to inquire about my health. She tried to sound flippant about it, as if she were not concerned, even though she most certainly was. The last time Father had called her to his study was to scold her for venturing out without Elizabeth, but she had so wanted to take a walk, and the servants had all been busy. She shook her head to clear it. This was no time to be thinking about the past. She needed to be focused, so she could be ready for whatever it was Father wanted. But she could not think of anything she might have done wrong. And usually, Mother was here to help calm him whenever he got into a sour mood. However, she had gone out to visit relatives that morning. Perhaps the Duke did come back. Dorothy's voice broke through her distraction. Why ever would he have come back? To check on you, of course. She shook her head but walked out of the door, her sister on her arm. Whatever was happening, at least they would face it together. That would be better than trying to go about it alone. So, the two girls walked arm in arm into the study to greet their father. Only he was not the only one there. Both dropped into a quick curtsy for the Duke, who nodded his head to each of them in turn, remaining standing by a chair at the back of the room. It did not seem that he was going to speak just yet, so they turned their attention instead to their father. You sent for me, Father? I did, Henrietta. But Dorothy, you may go. Yes, Father, Dorothy began, starting to pull her arm away. I would rather she stayed. Henrietta insisted quickly, glancing from her father to the Duke somewhat nervously, though she tried to hide it. He seemed uncomfortable, though he was smiling in her direction, which made her even more nervous. If he was so anxious about whatever this matter was, then it had to be bad. This is really not something that Dorothy needs to be part of. I would feel more comfortable having her here, she insisted. And though Dorothy hesitated, she held firm to her arm. If she prefers her sister to stay, that is all right. The Duke spoke up again, and she inclined her head in his direction as a thank you. Her father seemed unhappy, but finally relented. Very well. Henrietta, the Duke and I have been discussing the current situation regarding your future. My future, father. She did not like the sound of that at all. Indeed, after your traumatic experience in the park, it seems there have been some rumours circulating about you. There are some who would believe, well, awful things about yourself and the Duke. She could only imagine what the rumours might be, and she found herself furious at the thought. Nothing inappropriate happened between us. I nearly drowned and the Duke saved my life, was her only response, her mouth a firm line as she stood tall. She could not even look at the man behind her, afraid that if she did, she would blush like a schoolgirl instead of the young woman she was. Indeed. And there are none in this room who dispute that, my dear. It was somewhat reassuring, he believed her, but she knew that could not be all of it, or her father would not have called her here. He did not bring her to his study to gossip about rumours which had no bearing, which meant something else was going on. The Duke and I have been discussing what this means for you, and it has become clear that your prospects have been damaged by this incident. My prospects? She knew what he meant, but tried to hedge around it. For marriage, Henrietta. Yes, that was what she had feared. But if her father was so worried about her marriage prospects... I have said I do not wish to marry, father. If this means I shall not have to, then so be it. Her voice was firm again, as if the decision had already been made. But of course, it would not be that easy. Do not be silly, child. You will, of course, be married, her father scolded, and she once again felt the urge to bow her head like a child. But this has made it more difficult to find a suitor. One offer has already been withdrawn, and I suspect others will be as well. Offer. There has been an offer made for my hand, and you have not even told me of it. She was furious now. How could her father have entertained an offer without even telling her? Would he have promised her to someone without her even knowing who it was, let alone having a say? There have been several, but they need not concern you. His response was flippant, as though it was of no consequence at all, but she could not let the matter drop. Not concern me. They were offers for me, for men to claim my hand, to claim me. And yet you saw no reason to discuss them with me? It is no matter now, child. He always called her that when he wanted to make it appear she was being unreasonable. But she did not feel as though she was being unreasonable. If he was going to promise her to someone without her consent, should she not at least have knowledge of the fact? She opened her mouth to argue, and Dorothy's hand on her arm tightened, trying to calm her. This was neither the time nor the place. Dealing with whatever these rumours were, and with the Duke standing in the corner of the room, meant her father would not wish to seem less than strong. Arguing would only embarrass him, which would make the entire situation worse still. One gentleman has revoked his offer. The others are likely to do so after this incident, and you may well not receive another because of it, he continued, ignoring her. Then I shall be a spinster, she retorted firmly. Insolent child. Do you not see that becoming a spinster, especially considering these rumours, would reflect poorly on your family, on your sister? She balked at that, glancing at Dorothy, who only looked at the ground. I do not wish to burden my sister with something she does not wish for, father, Dorothy put in softly. If Henrietta does not wish to marry... Be silent, he snapped. And Dorothy fell quiet immediately, still looking at the floor, but her hand now trembled on Henrietta's arm. That was the only thing which could have made her consider an alternative to not marrying, the only thing that would make her do anything, and he knew it. He knew she would do whatever she must for Dorothy's sake. My being a spinster has nothing to do with Dotty. It should not reflect on her. But her voice was less firm now, and she struggled to maintain a strong expression. And yet it would, as would the rumours surrounding this situation. You have no other prospects, and without a marriage, your sister may well have few prospects of her own. At least his voice sounded somewhat gentler now, as if he knew that was not what she would want, or as though he was about to say something she would like even less. Everything was spinning out of control. But there was something else too. Something she did not yet know. She could tell. There was something the two men were not telling her. And when her father looked toward the back of the room, the pieces suddenly fell into place. The Duke and I have discussed it, and it is settled. You shall become his wife. Wife to the Duke. She was barely able to get the words out of her mouth, her own hand tightening on her sister's. No, thank you. I thank you for saving my life, Your Grace. But marriage, to marry you because of... I couldn't. She struggled again to get the words out, and Dorothy squeezed her arm again. Hattie, hush. The voice was quiet in her ear, so only her father could have heard it, but he ignored her outburst. It was enough to make Henrietta shut her mouth and look between the two men. It could not be true. It could not be the only course for her, to marry someone she did not know. But if the rumours would hurt Dorothy, her dear Dottie, who wanted marriage and a husband and children, could she take that from her sister? We have discussed it, Henrietta. It is the only course of action. There was that firm voice again, as though she had no say at all in the matter, and likely she did not. He had already been planning to promise her to another man with no notice. And now this one has just fallen into his lap, she thought grimly. You and I shall be wed quickly, and any rumours of impropriety will disappear soon thereafter. It will become of no consequence to those in London or elsewhere once we are wed. The Duke finally spoke, venturing forward with that strange look on his face. He behaves as though he is better than me, she decided. That was the look she saw on his face, as if he were doing her some sort of favour. Though perhaps he was. Saving her reputation, marrying beneath himself to protect her and her sister. But that did not mean she would let him speak to her in that way. Your Grace, I understand what you are proposing to do is a great honour, though not one that she wanted. Yet it is not necessary. There will be someone. If I must wed, there will be someone who will make an offer. She attempted to sound confident, but the words would not come, and she struggled along. And what if they do not, Henrietta? Her father spoke up. The Duke has made an offer for your hand, and for the sake of yourself and your family, for your sister, you must seriously consider it. It is in all our interests that you accept. You will be a duchess, Henrietta, and you will be able to put all this unpleasantness behind you, behind us all. The wedding will be performed with haste, but it will be an affair worthy of a new duchess. I will not deny you the wedding you deserve, the Duke chimed in. There was that tone again, as if he was doing her some type of favour by granting her a beautiful wedding while at the same time killing every one of her other dreams. A grand affair would not be to my taste, Your Grace, she retorted, but it did not seem to faze him one bit, and though her father gave her a sharp look, he did not say anything. Once we are wed, you will come to live with me, and all will be well. I will assist your sister also in finding a match. It was the only thing that caused her to feel even the smallest amount of interest in his offer, though the rest set her teeth on edge and made her pull her shoulders back. The two were talking about her future, as though everything was settled, as though she was a child who did not know what she was about. This will be an excellent opportunity for you, Henrietta, and it is the only way to stop what has already begun. Once again she heard the gentler tone in her father's voice. He knew she was unhappy and was trying to keep her from another outburst. We will ensure there is no further hint of impropriety, and there will be nothing to imply any damage to your honour. We will deny the rumours at every turn. It seems you have already discussed everything. Has my father already discussed the dowry he offers for me? It is not much for one of your position, Your Grace. The sharpness of her tone was not lost on any of them, and Dorothy gripped her arm fiercely and hissed another sharp rebuke in her ear. I have no interest in your dowry, miss. "And it is no concern of mine what it may be," the Duke replied, his voice stiff and somewhat haughty, as though he would care about the paltry amount her father had promised for her hand. At least, it must seem paltry to a duke. "The Duke is doing you a great honour," her father insisted. His teeth gritted as he ground out the words. "Yes, I understand the honour. To marry a lowly baron's daughter when you have prospects so much higher, your grace." She knew she was taunting him, and that it was inappropriate, but could not help herself. It seemed the only control she had at that moment, as everything else had been taken from her. "Henrietta, that is quite enough. Will you accept the offer?" Her father's sharp voice was tempered only by the fact he was trying to put on appearances for the sake of the Duke. "I thought that had already been done for me. It appears my future has already been determined, even when we shall wed and how." "Henrietta." There was that warning voice. "Hattie!" Dorothy's voice was sharp in her ear. She finally set her shoulders back with a cold look at the man who was ruining everything, the man who had saved her life and destroyed it with a single act. Yesterday she had been grateful to him for saving her. Today she wondered briefly if drowning would not have been a better prospect. "It would be my honour to marry you, your grace," she finally managed to get out, and he gave a slightly deeper bow that time. She responded with a curtsy as best she could, at any rate, since she refused to let go of Dorothy. Dorothy was, perhaps, the only reason Henrietta was still standing firmly in place before her father's desk. If her sister hadn't been there, she might have run out long ago, despite her resolution to not appear a weak-minded girl. "The honour is mine," the Duke responded, causing her to grit her teeth and glance back toward her father, unsure if she was now dismissed. There was an awkward pause before he spoke again. "Are you feeling quite well, Miss Henrietta?" "I am, your grace," she replied, though her voice sounded cold even to her. "I have you to thank for that." He simply inclined his head and fell silent again. So, perhaps she was not the only one to find this entire situation awkward and uncomfortable. "I will arrange things with the church. The preparations will be made, and the ceremony will be in 2 weeks' time." "Very well, if I may be excused." The two men nodded, and she half-dragged her sister out of the room. In fact, she was so anxious to get away, she barely managed to close the door softly and not race up the stairs to her own room, though it was unlikely her father would have said anything if she had. He was likely very pleased with the turn of events, though not so pleased by the behaviour of his daughter. If only their mother were here. Perhaps she could have done something, anything, before all this had been decided. But she was away, and there was no one to speak for Henrietta, no one to sway her father's decision with that gentle way their mother had. "Oh, Hattie, a duke! You're marrying a duke!" At least Dorothy sounded happy with the idea. So it would seem. Now she was out of the room, she no longer needed to put on appearances. She needed time. Time to say goodbye to everything that mattered to her, everything that had now been stolen from her. "Are you not happy? You will be wed, and so quickly. You will be done with all the things most women must do, and at only 19. With trying to find a suitor and—" "I should like to be alone, Dottie, if you do not mind." Her sister's enthusiasm was too much after what had just been done to her. Are you sure?" There was concern in Dorothy's voice, but Hattie did not have the strength to reassure her. "Yes, I need to be alone." Dorothy seemed hesitant but finally left, closing the door behind her. "I will be down the hall if you should need me." Henrietta managed a slight nod, and then Dottie was gone. All Henrietta could do was look around the room, all the treasures she had collected, all the years of dreaming, hoping, and planning for the day when she would finally be able to travel the world. When she would be free of all this nonsense about marriage and having a family. As she picked up each of the treasured items, she felt she was losing a part of herself. It was over. The dream was now officially over. She had nothing. She would never have any of it. She would be married, become the Duchess of Ashbury. For any other girl, it would have been a dream come true. But for her... It was the end of it all. How could she be happy when marrying this man meant giving up everything she had ever wanted? She sank onto her bed, consumed with grief over losing the life she had hoped to build for herself. Yes. It was all at an end now, and she struggled not to cry as she thought about it. What would she do now? She was about to live Dorothy's dream, not her own. But it would help her sister to get what she wanted. And that was the most important thing, the only thing she had left. I will do this. For Dorothy. She mumbled to herself, but the image of the sea, so soothing to her only yesterday, now seemed to taunt her as a dream she would never experience. Chapter 5. Henrietta wanted nothing to do with planning a wedding, and so it had fallen mainly to Lawrence. In fact, he had not even seen her since the day she had agreed to marry him. Everything that had to be done was done by him or her father. Her sister had occasionally made her preferences known, trying to make sure the rather small affair, as Henrietta had made it clear she did not want an elaborate event, was still as beautiful as possible. The sky on the day of the wedding was clear, which should have been a good sign, but Lawrence was not sure anyone was really thinking of it that way. For himself, he was just glad to be able to get to and from the church without having to worry about umbrellas and such. "Your Grace?" He glanced towards the door at the young lady standing there. "It's me, Dorothy, Your Grace." "Yes, of course. Henrietta's sister. I have received your notes making suggestions about the ceremony." She gave a small smile but still appeared nervous. "Your Grace, I know you are doing a great thing for my sister and that we should be very honoured, but she is very important to me. Please take care of her." The girl sounded more than a little concerned, but he had every intention of taking care of the woman who would be his wife. "I will definitely take care of your sister, Miss Dorothy," he replied, receiving another small smile from the girl, but it was clear she was still nervous. "You will always be welcome in our home. Please, feel free to come and see your sister whenever you like." "You are too kind, Your Grace." But she seemed happy about the invitation, hurrying off to finish getting ready. Perhaps he had helped to ease her mind and make her sister happier as well. This was it, his wedding day. He had not thought it would ever happen, but then, nothing these last few months had gone as he had expected, and to marry a young lady he hardly knew. Yes, this was going to be a very interesting day, and later, having a wife, being a husband, those were going to be things he would have to get used to. Only Finlay knew what was really happening. He knew everything that had happened. Though Finlay had been more than a little surprised by the turn the situation had taken and the abruptness of the marriage. Even his uncle only knew parts of the story, though he may have pieced together more than Lawrence thought. He had done his best to make the day special for Henrietta. After all, it was her wedding, and he did not want her to regret it. The church was a grand one, though they would not have many people in attendance. Still, there were flowers, and he had offered to pay for her to have a wedding gown made if she desired one, and today he wore his best suit. "Your Grace, we are ready to begin, whenever you are." This was it then. After this he would be a married man, and his thoughts would have to include his wife. Henrietta. "Hey, why are you looking so miserable? Sure, she may be a stranger, but she is pretty, and her sister seems all right." He managed a small smile for Finlay, but turned back to make sure his cravat was straight. "I'm sure everything will be fine," he replied, his tone sounding rather tense even to himself. "I know this is not what you had pictured for your future," Finlay stated. "But it is not what she had pictured either. Maybe you could try not to be such a morose husband. I know she deserves better than this, and I feel terrible for having forced her into this situation," he admitted, glancing back to Finlay. "You did not. The rest of London did. You saved her life." Ever the joker, Finlay could be practical when he needed to be. But that should not mean she owes me the rest of it. True, he acknowledged. But there is nothing to be done about that now. So, let us go and get you married. That was the truth of it, and he might as well get on with it. So, with a sigh, he turned away from the mirror and straightened his jacket. You are right, of course. With that, he allowed Finlay to lead him into the chapel, past the empty pews, and to the front, where her parents and his uncle sat on either side. He stood before the pastor and waited, though he did not have to wait long. Dorothy came in first in a pretty but simple dress, with a few flowers in her hands. Henrietta followed. She was beautiful. In fact, he had never got such a good look at her, and had not even realized how beautiful she truly was. Her hair had been done up and decorated with flowers for the occasion. The dress she wore was simple as well, which made sense, considering the short time available to get it made, but it fit her well. She seemed to be struggling to summon a smile as she walked towards him. This was one of the strangest moments of his life, standing across from a woman who would not even look at him, as they went through making the traditional vows of marriage to each other. He recited his own somewhat woodenly, his body tense as he stared at her. But she studiously refused to look in his direction. Her gaze was fixed on the wall above the altar, though what she was looking at he had no idea. When it was her turn to say her vows, she hesitated for only a moment, her gaze flickering almost to his eyes before it snapped away. But then she began to speak. The stern resolve in her voice was not as firm as it had been last time he had spoken with her. She seemed less sure of herself and far more uncomfortable. But she managed to get through the prepared words, and they were pronounced man and wife. You may kiss your bride, said the pastor. Now she met Lawrence's gaze with a startled look, which she quickly covered with a blank expression. The pastor was waiting, and so Lawrence leaned forward to gently and carefully take her into his arms. She was stiff, obviously so, but he pressed his mouth to hers in a quick but gentle kiss before quickly releasing her and turning towards their small audience. At least her parents and his uncle looked happy enough. Finlay, however, looked uncertain, and Dorothy looked as if she wanted to pull her sister away from the whole situation. And in fact, he was not sure which of the sisters moved first. Whether it was Dorothy reaching for Henrietta, or Henrietta pulling away from him. But suddenly the sisters were holding each other, and Dorothy was rushing her sister out through the side door of the church. Well, Lawrence, she seems a lovely enough girl, though perhaps a little too attached to her sister. You may need to curtail that, his uncle told him. They are sisters and close. I work often. It may be good for her to have Dorothy with her for company, he countered. The last thing he wanted to do was take away Henrietta's one support when he was already taking so much of her life from her. Indeed, but sisters tend to put ideas into each other's minds, and who knows what you may end up with then, his uncle added. Lawrence inclined his head in acknowledgement. That might well be true, but it was still likely what was best for Henrietta. I wish you luck. Marriage will be good for you, his uncle finished. Lawrence nodded his thanks and shook the man's hand. Thank you, Uncle. I would stay, but I have business to attend to. I did not want to miss this day. Your father and mother would be proud of you. I'm glad you could attend, Uncle. Once the man had gone, he turned toward Finlay. This is it. You are an old married man now, and before me. Who would have thought it? Lawrence managed a small smile, then turned toward the Baron and his wife. Shall we go to the wedding breakfast? My servants have put together something to celebrate the occasion. They agreed, following him out of the room, and a servant was sent to bring the girls. It was agreed he and Henrietta would travel together, and Finlay would travel with the Robinsons. It likely would have been less awkward if they had ridden in any other configuration, as Henrietta would not even look at him throughout the entire journey. Instead, she sat as close to the side of the carriage as she could and stared out the doorway. She did, however, permit him to help her in and out of the carriage. Once everyone had entered the main dining hall, the servants began bringing out plate after plate of delicious dishes. It was a magnificent feast, especially for a small party of only 6 people. But few of them could eat anything. It seemed only Finlay and Dorothy were unaffected by the tension in the room, or at least they seemed determined to ignore it, as Finlay continued telling stories and jokes, even as he shoved his face full of all the food he could reach. Henrietta kept her head down and picked at the few things her sister had put on her plate. Her parents seemed a little uncomfortable, eating small amounts of everything but not saying a word. And he had no idea what was expected of him at this point, and tried to think of something to say as he forced down bites of what was usually one of his favourite dishes. Finlay made another joke, and Dorothy laughed aloud before she covered her mouth with a napkin and looked down quickly. "Your sister-in-law is quite the charming creature," Finlay told him, nudging Lawrence in the side. Lawrence looked up sharply. Certainly this was not appropriate. Finlay teasing and joking like that, and Dorothy giggling like a schoolgirl. "I have never met a true Scotsman before," she giggled back shyly, and Lawrence looked to the Baron and his wife. He was certain this obvious display of flirtation would not bode well, but neither seemed offended by it. Rather, they seemed to be pleased with it, sharing a small smile before returning to their own meals, though perhaps with a little more interest now. "Well, miss, I would be more than happy to meet you again." Dorothy giggled again, and Lawrence chanced to look at Henrietta, but she was still staring at her plate, studiously ignoring them all and what was happening around them. She seemed entirely oblivious to it, and he found himself wondering if he should say something to her. "If you all do not mind, I am quite tired and would like to rest." Henrietta spoke suddenly, rising from her chair. He stood and gestured for one of the servants. "Charlotte, if you would show the lady to her room?" The maid gave a low curtsy and approached them. "Just this way, Your Grace." They both started slightly at the term, but it was accurate enough. She was a duchess now, and the title was hers. As Charlotte led her from the room, Henrietta said a quick goodbye to her family and hurried off. In fact, she seemed almost skittish of her own parents and sister, and she studiously ignored him, not even glancing in his direction, and gave barely a nod toward Finlay. He had received a short missive delivered by her sister, stating that Henrietta would like to have her own rooms, and he had readily agreed to the request. It would be far less awkward to be sharing a home with a stranger than attempting to share his bed with one, even if she was his wife. The servants had been informed before the ceremony that this would be the case, and rooms had already been prepared for her. In fact, she would have her own wing of the house to do with as she pleased. He hoped, at least, she might come to be somewhat happy here. It would, after all, not be pleasant to have a completely unhappy wife in his home, though he supposed they could learn to coexist well enough. The rest of the breakfast passed quite quickly, and the Baron and Baroness seemed to relax somewhat once Henrietta had left. Dorothy and Finlay were flirting shamelessly back and forth, stopping just shy of being completely inappropriate. In fact, they seemed to have forgotten anyone else was even in the room. They were carrying on together as if they were completely alone. As for himself, he found himself stunned by the overall situation. The Baron and his wife were exchanging glances and smiles, and Dorothy and Finlay were behaving practically like children. And then there was him, sitting there silently. "Dorothy, it is time for us to go," her mother finally said, and it seemed both Finlay and Dorothy were unhappy about it. But the girl stood and gave a low curtsy to both him and Finlay, before breaking slightly with decorum to give Lawrence a hug. "Brother dear, do take care of my sister. She may not seem so now, but she is a gentle soul." He was startled by the familiarity of the hug and the address, but the love she had for her sister was clear, and though her parents seemed appalled at her gesture, he gave her a half-hearted embrace in return and a nod. "I will take care of her. You need not worry about that." She gave him a gentle smile then, and allowed herself to be led away by her stunned parents, who took their leave with the more traditional bows and curtsies. "If you do not mind, Laurie, I will walk them to their carriage." Finlay did not wait for a response, taking Dorothy's arm and leading her out of the house. It was finally quiet. None of the giggling and flirting, none of the half-hearted awkward talking, nothing that would make him think any of it had ever happened, except for the gold band on his finger. But the silence did not feel comfortable as it always had before. Instead, it felt deafening. He was not peacefully alone any longer. Whether Henrietta wanted to be a part of his life or not, she was there, in the house, and that would change things whether she made her presence known or not. He was almost grateful when Finlay came back in and broke through that silence. "She is the most delightful creature. I have only just met her, but I think I am half in love already," Finlay remarked, with a slightly exaggerated show of putting his hands over his heart. Lawrence could not help but laugh and shake his head. "I mean it, Laurie. The girl is an absolute delight. She loves jokes, and that laugh of hers. It just makes me crazy." "At least that is one of us happy," Laurie thought to himself, as he glanced down the hall toward where Henrietta was likely resting in her own rooms. At least one of them was pleased with their lot in life, and perhaps even in love. Chapter 6. "Henrietta?" She was frightened for a moment, wondering why he would come here to her chambers. Surely he meant them to stay in their own rooms. She had requested it quite clearly. Still, she braced herself and opened the door. It was indeed Lawrence on the other side, but he took a step back as she opened the door and looked quite uncomfortable at being there. "I did not get a chance to speak with you earlier. These rooms, this wing of the house shall be your own, to do with what you please. You will have all the servants you should need, and there is a carriage for you, should you like to go anywhere." "Thank you." She managed to get that out, grateful he had only come to discuss practical matters. He expected nothing from her. "You may come and go as you please, and feel free to invite any of your friends. I do want you to feel at home here, Henrietta." "Thank you, Your Grace." "You need not call me that. It is just Lawrence." They were married, but the name sounded entirely too familiar. Still, she gave a brief nod and waited to see if there was anything else. "You shall have anything you want here. You may buy anything you choose and have it billed to the house." He hesitated a moment and made to go before turning back. "I am sorry for the way things have turned out." He did not wait for a response, but simply strode quickly down the hallway, and she closed the door behind him. Yes, she was sorry for the way things had turned out as well, sorry for this abrupt change in her life, the loss of all her dreams. But perhaps he was not so terrible, her husband. He was granting her freedom to come and go as she pleased, all the money she could ever want to spend on whatever she fancied, servants at her beck and call, rooms of her own to decorate as she chose. It was more than she could have hoped for. And yet, it was still not what she had hoped for in life. She wasn't sure what to expect the following morning, but when she rang the bell, a servant quickly arrived at her room, ready to assist her in preparing for the day. "I am sorry I did not catch your name," she said to the girl apologetically. "I am Charlotte, Your Grace." The girl replied with a deep curtsy, and Henrietta had to still the jolt which still came every time someone called her that. "Please call me Henrietta," was her protest, hoping perhaps they could dispense with the formalities. "Oh, but I couldn't, Your Grace." The girl looked shocked at the very thought, and Henrietta sighed. "There must be something else you can call me." "My lady?" was the tentative response. Yes, that will be fine." It was much better than Your Grace, at least, though still quite different from Miss Henrietta, as she was used to being called at home. The girl seemed more at ease now, assisting her with her morning routine, though it took a little bit of effort on both their parts, since neither was used to it yet. "Where is the—" She hesitated a moment. "Where is—" "Lawrence. This morning." The too familiar name sounded awkward on her lips, and she was not sure she would ever feel comfortable saying it. "His Grace has already left for the office, my lady. He instructed us that you are to be given anything you request, and that the carriage is made available should you wish to make any calls." "Yes, I should like to call on a few friends this morning, after breakfast." "Of course, my lady. I will have Andrew prepare the carriage." "Thank you, Charlotte. Would you like me to show you to the dining room?" "Thank you." It was going to take some time to get used to this expansive house, the sheer number of rooms she had passed, while reaching her own chambers had seemed daunting, and she would be expected to manage this household. The thought gave her even more of a fright. How could she ever run this household? Did he expect it of her? It was what a wife should do, and yet... She shook her head. He had said nothing of the sort, and with such a large household he probably already had someone to manage things for him. He would not want her to do that. The cook was willing to prepare anything she wanted, and after a rather filling breakfast, she made her way outside. Andrew, or so she assumed, was already waiting with the carriage and seemed more than happy to take her wherever she might want to go. Spending the day with her friends was only marginally better than being home in that large house alone. After all they wanted to talk about was her new husband and the fact she had got married to a duke of all things. Some had even heard the rumours about the incident in the park beforehand, that much she guessed, but would not speak of them, at least not to her. "Henrietta, how did you catch the eye of a duke?" Margaret was no doubt fishing for an invite to the house, perhaps to a party of some type, where she could meet her own rich suitor. In fact, she often talked of little else, and Henrietta had forgotten how much of a bore she could be. "He saw me somewhere and wrote to father," she replied. They had decided it was not worth trying to explain he had saved her life in the park. Instead, they had agreed to keep the story as simple as possible. "Perhaps I should go out more frequently. In the park, did you say?" She had not, which meant Margaret had in fact heard the rumours but was too proper to say so. "In town," she replied instead, ignoring the comment in favour of staying away from her new home a while longer. She could only visit with her friends for so long during the day, however, and when several of them proved to be out there was little else she could do. Instead, she left cards for each of them and determined to return the next day or the next until there was someone she could sit and speak with. It would keep her from Ashbury, from her new husband. They pulled up in the carriage at the same time as Lawrence was arriving, and he immediately came to her carriage to assist her out. It was clear he was as uncomfortable as she, however good breeding won out, as he escorted her up the stairs to the door. "Have you returned for supper, Your Grace?" she managed to get out, hoping he was not, but trying to be polite anyway. "No, I must return to the office. I have a client in an hour." All she could do was nod her head, now at a loss as to what to say. "Have you been calling on some friends, my lady?" His response, after an awkward pause, was just as stiff. "I have." "I hope your visits were pleasant." They were. At that, he had led her into the house and released her arm with a bow, which she answered with a brief curtsy. "Cook will prepare your dinner. I shall likely be late." "Very well." "Good day, my lady." "Your Grace." With a moment of hesitation, he turned and strode off to his study, and she hurried away to her own rooms. It was awful to be in the same room with him. Not that he was ever rude to her, but it would have almost been better if he were. Perhaps she would not feel so awkward around him if he were merely rude or ignored her. He was making such an effort to be polite, but they had nothing to say to one another. It made things so much harder. The man could be far worse, she continued to tell herself. Indeed, many were married to worse. Yet, this sort of stilted conversation and sense of discomfort whenever they happened upon each other was certainly not what she might have wished for in a marriage, if she ever were to have wed. Each day brought more of the same, Each morning Charlotte would inform her that Lawrence had gone to the office early, and each day he would arrive home late. She would spend the entire day calling on friends to avoid the large, empty house, and the chance that Lawrence might come home during the day, though he rarely did so. It was a surprise, therefore, when she ventured out of her room later than usual to find him still at home. "Your Grace, I thought you had left for the day." "I had a business appointment that was cancelled," he replied. There was silence for a moment, while they both thought of something else to say. "Will you go out today?" "I will." She hesitated a moment and continued. "I must have new dresses prepared. The ones I have are inappropriate for—" She could not bring herself to say the word marriage even now. "For now. Order anything you like. It will go on my account." A nod was all she could manage in thanks. "James will get you some walking around money, for any little things you may wish to buy." That at least was better than putting everything on his account, though she did not know if he ever dealt with his finances himself. Likely whoever managed the household would handle all the expenses too, and he would not know if she spent hundreds on her own whims, though of course she would not do that. "I thank you, Your Grace." He gave a bow and glanced over her shoulder. "I must take my leave, my lady." She managed a half curtsy, and the moment was over. He was gone, and she was left to go about her day. Andrew was once again ready to leave as soon as she was, and this time she directed him towards the town. The dresses she had were not appropriate for a married woman, and the styles were wrong too. It would not do to continue wearing her old dresses if she were to go anywhere other than calling on friends. "Ah, Lady Ashbury, I did wonder when I might be seeing you." She managed a small smile for the modiste who rushed off to fetch some fabrics from the back room. "These are silks, imported all the way from the East Indies, Your Grace." She ran a hand lightly over the beautiful colours. Yes, they were lovely, and the fabric was very soft, but she couldn't think why she might need a dress made from it. It would be much too fine for every day. "It is lovely stuff, to be sure." "They have just come in. From your husband's ships, of course." Her hand stilled a moment over the bolts of material before she finally managed a smile. "I see. Perhaps one, then. This blue, do you think?" "It will be beautiful, Your Grace." There was that title again, but it would be inappropriate to tell the shopkeepers and everyone in London not to call her that. She would simply have to get used to it. And until she did, she would have to smile and pretend she was fine. "I'm most in need of new day dresses. For that, we have some lovely fabrics just over here." The shop was filled with many fine materials, and she was somewhat overwhelmed by having the ability to buy whatever she liked. Surely Lawrence had some idea what a full new wardrobe for a duchess might cost, but he had not told her any set amount she might spend. He was a duke, after all, which meant there must be enough to buy the things she needed. She was concerned for a moment as to whether he would approve of the amount, but decided it was an expense she would not need to repeat for some time. It would be perfectly all right to spend a little more on a full wardrobe just this once, surely. And so she let herself be swept away by the fun of choosing her new dresses. It was, after all, the first time she had been able to do so without concern for the cost. The shopkeeper was friendly, and the fabrics were beautiful, and before she knew it, she had a full new wardrobe being prepared. The cost was high, but not so high as she had thought once all was done, and she returned to the carriage with a light in her eyes and more of a spring to her step than before. When she arrived home, it was to find Dorothy already there, waiting for her in the drawing-room. Charlotte showed her in, and she noticed the unusual brightness and excited air of her sister. "Dotty! Oh, it is lovely to see you. How are you?" "Oh, wonderful. So wonderful." "What is it? What has happened?" But Dorothy refused to say, and no matter how much she tried, she could not get her to speak of it. "And you? How are you?" "Oh, I am well. My lady, another visitor has arrived." James showed the man in, and Henrietta smiled at Finlay. She did not know him well, but he seemed a friendly sort, and he and Lawrence were quite close. "Oh, Mr. McLaughlin, are you here for my husband?" "No, my lady. I am here to see you both, actually." There was a sparkle in his eye which struck her as strange, and she wondered what he might be about. "I see." She glanced over at him suspiciously, but gestured toward the butler. "Go and see if the Duke has returned, will you?" "Of course, Your Grace." All she could do was sit and wait for Lawrence, as the other two did not seem inclined to speak, but only looked about them and not at each other with joy and excitement on their faces. In fact, Mr. McLaughlin could not even remain seated, perching on the edge of a chair and then jumping up to walk about the room. "Finlay, would you not rather speak in my study?" Lawrence asked, striding into the room in confusion. "No, this matter concerns us all. Sit, Laurie." Lawrence also looked suspicious but took a seat near Henrietta, watching as Finlay moved toward Dorothy to stand at her shoulder. "We are to be married." "Married?" Henrietta echoed, looking between the two. Finlay set her hand on Dorothy's shoulder, and she stared up at him with an adoring look. "In 2 weeks. Finlay will be leaving on a business trip in just a few days, and as soon as he returns we will be wed." Her sister was clearly excited, but Henrietta was worried, for Dorothy, being the elder sister, was prone to flights of fancy. "Are you sure, Dorothy? You barely know him." Out of the corner of her eye she could see Lawrence shift uncomfortably, but he said nothing, and she chose to ignore him. "I have loved Dotty from the moment I saw her," Finlay proclaimed. Henrietta turned her startled gaze on him. No one had ever called her sister Dotty but her. But it seemed Dorothy was thrilled with it. In fact, the two looked very much in love, and she felt her resolve weaken. Perhaps Dorothy was prone to those flights of fancy, but she was also clever. And Finlay seemed a nice enough gentleman. If the two were happy, who was she to make a fuss? "I see. I wish you both happiness. In 2 weeks, Dotty. That's not long to arrange everything," she added with a mock scolding tone. It made Dorothy laugh, and even Henrietta managed a slight smile. "Finlay, it seems congratulations are in order," Lawrence managed, standing stiffly. "However, I'm afraid we will have to celebrate another time, as I have business to attend to." "Come on, Laurie. Surely it can wait," Finlay wheedled, trying to convince him to stay with them. "I am sorry, but it cannot." He strode out of the room quickly, and Finlay gave the ladies an apologetic smile. "If you would excuse me, ladies." Finlay hurried out of the room after him, though not without touching Dorothy's hand one more time, and Henrietta turned back to Dorothy. "Oh, I am sorry if I have made things awkward for the two of you," Dorothy told her, a slight frown marring her face. "Do not worry about me and Lawrence," Henrietta replied flippantly. "I am so glad for you, dear. Is he everything you have wanted in a husband?" "He is perfect, Hattie. And just as you said, he loves the fact I laugh at his jokes, and he loves to laugh, ever so much." She was swept up in her sister's happiness, and the two settled together on the settee just as they used to do when they were young, clutching hands and talking excitedly about the upcoming wedding. "I am so glad you are happy, Dotty." And Henrietta was. At least one of them should be happy in their marriage. And Dorothy was the one who had always wanted it. For Henrietta, for her sister to have everything she had always dreamed of was enough. "And you?" "Oh, 'tis nothing. We manage well enough." She brushed it off before turning her sister's mind back to her own wedding. There was nothing really to say about herself and Lawrence anyway. They managed, though separately. He was polite and kind, and she had everything she could ever wish for in this house. What more could she have expected? Chapter 7. It had now been nearly a fortnight since Finlay and Dorothy had announced their engagement, and nearly a month since he and Henrietta had been married, and yet he knew no more about her than he had on their wedding day. Aside, perhaps, from a love of penny candies, which Andrew said she would frequently stop to buy from the children selling them whenever they travelled to town. Though that could just as well have been an interest in the children themselves. Bills had arrived for new dresses and some other little things he supposed ladies enjoyed, and while he could tell the bills must have seemed expensive to her, they were nothing he thought twice about. She could spend far more on dresses and trinkets before it would cause him any concern. Of course, the bills and the occasional comment from one of the servants were all he knew of this woman who was now his wife. And he wondered if he might manage to avoid her successfully forever. Though perhaps successfully was not quite the right word for it. He did not mind her, but was not keen on the awkwardness he felt in her company. A few stilted conversations in the hallway were all he had suffered thus far, and she seemed just as inclined to avoid them as he was. Business, at least, was just as good as ever. Better, perhaps, as word of his wedding had spread, and it portrayed him as a more stable and settled businessman. His mind was filled with all the things needing to be done. The things he should be doing that minute, however, he had been required to take the day off to help Finlay prepare for his wedding. He was going to be the best man after all. "James, where are the papers for the church?" "They are in the study, Your Grace. I shall get them." He nodded absent-mindedly as James left the room. There were only a few things he was supposed to bring with him to meet Finlay today, and it would not do to forget any of them. "I will take a cup of tea as well, but I really must go after that. I shall not have breakfast this morning." "Yes, Your Grace." When the man had returned with his tea and the newspapers, Lawrence took a moment to sit and relax. It would likely be a busy day. Unlike Henrietta, Dorothy had taken a great interest in planning the wedding, and so the ladies were set to work on their own plans as well. But that did not mean Finlay had things easy. There were still many other things to do, and Lawrence had agreed to help. How could he not have, after all? "I shall take my leave now, James." "I will ensure the carriage is ready," James replied, preceding him out of the room. Lawrence gathered up the papers and headed down the stairs. It had been several days since he had even seen Henrietta, but as he strode toward the front door, he saw her standing nearby. She too was preparing to leave, and it seemed her new dresses must have arrived, as the one she was wearing was not a style he had seen her in before. "Your Grace." The delicate curtsy countered the near-pained look on her face at the sight of him, and he returned it with a bow. "My lady." There came yet another of those awkward pauses he was coming to expect, before she responded again. "I am off to meet my mother and sister. We must finish the preparations for the wedding." She looked at the carpet rather than at him when she spoke, and the words sounded stilted. She clearly was still not comfortable speaking with him, though he was not overly comfortable with her either, if he were honest. "I am off to meet Finlay, for the same reason." She gave him a small smile at that, though it still did not look very natural, and he reached for her arm, leading her out of the house and toward the first carriage, where Andrew was waiting. A light rain was falling, and he attempted to shield her as best he could, until they had made it halfway to the carriage, when the heavens opened abruptly. The rain soon became a downpour. They were both soaked to the skin in seconds, barely able to see before them, let alone reach the carriages. A sharp crackle of lightning lit up the sky, and before he knew what he was doing, he had pulled her into his arms, a pitiful attempt to shield her further from the deluge. "We must get back inside." "Well, I would never have thought of that," she protested, pushing her hands against his chest and running, truly running, back into the house. He sighed at that, shouting to the men to put the carriages back into the stables, and followed her quickly. Andrew and Peter would put away the carriages and take care of the horses, and Cook would make sure they had something hot to help them warm up once more. In fact, that sounded wonderful, and he resolved to ask for a fresh cup of tea once he had got out of his wet clothes. Henrietta immediately headed off toward her own rooms. A trail of water followed her, as her soaking wet clothes dripped along the floor. Charlotte was already racing after her, a blanket in her arms, which she quickly draped around Henrietta. James came to him just as quickly, offering a blanket, which he set about Lawrence's shoulders as he entered his own rooms. He would need to bathe and change out of his wet clothes to stave off illness, and hopefully Charlotte would ensure Henrietta did the same. The thought of her made him shake his head in exasperation. Why anyone would want to have a wife he had no idea. They were very frustrating. Or perhaps it was only his wife. Either way, he was glad he had little need to spend time with her, and she seemed just as happy to stay away from him as well. And once this blasted rain stopped, he could get out to meet Finlay. As the day passed, it became quite evident the rain was not going to stop. At least, as he spent hours working on papers from home, he checked in with James periodically to find the weather, if anything, was only getting worse. At least some of the work needing to be done could be done from the house, and he was glad he had remembered to bring some of his things home the night before. It would give him something to do for the rest of the day. He could only hope Henrietta had found something to occupy her time. "Your Grace?" The call the next morning seemed far too early. It was quite dark outside, but he soon realised that was because the storm still raged on. No doubt this was the same time he woke every morning. James was nothing if not punctual. "Yes, James?" he managed, rousing himself from the bed. It was no easy task in such darkness. His body did not seem to want to get up when it felt the sun had not even risen. "It seems the storm is expected to continue for several days, my lord. They say there is danger of a flood." "A flood? We haven't seen a flood in decades," he protested. "Yes, Your Grace, but there is concern it could happen. Everyone is advised to remain indoors and not to travel." "Very well," he sighed. Hopefully there was enough work at home to keep him busy for a few days. "Has anyone informed my wife?" "Of course, Your Grace. Charlotte has gone to tell Lady Ashbury." He started at the name. Of course the title belonged to her now, and he himself had called her my lady since the wedding. All the staff did, and yet he had not truly thought about what it stood for. The title had belonged to his mother, and somewhere in him he had always thought of it that way. But Henrietta, she was the Duchess of Ashbury now, his wife, and she now held the title instead. As James helped him prepare for the day, he thought about his parents. They had been very much in love when they had wed. In fact, his mother had always enjoyed telling him the story of how she and his father had met and fallen in love. It had been a favourite when he was quite young, and even once he was far too old, she had loved to tell it still, and he had pretended to be more annoyed at hearing it than he actually was. He had always been secretly happy his parents loved one another so much and were so obvious about it. They had always wanted the same for him, he thought, as he strode toward his study. His father had always told him he would someday marry, but never insisted his future wife should be someone to further the business. His mother talked on and on about falling in love, and how beautiful it would be for him to find the right young woman to spend the rest of his life with. He had been young then, and had always laughed off their whims as no more than that, and he had not given much thought to the idea of marriage. Certainly, he had always assumed he would get married one day, but he had never paid much mind to whom he might marry. And yet there was Henrietta, his wife, a woman he knew nothing about and who knew nothing about him. Certainly, there was no love between them. He was not sure if he even liked her, and she certainly did not seem to like him. He glanced at the portrait of his parents on his desk, the one his father had always kept on the desk, and Lawrence had never removed. He wondered what they would think of Henrietta, of their marriage. No doubt they would be glad of him doing the right thing in marrying her, yet they would be unhappy it had been forced upon them in such a manner, or that he was doing nothing to even try to care for his new wife. Of course, she had everything she needed in a practical sense, but they would not have approved of his ignoring her in such a manner. With a sigh and another glance at the portrait, he resigned himself to at least making an effort to speak to her over the next few days. They would be stuck here together, and the least he could do was attempt to make it as pleasant as possible, and try and get to know his new wife. Whether she would agree to it as well, he had no idea, but it was worth a try, for his parents' sake at least. And would not life in the house run a little more smoothly and happily if they were not constantly trying to avoid one another? "Your Grace, here is your breakfast." "Thank you, James." It was customary for him to have breakfast in the study on days when he did not go immediately to the office. But he found himself today wondering if Henrietta was eating by herself in the dining room. There was nothing to be done for it now. Perhaps tomorrow he would join her at the table. For today he would try to get some of the work that needed doing taken care of, especially if he expected to spend more time with Henrietta soon. Chapter 8. It seemed that it had already been an excruciatingly long week, and yet it had only been one full day. The house was large and beautiful, filled with rooms of all different kinds. There was artwork and beautiful furnishings, but there was only so much wandering about one could do. And of course, the servants were not there solely to keep her amused. Charlotte had spent a great deal of time with her new mistress the day before, watching over Henrietta to be sure she did not develop an illness from being soaked through the day before. But all she developed was a case of boredom. Charlotte did not read nor play games of any sort. In fact, none of the servants seemed to. And so Henrietta was left to wander about the house, looking into the various rooms as she passed them. That was how she had found it. The door had opened easily, and she glanced inside, expecting yet another sitting room or perhaps a guest room. But what she saw instead was far more wonderful: a library. There was a library in the house, and suddenly the prospect of spending a few days indoors did not seem so bad after all. There were books practically from floor to ceiling. So many of them, she did not even know where to begin. At least until she saw the table in the centre of the room with an atlas on it. She was drawn to it, flipping through the pages reverently. It was a beautiful atlas, far more detailed than the one they had at home. Beautiful painted maps on each page showed countries she had only read about. When she found the page for the West Indies, she stopped, staring over the charts, the beautiful colours and drawings around the outside of the page. This was it. This was what she wanted more than anything. Her fingers traced over the lines, and suddenly a shadow fell over her. "I did not know you were interested in such things." "What things?" she replied, startled. "Maps." "Well, you do not know me much at all." Her face flushed as she kept her back to Lawrence and her eyes firmly on the page before her, slightly embarrassed at the sharpness of her voice. "What education have you had?" he asked bluntly, and she felt indignant at the implication. "I have had tutors all my life. We learned a great many things about the world, and about maps," she retorted, turning on him with an angry glare. "I beg your pardon. Many a young lady does not receive any education." It was true enough. Many of the young ladies she knew were not as educated as she, and definitely did not study maps beyond a cursory glance. She grudgingly softened her tone. "My father insisted my sister and I have a complete understanding of the world. We were not the sons he perhaps wanted, but he educated us much as if we were. Alongside our more traditional lessons, of course. He wanted to ensure we made good matches and would be able to manage our own households one day." She suddenly faltered in her long-winded explanation. "Not that I expect to manage your household. It is far larger than any I would have anticipated," she added in a hurry. He gave a slight nod and looked thoughtful for a moment before speaking again. "If you should like to review the household accounts, I could bring the ledger to you sometime." It was her turn to give a slight nod and fall silent. "Might I sit with you for a while?" It was the last thing she wanted, for him to sit there and watch her as she looked through the books, but there seemed no polite way to decline, and so she reluctantly accepted. He settled into a chair and seemed content to sit quietly, at least for a few moments, and she returned to her book, examining every inch of the treasure she had stumbled upon. "Why are you looking at the atlas?" "I had dreamed of travelling one day across the ocean." "To the West Indies?" His shadow fell over her again, and she was startled by his nearness. So many beautiful things come from there. It seems a wonderful place to go. I do business there, trading and such, and the East Indies, of course. I had heard, she replied, attempting to make conversation. When I had my dresses prepared, the modiste said they had new silks just come from the East Indies, from your ships. Did you like them? He seemed almost nervous, as if perhaps she might not have cared for them. I did. I had a dress made from one of them, she admitted, and chanced to glance back to see a small smile on his face. I am glad. They fell silent again, she still staring at the book. I hope to visit the ports one day, to see for myself what goes on there. To see the markets for yourself. She could not help the tinge of envy and excitement at the thought. Yes, though I worry about what else I will find there. Whatever do you mean? She looked up at him with confusion and saw the expression on his face had turned grim. Many of the men I work with are also in the business of other types of trade. Tobacco and things? She asked, confused. She had heard of men who were opposed to such things, and she had never seen Lawrence smoke a pipe, so perhaps... No. I trade in tobacco and many things I do not partake of. Human cargo, however, is one area where I will not venture. There is money to be made in it? She asked hesitantly, and his face twisted in disgust. Yes, much money to be made, but human lives are not to be bought and sold like cattle. She found herself relieved he felt that way, and so strongly. It is a disgrace to barter for the lives of men and women, and even children are being bought and sold throughout the world. There were revolts just this year, did you know? No. Father never let us read the papers. For all the extensive book learning we had, he felt that kind of reading to be too much for young ladies. Well, perhaps it is, he acknowledged. There are a great many things happening in the world you are better off not knowing. He paused a moment thinking and then continued. Revolts happened in the West Indies. The enslaved people fought back, taking back their loved ones and their families, fighting against those who would abduct them and tear them away from their own communities. I am surprised to hear you say such things. She still did not look at him, but voiced her thoughts anyway. Do you think so little of me to believe I would approve of such things? He seemed genuinely concerned she might feel so. Yours is an unpopular opinion amongst businessmen, she replied instead of answering his question. That I know. And a gentleman of your station, to be more concerned with human life, the lives of those in the West Indies, over your own profits. It is not the usual way things are done. It is the way they should be done. The people of the West Indies, the people of London, we are not so different from each other, are we? If our fortunes were reversed, would we want them to treat us in the way we have treated them? Would we deserve to think any differently? The fierceness and strength in his voice impressed her greatly. It was clear he was passionate about the subject, and she wondered if she had misjudged him. He was a businessman, to be sure, but perhaps not one so clouded by thoughts of profit that he would give up all morals to achieve it. I am glad to hear you believe so. I could not bear to live in a home funded by the trade in children. And neither could I. My men have all been informed that we will never engage in trade of human cargo, and that there will be severe consequences for anyone who attempts it on my ships. People matter far more than business. Of course, she agreed, and they fell into silence yet again. But this time it seemed an almost companionable one. There was no awkwardness now, and she turned to look at him. He was watching her, an unreadable expression on his face, and then his hand reached out towards her, touching the hair at the side of her face ever so gently. She was startled by the familiarity of the gesture, though, as her husband, it was considered his right. Forgive me, my lady, he said softly, his hand dropping to his side. It is quite all right, Your Grace. but the words lacked the coldness of her normal formality. "You as well matter more than business, my lady." The words were slightly hesitant, and there was a strange look on his face as he said them. "I beg your pardon." This was a new line of conversation she was not sure she understood, and her brow furrowed in confusion. "I should very much like to court you, Henrietta." A laugh spilled out of her mouth, one that was genuine for the first time in far too long, and it surprised them both. "We are already married, Your Grace." "We are," he acknowledged, "but if we were a normal married couple, we would know each other well by now. I would have known you loved to read and dreamed of travel, and yet I find it out only several weeks after marrying you. In courting I shall learn even more about you, and that shall make our marriage work." "To court once when we are already wed, Your Grace? It is preposterous." The very idea was absurd, but still. Perhaps it was a good one after all. Perhaps it is. But would it not be far better if we had things we could talk about? If we were not always treading carefully around one another, avoiding each other's company? He certainly did have a point. She always did ask Charlotte whether he was home before venturing out of her own rooms. "Is that what you have been doing? Avoiding my company?" She was surprised to find herself teasing him, but it felt natural enough. "Yes, my lady, I think I have," he admitted, "though no more than you have been avoiding mine." She gave another short laugh and dipped her head to acknowledge the accuracy of his comment, then fell silent again. "Courting, you say?" she finally stated, her voice more thoughtful now. "Yes, my lady, courting." "Well, I suppose there is worse my husband could request than permission to court me, but I shall expect much. A duke courting a young lady should make quite an effort after all." He smiled again, more broadly this time, and she was startled by how handsome he truly was. "Of course, my lady, I shall do my very best." This time the silence felt slightly awkward again, and she ran a hand over the page of her book absent-mindedly. What did he mean exactly by courting her? She had never truly been courted by a man before. She had been escorted to a ball, and of course, she had danced with men. But true courting was never something she had experienced. She had heard stories from her friends of carriage rides and walks through the park. Her face flushed as she thought of their first meeting in the park, of how her own impulsiveness had brought her to this moment, a husband and now a courtship. "About which countries were you reading?" he ventured, and she moved her hand to the side so he could see. "Ah, there are some other great books on the subject if you should like something to read." "Really?" She glanced around with even more interest. "My grandfather built our business, and my father continued it. Both were avid readers and researchers. They gathered all types of books about the countries we trade with, and even those we don't." He wandered away but returned quickly with a few books. "If you are interested in them, these will tell you a great deal." She took the books from him and hesitated a moment. She could take them back to her rooms to read, but she did not yet want to leave whatever it was they had created between them. Perhaps we could read them together," she ventured. There was that smile again, and he nodded, leading her to a chair and sitting beside her. "Which shall we start with?" He selected one of the books and settled back into the chair to begin reading. It had been a long time since she had last sat with her father and had him read to her, and then it had not been stories of far-off countries. However, sitting with Lawrence and having him read was far more exciting. She rested back against her chair, her eyes drifting closed as she listened to the words. Pictures danced behind her eyes as she imagined the beautiful places he was describing. She felt a rekindled hope that perhaps someday she would be able to go. Chapter 9. It had been a long day, but Lawrence was pleasantly surprised by how well it had gone. Reading together had been a great idea, and had easily turned into discussing the different countries she had always read about and wanted to visit. He had at least been to the continent, so he could tell her about it. and he could find her books about all the other places she longed to see. "My mother had a number of romance books you will find over to the left," he told her. "The books about many of the different countries are up here." She followed him down the aisles to the large section of world books. "There are so many. Some of them are old. My grandfather, or perhaps even my great-grandfather, started the collection. But I have added several over the years." Her eyes were bright with her excitement, and he was more than happy to give her so much pleasure. If he had known the library would give her so much joy, he would have told her of it sooner. "Feel free to read anything you like here, and take the books to your rooms if you like." "Thank you. They are yours as well, after all," he told her with a smile. With that, she took several along with her, and he returned to the study for a while before bed. The wake-up call came entirely too early, yet again. He was not sure what they might do that day, but as the sky was dark and rain was still falling quite heavily, he expected the storm would not pass soon. For the first time in quite a while, he was hopeful about what he would find when he was ready for the day. And in fact, he was not disappointed. Henrietta was sitting at the table in the dining room when he arrived, and he took the seat across from her with a smile. Yes, this was definitely a good way to court his wife, to be able to see her each day and to sit with her at meals. It allowed them to continue their discussions, or at least allowed him to look at her. For today she had brought a book with her, which she was reading absent-mindedly as she ate her breakfast. "Oh, Lawrence, have you read this one?" She was already excited, and it was barely even breakfast time, but he found himself quickly caught up in her good mood. Yes, she was remarkable, his wife, and definitely not the person he might have expected her to be. Once breakfast was over, she led the way easily toward the library, sinking into a chair with her book. If left to her own devices, she would read until it was supper time again, speaking only when she found something interesting to share with him. It was a rather pleasant way to spend the day, though he thought perhaps they could try doing something different that day. "Do you play chess?" She looked up then, taking a moment to realize what he had said, and shook her head. "I watched Father sometimes, but he said it was only for men." "Nonsense. I'll teach you." She looked excited at that, setting her book aside, and he determined at that moment to find other things she did not know and teach them to her. He was surprised by her eagerness, and even more so by how quick a study she was. The girl was sharp. He would have to give her that. She remembered everything he told her and had no trouble in turning the tables on him. The rest of the day passed far more quickly than he had expected. He taught her a few card games and even surprised her by expressing interest in traditional women's games, some of which she taught him. She seemed to greatly enjoy the reversal of roles, being the one to show him something for a change, and he saw no harm in learning something new, even if he would never use the skills in the future. "We've some bills that have come in to be figured into the accounts. Would you like to see?" he asked her, anxious to continue the day however he could. "I would." And so she followed him to the study, where he pulled out the books and presented them to her. She seemed stunned by the numbers and figures as she looked everything over, seeing the expenses for her own dresses and baubles that barely made a dent in the accounts. I knew that as a businessman and a duke you would have rather more complicated accounts than Father, but I would never. The words trailed off as she stared at the numbers, running her finger down the list of expenses and the amount remaining in the account. "They are our accounts now." She looked up, startled. "As I have said, I want you to have everything you want, Henrietta. I do not show you the accounts to have you see me as rich, but to show you there is nothing I hide from you, and that you should feel welcome to buy anything you fancy." She was quiet then, poring over the numbers. Then she noticed the bills tucked inside, ready to be entered in the ledger. "Might I?" He gestured for her to go ahead and watched as she added in the new expenses, doing the sums quickly in her head, her penmanship crisp and clean across the lines. She turned the book toward him with a pleased smile, waiting for him to check the numbers, and he nodded, quickly recognizing she was correct. Yes, she was definitely clever and more than capable. "You are quite quick with numbers," he said, and she smiled at the compliment, glancing back down, silent for a moment. "I have been exploring the house, you know," she began. "Indeed. And?" "And there are some things I would like to change, if you do not mind." She seemed somewhat hesitant, but he simply smiled back at her. "It is your home as well, Henrietta. I want you to be happy here. If there are things you would like to change, I do not object." That smile again, and he was startled by her beauty. He had known she was pretty, but to see her truly happy. The following day dawned, if not clear, then at least less grimly. Finally, the rains had let up, though it was still too wet and the roads too flooded to allow for easy passage to town. And with temperatures falling daily, it was unlikely they would want to go anywhere when things froze over. Still, they at least had the opportunity to venture outdoors now, and were able to enjoy horseback rides, another skill he discovered she was surprisingly good at, and even strolls through the gardens as the water receded. "It is lovely out today." She smiled, and he watched in amazement as she twirled in a circle, her face tilted up towards the slightly brighter sky. She looked even younger when she capered, and he remembered doing the same thing on beautiful days when he was a child. But it had been a long time since then. "It has gotten quite cold." "It has. But just because it is cold does not mean it cannot be lovely," she countered, and he laughed. "I suppose that is the case. After so much rain, I would rather the cold than being stuck indoors yet again." So would he, but he wondered if their newfound camaraderie would be able to withstand going out and even visiting other people. What if it all went away? Lawrence? He had not realized he was lost in his own thoughts until he caught a glimpse of her confusion. "Yes. Are you quite all right?" "Yes. Yes, I am fine," he replied, and she smiled slightly. "Do not ruin such a day with morose thoughts," she teased, and he nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Shall we go for a ride?" "Yes." She beamed yet again, and they hurried off to the stables. Once the temperature had cooled somewhat, he sent for warmer clothing for Henrietta, a new coat and a fur muff, which she seemed more excited about than he had expected. In fact, he had not expected her to be excited at all. After all, they were things she needed, and had every right to expect he would buy for her. With the chill of the air and the dawning of December, there were plenty of things to do about town, and he was determined to experience each of them with her. After all, they were courting. He was simply worried that leaving the relative isolation of their home would change things between them. But she seemed equally enthralled by all their new experiences. The theatre was something she had especially enjoyed, sitting at the edge of her seat, so she would not miss anything. She did not even seem to notice the other spectators, many of whom stared at the beautiful Duchess in her elegant silk gowns because she was so entranced by the show. "Henrietta?" She did not even tear her gaze away from the stage as she answered him, and he could not help but smile. "Would you like to walk for a moment?" It seemed to take her a moment to realize the stage she was staring at was empty and being reset for the next act of the show. Others around them were rising to their feet to stroll until the next act began, and Henrietta laughed lightly and agreed, tucking her arm into his as they moved slowly down the hall. As soon as the interval was done, they were back in their seats, and she was once again entranced by everything taking place upon the stage, barely noticing when the curtain finally closed on the final act. He determined then to send for more dresses to be made and take her to the theatre as often as he could. There were always new shows to see, and if she was so excited by it all, it was well worth the time and effort of getting dressed up for a fine occasion. On St. Nicholas Day, Lawrence had the cook prepare a feast, sending a letter to Dorothy to determine all Henrietta's favourite delicacies. Dorothy was only too happy to assist in the plans and in helping him to choose a few small gifts as well. Meanwhile, he was glad they communicated by letters, as he was sure the excitement spilling off each page she sent him would have come across rather differently in person. The day dawned beautifully, and Lawrence enjoyed a nice breakfast and a stroll through the gardens with Henrietta, both enjoying the crisp snow under their feet. Much of the day passed quietly, with a simple supper and reading in the library, but he was more than happy with it, and he was definitely happy with the feast provided for their dinner. Her eyes grew large and bright when she saw the array of all her favourite dishes, which even included exotic things such as oranges, which had taken his servants a long time to find. It was clear she was excited, and she immediately set upon the meal. They both ate far more than was good for them, but the food was delicious. Cook had done an excellent job with everything, even on the new, untried dishes, and Henrietta proclaimed everything to be exceptional. He hoped the gifts he had got her would be just as well received. The first were chosen by Dorothy more than by him. A pretty parasol and a couple of small trinkets Henrietta appeared to greatly appreciate. She smiled over each of them and thanked him. But there was one item he had picked out himself, which he hoped she would enjoy even more. "Oh!" She seemed to have nothing else to say as she unwrapped the book. A new atlas, one just published and filled with beautiful pictures just as nice, or perhaps more so, than the ones in his own. "Oh, Lawrence, it is beautiful. Oh, look at the pictures." "I thought you might enjoy it. You've spent so long poring over the other one." "Oh, it is perfect." He was more than happy to watch her examine the book for several minutes before she seemed to remember the few small items by her side. "Oh, I almost forgot. I have a few small gifts for you as well. Nothing so wonderful as this." She seemed slightly embarrassed to pass him the presents, but he smiled anyway. Whatever she had gotten him would be more than fine with him. Besides, he was more excited by the effect of the gifts he had gotten her. Some sweets and candies he liked, and which she must have learned of from Cook, or perhaps Finlay, made up one of the gifts. A set of fountain pens beautifully inscribed, and a notebook that she told him was for him to write about his travels when he went off on one of his trade ships. The day was everything he could have wanted, and finished with them reading her new atlas together sitting by the fire, which made it even better still. "Do you ice skate?" "When I can. There is the pond in the park which freezes over often in the winter." She flushed slightly and looked away at the remembrance, and he could not help but smile as well. "There is another lake as well, if you would like to go with me." She was more than happy to accompany him, so they both set about bundling into their winter things and preparing for the outing. It was a beautiful day for it, crisp and clear and sunny, but definitely cold enough for the ice to be well frozen. It would not do to have her fall into a lake yet again, he thought to himself with a smile. It only took her a short time to get her bearings and comfortably skate all around the lake. In fact, she skated away from him for a few minutes before returning. She seemed content to stay with him then, skating alongside him in the same way the other couples were skating about. They seemed to skate for a long time before he noticed she was getting a little winded, though her eyes were still bright with the fun of it all. "Let us take a rest. Would you like some hot chocolate?" "Yes, please." He found a spot for her to rest and went to get the chocolate. She was still smiling and laughing when he returned, her cheeks bright from the cold, and he was once again surprised by her beauty. "Happiness suits you." "You are a flatterer." She laughed again, taking the cup and relaxing as they watched others continue to skate about the pond. "Perhaps we should return home." She sighed slightly but nodded. "Yes, we shall have to return another day." "Whenever you like," he promised, helping her to her feet. "It is a beautiful day." "Would you care to walk?" he asked instead, and she immediately agreed, her eyes just as bright now as when she had been skating. "Oh, yes, it is so beautiful out here." He helped her change into her warm shoes and left the skates in the carriage, sending Andrew home, As they walked back towards the estate, he took her arm, leading her down the path, and was surprised at the comfortable conversation they soon fell into. It felt nice, relaxed, and as they walked, talk turned from the beauty around them to the wedding soon to be taking place. Dorothy and Finlay had postponed their wedding slightly because of the storm and the resulting cold, and it was now set to be held in a few weeks' time. As they walked, a few snowflakes began to fall from the ski, and Lawrence felt Henrietta shiver and pulled her closer. Holding her close to him felt even nicer than holding her arm, and when she leaned into him to share his warmth, he could not help but smile. "I never did want a wife," he admitted suddenly, and she looked up at him startled. "But I do declare being married to you is not nearly so bad as I had thought it would be." She laughed then, the full, happy laugh he liked best. "You simply must learn how to talk to people. Being married to you is not nearly so bad as I thought it would be. Well, you certainly will not win a girl over that way." She sighed and leaned against him again. "But I do understand what you mean. It is not so bad being married to you either," she teased. He could not help but smile and tried to think of something perhaps kinder to say. But nothing seemed to come to mind. It had been a wonderful day, and it was a good thing she could be a good sport, or he would have spoiled it. It was getting darker by the time they reached home, but still beautiful, with bright stars studding the sky, which they chose to enjoy for a few more moments before heading inside. There was a moment of silence, and then Henrietta started to head off to her rooms before he stopped her. "Would you like to join me for tea? Perhaps we could discuss my trip." She hesitated a moment, glancing toward her room and then toward him, and smiled. "Yes, that would be nice." He gestured to James to send for tea and led Henrietta into his study. Perhaps this perfect day did not have to end quite so soon after all. Chapter 10. Arabella. 2 years plus 1 week. Just long enough for the official mourning period to be over, and for no one to think she had been eagerly counting since the very day the man had died. Finally, she could get out of those awful black clothes. She sighed in relief as Bridget pulled out one of her old dresses. She would need new things made, of course, but she had wanted to wait until her mourning was finished. No need to give the wrong impression after all. "Oh, this feels lovely," she exclaimed, slipping into the pale blue dress. It was a little bright for the winter season, and the fit was slightly wrong, as it had been 2 years since she'd worn it, but it would do for now. "It looks lovely too," Bridget replied, and she smiled into the mirror. "Finally, I feel like myself again." Bridget did not say anything this time, simply smiled and got to work brushing her hair. 2 years she had been on her own now. Philip was gone, and now she could finally stop pretending to be so upset about it. He had never loved her, though they had always put on a nice show when out in public. He had loved the look of her on his arm and the way people stared when they walked by, though she had never loved him either. But the bank account he had to offer she most certainly had loved. At least she had while he was still adding to it. With his death, however, the money had stopped coming in. Now, it was almost gone. Once she was ready for the day, she had to choose the right friend to call on first. Someone she could practice being a newly eligible widow with. Of course, Amelia was the perfect choice. She wouldn't notice if Arabella said something wrong. She'd be far too interested in passing on the gossip, and that would help her to find the perfect man to take care of her now. "Oh, Arabella, I almost did not even recognize you out of those black dresses." "It has been too long, hasn't it? But my dearest Philip has been gone over 2 years now." She even managed a slight sniff, as though she missed him. "And it is time I learnt to carry on as best I can." "Oh, of course, you poor dear. Come in and sit. I'll send Becky for the tea." Once she was settled and had given a passable performance on still being upset about Philip, Amelia immediately turned to what she really wanted to talk about. "Have you heard the latest from London?" "What is it?" Yes, this was why she had come to Amelia. No one talked to a widow in mourning about gossip, but now she would need to catch up on all of it. The Duke of Ashbury has gotten married. With that, Amelia beamed and took a sip of her tea. Married. Lawrence has gotten married. She was stunned. How could he have gotten married when she was not yet ready to wed again? Oh, just a few short years ago they had been so much in love. And then she had gone off and married Philip. She hadn't seen him again after the wedding, but it must have broken his heart to have lost her. Yes, to a baron's daughter. Amelia was obviously scandalized at the very thought of it, her voice dropping to almost a whisper as her face betrayed her shock. A baron's daughter? Why ever would he marry someone so far beneath him? Arabella shook her head. There had to be some mistake. Lawrence would not do anything so foolish. There's news on that as well. In fact, there are rumours the two have not yet made their marriage, official at all, that it is a marriage in name only as yet. This was the gossip portion of the story, and she was certain there must be more to it than that. Amelia was trying to get her to pry, to ask questions, so she could create a dramatic telling. Well, she would allow it, because she had to know what was happening with Lawrence. If he has no interest in her, then why marry her? She replied flippantly. It certainly wasn't for her dowry, not if she is only the daughter of a baron. Amelia's eyes sparkled, and Arabella knew this was the part she had been wanting to tell since the moment Arabella sat down. Oh, you must hear the gossip. It seems there is more to their story than first appears. I heard she was walking through the park and slipped on a rock and fell into the lake. Oh, well, that is dreadful. Arabella admitted, not sure what that had to do with the story, but Amelia was not done. She managed to hit her head and practically drowned under the water until Lord Ashbury jumped in and saved her. Amelia's excitement was obvious, but Arabella still was not quite sure she understood it. Well, he is quite a gentleman, and quite heroic, so she pursued him then? It would make sense, though how Lawrence had managed to wed her simply because she pursued him did not. Oh no, nothing so simple as that, Amelia protested, and Arabella took another sip of her tea as she waited. The story goes, she was not breathing, and so he used those new recovery techniques they are raving about in London. Recovery? This was something new she had not heard of, and her brow furrowed in confusion. Have you not seen the pamphlets? They are mostly about in men's clubs and businesses, but there is something about getting air into a person's lungs when they are not breathing. It involves pressing their chest and breathing into their mouth. Amelia's eyes went wide, and her voice grew quiet towards the end with the sheer scandal of it. He did that with her? In the park? She was shocked at the thought of it. And worse still, he loosened her stays to do it. Well, it did not take long for the gossip to begin. There are those who believe the entire thing was arranged, that she was never drowning or in danger at all. They believe Lord Ashbury meant it to happen. That did not sound like Lawrence at all, but it was something that would cause quite a bit of gossip. Indeed, that he and the girl had planned the thing, and how scandalous, in full view of all those people, even her own sister. Amelia was definitely caught up in her story now, practically gasping at the end as she tried to get it out without taking a breath. And how did this cause him to marry her? Arabella, on the other hand, was trying to pretend she was only partially interested in the telling, sipping at her tea even as she tapped her foot under the table, hoping Amelia would get on with it. Well, after such impropriety in public, do you not think people would speak of it? It is rumoured she had several offers of marriage withdrawn afterwards, and so he had to make an offer for her to save her reputation. Well, the nerve of some people. She most certainly tricked him into it. Perhaps he did not even know she was putting him in such a position. After all, what other chance would the daughter of a baron have with a duke? You think she staged the thing? Having completed her telling with all the drama she could muster, Amelia was now grasping for anything to make it sound even more exciting in her next retelling. Of course, Lord Ashbury would never be so foolish as to plan such an inappropriate encounter with a girl like that. She must have thought she could marry up and managed to snare him because of his good nature. Well, I will most certainly need to look into this, Arabella stated firmly. What will you do, Arabella? I shall go to his estate. His Grace and I were very close before I was wed. He will want to see me, and I can determine for myself what has happened. Amelia seemed even more excited now, though why would she not be when Arabella had just given her even more to gossip over? You and the Duke were quite close, you say? Indeed, and I will not allow him to be taken advantage of. Arabella made sure her tone was that of a deeply concerned friend. What shall you do if there is something afoot? I shall take care of it myself, she retorted, though she did not quite know what she would do. All she knew was that she must protect the Duke from someone who was only after him for his money. Yes, Lord Ashbury definitely needed her. It was clear he had been taken advantage of, and this girl was out for something. Arabella would determine what it was. And if the Duke's new wife was not good enough for him, well, someone would need to see to it that she was removed, and Arabella would definitely be prepared to take her place as Duchess. Chapter 11. Dorothy had been terrified her wedding day would be a rainy one, but thankfully the day dawned beautifully. In fact, they could not have asked for a better one. Henrietta had already told Lawrence she would be leaving very early the next morning to make sure she could help her sister get ready in time. And so it was somewhat of a surprise to find he was already awake and had breakfast ready for her. I will go with you to help Finlay with anything he might need. She was pleased he was going along, and more than happy for a filling breakfast before going to the church. After all, there was no telling if they would have anything before the wedding luncheon after the ceremony. Even the ride to the church was pleasant, and she was even more glad he had come along with her. At least she was not riding in silence. Everything looked beautiful already, though Dorothy was still rather frantic and worried. It took both her and their mother to calm her and assure her everything was perfect. It is your wedding day. You should not be running about like this, their mother told her. But Dorothy wanted to check on everything, to make sure it was just so. Dotty, I will check on things and make sure the men are ready, Henrietta finally insisted, and her mother practically had to hold Dorothy back as she left the room. Finlay was just as anxious as Dorothy when she checked on them, and Lawrence was trying to keep him calm. Is everything all right? Is Dorothy all right? Dorothy is fine, Henrietta soothed. She wanted me to make sure all is well with you. I shall be perfectly fine as long as she's still ready to marry me. She is definitely ready, Henrietta laughed, and Finlay seemed slightly appeased. See, I told you there was no need to worry, Lawrence told him, slapping his friend's back gently. We are ready to begin. Good. Dorothy will be pleased. Once she had returned to Dorothy's room and informed the women the arrangements were progressing well, it seemed to help somewhat. After a while, Dorothy seemed calmer. After looking around her, things seemed to be just right. She was getting the big, lavish wedding she deserved, quite different from Henrietta's own rushed wedding. But then Henrietta had never been as interested in such things. She knew Finlay came from money, but Henrietta wondered if the degree of lavishness of the event was more than he could provide by himself, and if Lawrence may have given the couple some assistance in creating the perfect wedding for her sister. But Lawrence could afford it, and Dorothy deserved it, so Henrietta did not care if he had. In fact, it made her think even more of him that he would care so much about his friend and her sister. Perhaps he had done it for her? She wondered if perhaps he had, and the thought made her happier still. Oh, how wonderful it will be to have both my girls married, and to such wonderful husbands. Henrietta managed a glance at Dorothy and rolled her eyes. Of course, her mother would be excited about it. It was all she had ever wanted, to have them both married off. And look at you, such a beautiful bride, Dorothy. Their mother seemed about to cry, and Henrietta knew that would only set off Dorothy as well. "Mother, don't you think you had best make sure everything is ready?" "Oh, yes, of course." She hurried out of the room, and Henrietta took the opportunity to hug her sister close. "You do look beautiful, Dotty." "Oh, is my hair all right?" "It is perfect. Everything is perfect. And it is clear you are very much in love with him." "Oh, I am, Hattie. I love him dearly," Dorothy exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement. "Then I am happy for you," Henrietta told her, pulling her close yet again. "And you look happier now too, Hattie." "Yes, perhaps I am," she admitted after a brief pause. "Are things going better at home?" Henrietta couldn't hide a blush and absorbed herself in adjusting the flowers in her sister's hair. "I think perhaps they are," she replied hesitantly. "I'm so happy for you. I do hope you and Lawrence can come to enjoy one another's company, truly." Dorothy seemed so hopeful. Henrietta decided to be a little more honest with her. "I think that may just be possible," she admitted. "Oh, what has changed?" But at that moment their mother returned, and the conversation stopped abruptly. A few last-minute adjustments were made, and then it was time for them all to go. Time for the wedding to begin. The entire ceremony was beautiful, absolutely everything Dotty deserved, and everyone there could see how happy the couple were together. In fact, there were many comments on it, as others witnessed the gentle way they looked at each other throughout the ceremony. In contrast to Henrietta's own wedding day, where she could not even look at Lawrence, Dorothy could not take her eyes off Finlay. The ball was to be held at Finlay's estate, only a short carriage ride away, and Henrietta hurried to get into the carriage, so she could be there as soon as Dorothy walked into her new home. Lawrence seemed a little startled by her eagerness, but was more than happy to oblige her, seeming almost amused. "We must be sure everything is ready," she told him, and he laughed but agreed. "Very well. We shall get there as soon as we can," Lawrence promised, directing Andrew to get moving. In fact, Henrietta could hardly stay in her seat. She was so excited, watching out of the window for the moment they arrived at the estate. As she hoped, everything had been perfectly prepared. The staff had seen to that, seeming to take pride in making everything as beautiful as possible. Flowers covered every surface, and the wedding breakfast was ready to be served as soon as everyone had arrived. "Do not worry, Your Grace," the cook explained. "We have everything ready for Mr. Finlay and Mrs. Dorothy." It seemed to help Henrietta feel a little better at least, and Lawrence was finally able to pull her away to sit at a table and wait for everyone else to arrive. The first dance was for Finlay and Dorothy, but immediately after that, the two separated to meet with the rest of their guests. It was clear they did not like being apart, however. Both were often found looking for each other, subconsciously moving closer together whenever possible. But they performed their duties in both meeting each guest and dancing with several others. "Is it my turn for a dance then, brother?" Finlay laughed at the address, but held out a hand to lead Henrietta onto the dance floor. "The pleasure is mine, sister." Out of the corner of her eye she saw Lawrence hold out his hand to Dorothy, and she accepted with a bright smile. "To what do I owe the pleasure of this dance, Your Grace?" Finlay teased, and she gave him a smile. Yes, he was going to be good for her sister, who loved to laugh more than anything. "My sister may be the elder, but she is most important to me, and it is your job now to watch over her," Henrietta instructed. "I most certainly will, my lady." His tone was teasing, but the look he cast toward Dorothy was full of love and affection. "Your sister is most important to me as well, and it is my honor to watch after her." "I am really glad that is settled," Henrietta replied, pretending to be firm but truly feeling very reassured at his words. "And I know you will be able to care for her wonderfully. She is a gentle soul but a loving one. She adores to laugh and is an avid reader." I've noticed all that," Finlay acknowledged with a nod. "Then you should do quite well and keep her happy as long as she lives." "That I shall certainly aim to do." As the dance ended, he bowed to her and turned to present her to Lawrence, who had just arrived with Dorothy on his arm. "Your wife, Laurie." "And yours," Lawrence responded, presenting Dorothy to Finlay. "I hope she has not been too much trouble," he teased, taking Henrietta's arm. "She has just been instructing me on the proper care of her sister." Dorothy looked between the two and laughed, which only caused Finlay to smile more broadly. "And one of my instructions was to ensure you have plenty about which to laugh." "Oh, that will not be a problem with Finlay," Dorothy assured her sister with a smile. "Shall we dance, my lady?" and allow the newlyweds a moment alone. Lawrence asked her, and she nodded, taking a moment to press her sister's hands and proclaim her absolutely glowing before she allowed Lawrence to take her into the dance. "You look beautiful tonight." It took her a moment before the words sank in, and she looked up at him startled, a blush colouring her cheeks. "Thank you, Your Grace." She attempted a light tone, but the words came out more softly than she had intended. "You look rather handsome yourself." This caused an even deeper blush to rise on his cheeks, but he seemed quite pleased with her response. "What did you and my sister speak of?" His eyes sparkled then, as he shook his head. "I do not know if I should tell you." "Now, I certainly must know. Has she been telling you awful stories about me?" She laughed, though she did wonder what Dorothy might have said. "She did tell me of your temper," Lawrence teased. "My temper? How dare she? And what of it?" "She says you can hand out quite a nasty scolding when wronged," he replied cryptically. "Then you had best not get on my bad side, sir," she teased, and he replied with a smile. "I think I may already have managed it once or twice." "Perhaps," she acknowledged, "but only slightly." The rest of the dance passed in silence, but a comfortable one which neither was willing to break, until the music stopped and Henrietta moved to leave the dance floor. "Wait, just a moment." He suddenly seemed very serious, and she wondered at what it might mean. Things had been going so well between them. Was something the matter she did not know about? "Are you all right, Lawrence?" she asked, concerned, her gaze searching his face for a clue. "I am quite all right, thank you. Much better than all right, in fact. I have something important to say." "Go on, then," she urged, still confused as to what could make him so serious. She did not expect the gentle touch on the side of her face or the words that came from his lips. "I think I am falling in love with you." The very thought made her flush and sent her heart racing. In fact, she was surprised at just how giddy and excited the words made her. So much so, she could not bring herself to speak for many long moments. Long enough that he began to look worried before she very slowly, hesitantly almost, brought her hand to touch his own, still resting on the side of her face. I think I may be falling in love with you as well." The brilliant smile that lit up his face made the deep flush of her skin worthwhile, and when he leaned down to press his lips to hers, she could barely catch her breath. It was a sweet, gentle kiss, but one that took her breath away just the same, and she could only stare at him for several long moments, completely unaware of the fact they were taking up space on the dance floor. "Come, my dear." It was the first time he had ever called her that, and she allowed him to take her arm and lead her from the floor, out of the way of everyone else. The newlyweds were staring at them when they finally looked away from one another, and it caused Henrietta to flush even more until she was certain her skin would be stained bright pink for the rest of her days. She would definitely be hearing about this incident from Dorothy later. But, as the newlyweds were expected to go on a trip following the ball, it would at least be a little longer before she would have to experience the embarrassment over again. Chapter 12. The days passed much more easily and enjoyably now. In fact, though Lawrence still left for the office as early as possible, it was now so he could return in time for supper with Henrietta and, of course, end his day as early as possible as well. Their evening spent together in front of the fire in the library had become one of the best parts of his day. And even the men at his workplace seemed to notice he was happier than before. It was on one of those evenings he had stopped reading to watch her more closely. She stared into the fire, her eyes glazed with the images passing through her mind. The story they had shared had swept her up entirely. She was now far more comfortable and informal when in his company. That evening, for instance, she wore her hair in a long braid that hung down her back instead of being piled on top of her head in elaborate curls, as he had always seen before. Of course, she still put it up whenever she left the house. Her face was flushed with excitement and the warmth of the flames, the flickering light casting her in a glowing orange shadow. "What is the matter?" He had not even noticed she was looking at him, her gaze searching his face for some explanation as to why he had stopped reading. "I am thinking I shall have to make a plan to propose to my own wife," he replied with a smile, and she looked startled before she laughed. "We are already married, Lawrence. There is no need for that." But she flushed slightly and smiled at the thought. "True, but I would choose you again, and I want you to know it." "You are being preposterous, of course." She laughed and turned back to the fire, but he could tell she was pleased. Certainly she was not upset by the thought. "What if we were to take a trip? Finley and Dorothy have gone away. We could go away as well. It shall be our wedding trip." There was a moment of silence, a strange look passing over her face which made him wonder if, perhaps, he had asked too much of her. But then she turned to face him, her gaze intent. "Perhaps I could travel with you to the West Indies." That was a shock. She had mentioned she would like to go, of course, but he had not given it much thought. To take her with him to a land he had never been to, a land of untold dangers. Henrietta. "It could be dangerous there," he replied hesitantly. "Oh, Lawrence, I have always wanted so much to go." Her voice was pleading now, excited, and the excitement was catching. Still he hesitated again. "I am not even sure if I can go or when." There came no reply as she simply watched him and waited. "I worry about you. It is a long voyage by sea, and you have never even sailed on more than the lake." "I can do it, Lawrence, and I wish to. It has always been my dream to travel and the West Indies. I have wanted to see those shores for my entire life." "Then I will look into it, Henrietta," he finally allowed, and received a broad smile from her in response. "Oh, Lawrence, it would be so wonderful." The excitement in her voice made him hope he could achieve her dream for her. "I do not know if it will be possible. I do not want you to be too disappointed if it is not." "Just the possibility of going is enough," she exclaimed, jumping from her seat and pressing a kiss to his cheek. It startled them both, though Henrietta turned a bright red and gave a murmured apology at the familiarity. Still, he found he liked it very much, and why not, as she was already his wife? "Shall we read some more?" he asked, seeking to soothe her embarrassment, and she settled into her chair again, her eyes even brighter now with the hope of her adventure shining there. He could only hope he would be able to give her what she yearned for in the way she had always dreamed. The next morning dawned clear, and once breakfast was finished, he invited her for a walk in their gardens. She was more than happy to accept, taking his arm as they strolled forward in companionable silence. He was loath to interrupt it, enjoying the feel of her on his arm and the way she tugged him this way and that when she saw something to excite her. "How did you come to be the Duke at such a young age?" she asked suddenly, and he glanced down at her in surprise. "My family has held the position as far back as I know. When I was 16, my father became quite ill. It was rather sudden, and it took his strength very quickly. He was not even able to get out of bed." "Oh, that is dreadful." She leaned closer to him, and he could feel sympathy emanating from her. "It was," he acknowledged, sadness tinging his voice. "My mother was dedicated." She would not leave his side for more than a moment. She was more nurse than lady of the manor for those few weeks. But it did no good. He faded quickly. "And your mother?" she asked gently, after he had fallen silent for several moments. "She passed very quickly after father. It seems she caught the illness as well, but she hid it from everyone while he was still alive. Once he had died, she had no more reason to fight." "But what about you?" "I was nearly an adult by then. She told me I would be all right, and she was correct. My uncle came as soon as he heard about my father's illness, but he was a long way off and did not arrive in time to see either of them before they passed," he replied, his eyes glazed slightly with the memory. "You had to experience it all on your own." Her voice was soft, her gaze full of sympathy, and he looked away sharply before it became too much. "Yes, there were the servants, of course. They cared for me well, even though I was not a child in need of such care." "What kind of a man were you then?" she questioned. He laughed then. "Not a very good one," he admitted. "I was not a child in that I needed anyone to take care of my needs. Yet I was a child still in many other ways. I was too caught up in all the balls, the parties and the festivities. I thought it was all for my benefit and I should enjoy the best the world had to offer. I was, after all, to become the Duke one day." There was a small, indulgent smile now, and he gave her a wry one in return. "You were a wild one." There was a hint of teasing and a little admonishment in her voice. "I was. I flirted shamelessly with women far too old for me, and I danced and enjoyed things I should not have, far more than was appropriate. And yet my parents indulged me. They allowed me to do such things. But there were lines I never crossed. Alcohol was not permitted. That was a very firm rule of my mother's, and smoking was the same. I did my fair share of flirting with women, but that was as far as it would ever go. I was no rake leading a woman on with hopes for marriage or elsewise." The small smile that lit her face said she was pleased to hear it, and he was glad it was a stance he had always held. "And when your parents passed?" Her voice was gentle again, and he paused a moment before continuing his story. "It all had to end. I threw myself into the business, with my uncle's help, of course. He knew the ways of the business, and he was more than happy to help me learn. He set his own life aside for many years to help me settle into mine. It allowed me to become the Duke and take over the business my father had left." "And how did you get on?" "Well enough. It took quite some time, though, and quite some patience on his part. He was very good to me." Just how good he could well remember, the days when Lawrence had had enough and very nearly told his uncle to take it all and be done, to let the business fall to ruin. But even on those days, when he was at his worst, his uncle had remained patient. "And you are still close?" "Very much so. He still checks in often. But he knows I can take care of things now." Yes, it had taken quite some time to get to that stage, but now his uncle knew he could be counted on. "Do you regret any of it?" "Taking over the business, the duchy, giving up that old lifestyle? No, I regret none of it. It has brought me to where I am in my life now." He stopped and looked down at her. "However, I do regret being alone for so long, being sad for so long. Now I have met you. I could not imagine anything else. It was only me for so long and Finlay. He was my only friend because I had no time or patience for others." "You did not have any friends?" She sounded appalled at the idea and rather shocked as well. "No true friends. Oh, there were some I believed myself to be close to when I was young. But when my life changed, and I had no time for social events, they all disappeared." "Except for Finlay," she supplied. "Except for Finlay. He stuck with me through it all. He did not mind my short temper when my training was not going well, or the long absences as I learned. He supported me through everything, and I will never forget it. He seems a wonderful man. He will be good for my sister. He will. He is as loyal and honest as they come, Lawrence insisted, and Henrietta smiled at him more broadly. But I still regret those years with just him, especially when I was not the friend he deserved. I am sure he forgives you for that. He would, he agreed. Finlay is not the sort to do otherwise. You are not the sort of man I would have ever expected to marry, Lawrence, she finally told him after a long pause. And why is that? You were so serious and so stern when I first met you. He smiled. But not anymore? No, not anymore. I like having you here, with me. I like the effect you have on me. And what effect is that? You make me feel more calm. I feel like a proper grown woman with you. Now I can be a wife and a proper lady. Her voice was soft but still firm, as though she was still discovering what she felt about herself. In short, a duchess, he corrected, and she laughed. I am not sure I feel quite ready for that. Ah, but you are, he corrected. I feel I can now live my life properly, without my parents looking over my shoulder at every turn. Well, you have definitely changed my life as well, Henrietta. Have I? Her voice sounded happy at the thought, though somewhat uncertain. Her eyes were wide. You have made it more fun and an adventure. You make me a happier person. They walked in silence for quite some time, simply enjoying each other's company. He liked the feel of her at his side, holding his arm and pressed into him for warmth. And she enjoyed the steadiness of his hand on her arm, his gentle affection, and the way he looked at her as they walked. Yes, she was someone he could get used to, this wife of his. Henrietta. Yes? He stopped her a moment, turning her to face him as he spoke. Would you consider, perhaps, our having a true marriage, of moving together to a shared room? She flushed and looked down, but did not object immediately. I do not feel I'm quite ready for that yet. I see. His voice was quiet, but he could not fully hide his disappointment. Oh, I will be, Lawrence. I will. I just feel that She rushed on, managing a quick look up at him with flushed cheeks and wide eyes. It is enough that you will consider it, Henrietta. That is all I ask. And I will. I have. He smiled down at her and brought her close for a hug. I will not press you. And I love you, no matter what you decide. Her smile was well worth the difficulty of the nature of the conversation, and when he leaned down to kiss her, she did not turn away. Yes, he was definitely glad he had been in the right place at the right time for once in his life, that he had happened across Henrietta that day in the park. Chapter 13. Yet another storm was raging, though this one brought snow and ice that made the roads impassable by carriage or on horseback. But for Henrietta and Lawrence, it was comfortable inside the Ashbury house, with a roaring fire in the hearth and themselves for company. Even after a few days of the poor weather, they had not grown weary of playing cards in the parlour or reading together in the library. In fact, it was a welcome diversion from their everyday routine. Your Grace? They looked up from their game to see James standing in the doorway of the parlour. Yes, James? There is a woman at the door who insists on seeing you immediately. Show her in, Lawrence instructed, looking to Henrietta with surprise, and bring some tea. Whoever it is, they will no doubt need it after the bitter cold outside, Henrietta added. Yes, Your Grace, James replied, turning back toward the door. Who could possibly have ventured out in this weather? What could they so desperately need to see you about? Henrietta asked, touching her hands to her hair and smoothing her dress. I have no idea. Though when James led the woman into the room, Lawrence did seem to recognise her, rising to his feet quickly. Henrietta did the same when she saw the poor woman in soaked clothes, her hair plastered to her skin, shivering and shaking as the snow dripped off her. It was clear she had been stuck out in the storm and had gotten the worst of it. She was like to become ill at any moment. I have come back for you, the woman proclaimed loudly, moving unsteadily toward Lawrence, who reached out his hands as if to prevent her from falling. Who is this? Henrietta asked, startled. He was about to answer, but the woman suddenly stumbled and collapsed to the floor, just out of reach of his outstretched hands. Arabella? James? Send for Clara and get some warm towels and blankets. I will take her to the West Wing and we'll need to get a fire going, Lawrence ordered. And I hate to do it, but send Andrew out for the doctor. It is dreadful to go in this weather, but there is nothing else to be done. It is necessary. Of course, Your Grace. James hurried off, and Lawrence swept the woman named Arabella, apparently, into his arms. Henrietta, could you help Clara? Of course. She hurried off to find the maid. She and Clara quickly gathered towels, dry clothes, and extra blankets, and joined Lawrence almost immediately in the room where he had taken the woman. The two shooed him out, and quickly set about stripping off the insensible woman's wet clothes and getting her into dry ones, then tucking her into the bed. You shall stay in here with her. Do not leave this room, Clara. Of course, my lady. If you should need anything, simply ring the bell. We shall bring it to you. Yes, my lady. With another glance at the very still and very pale woman in the bed, Henrietta left the room, heading toward the parlour. Lawrence was waiting there, standing beside the fire, and she steeled herself to discover what was going on, and the identity of this strange woman who clearly felt she could simply arrive as if out of nowhere. Lawrence? Henrietta, is she all right? He seemed quite concerned, and she gave a short nod. Yes, she is all right for now. Only time will tell for sure. Clara is there with her and will make sure she is looked after properly until the doctor arrives. Good. That is good. Who is she, Lawrence? Her name is Arabella Marks. She is a young woman I knew many years ago. But why is she here now? Henrietta's voice was firm and insistent. I do not know. We knew each other years ago. She was once quite keen to be my wife, but she married another, Lawrence replied, his face giving away his confusion. Did you court her? No, he shook his head. Did you love her? The words were hard to even say, but she had to know. The jealousy flaring in her would not allow her to simply walk away and not know. No, he answered firmly, and she could see in his eyes he was being honest. She felt relieved immediately. This woman, whatever she may have come here for, would not steal Lawrence. Still, the words this Arabella had said just before she collapsed rang in her ears. I came back for you. What could that mean? Lawrence said he had not courted her, had not loved her. So why should she say she had come back for him? Shall we continue with our game? She asked, though her mind was still spinning with thoughts of what had happened and what the woman's sudden arrival might mean for them. He hesitated a moment, but then nodded, sitting in the chair he had vacated so quickly. At least they could banish Arabella from their heads for a short while. Though she was not sure just how long that would last. The woman was, after all, in a bedroom upstairs, and seemed quite unwell. How could she not be after travelling who knew what distance in this dreadful storm? They were halfway through the game when James returned with the doctor. The man carried his bag but looked quite soaked through himself. I am sorry to call you out in this weather, Doctor, but we had a visitor arrive quite unexpectedly, and we are concerned for her. Ah, it is no trouble, Your Grace. If you could take a look at her, and then I will have cook prepare you something warm to eat. I thank you, Your Grace. Right this way, Doctor. Henrietta showed him to the room where they had left Arabella. Henrietta allowed the doctor to enter and waited in the hall until he had finished his examination. By then Lawrence had returned as well, and told them cook was making a light hot meal to help the doctor prepare for the trip home. She may yet develop a fever after being soaked quite through. She says she was several days on the road to get here. She was still quite chilled, even with the blankets and soup you have provided. I advise keeping the fire burning in her room and keep her wrapped in warm blankets, eating light but nourishing foods until I can better judge her condition. Within a couple of days, we should know for certain. Is there no way to tell now, Doctor? Shall she need a tonic to help her? Henrietta asked, anxious to do something for the poor woman. No matter what her reason for coming, she must be made well, and soon. I have left something for her when she wakes again. It should help to stave off illness or ease her time should one develop. There is no guarantee she will not, I'm afraid. Thank you, Doctor. If you would come this way, cook will be ready for you soon. I do thank you for the hot meal. It is the least we could do after bringing you out in this storm. They gave him a seat closest to the fire with his supper on a tray, and afterwards invited him into the parlour for tea and a little more time in front of the fire before he began his journey home. Henrietta fell quiet while Lawrence talked to the doctor, trying not to focus on the thoughts entering her head about the strange woman upstairs. She did not know why she was here, but she did trust what Lawrence had said. If he said he had never loved this strange woman, then she believed him. Even still, the thoughts kept nagging at her, and she noticed Lawrence giving her a rather strange look, even as he carried on discussing the matter with the doctor. The soup was wonderful, Your Grace, thank you. Now, I believe I should check in on my patient before heading home. My wife will be wondering if I have stopped off for a drink. The men laughed, and Henrietta managed a smile, nodding her head to the doctor as he left the room. Your Grace, I do thank you for the excellent food and the pleasant company. The pleasure is mine, Doctor, and thank you for coming out in this awful weather to care for our guest, Lawrence replied. The doctor nodded in her direction and followed Lawrence out of the room. Yes, perhaps she was being foolish. Lawrence had said there was nothing to be concerned about, and she did not even know Arabella. Why should she trust a strange woman over her own husband? Granted, she did not know Lawrence all that well either, but had they not spent a wonderful few weeks together? Things between them had been going so well. She had gotten to know him much better and felt far more comfortable in his company. Yes. She would put those thoughts aside and move on. Arabella would soon be well enough to travel, the storm would end, and they could get on with their lives. Whatever her reasons for coming here, surely they would be cleared up soon, and Arabella would realise she must return home. Chapter 14. Arabella. The next morning was still rather dark and gloomy, and it took Arabella a moment to remember just where she was. The young maid, Clara she thought her name was, had stayed with her until she sent her to bring back breakfast. At least now she had a moment to be pleased with herself. Everything was going well. It had been quite cold and wet outside, and she really had been uncomfortable when she had arrived last night. The fainting spell had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had played out perfectly, however, with Lawrence scooping her up into his arms and carrying her off, and his little wife left to care for her. She laughed quietly at the thought. Things had looked quite cosy between them, judging by the glimpse she had gotten of the room before her faint. So, perhaps Amelia had not been quite up to date on her gossip. But no matter. She would soon get to the bottom of what was going on and who this woman really was. And whether she was good enough for Lawrence. The best way to do it would be to continue pretending to be sick. Had not the doctor said she might well fall ill from being out in that awful storm? Well, she would take advantage of that and extend her stay at least until Christmas. Yes, a couple of weeks in this house would give her all the time she needed to accomplish her mission. A knock sounded at the door, and she curled back into the blankets, arranging herself to look as pitiful as she could before answering with a pathetic croak. Come in. Hello. We have not had a chance to meet properly, but I wanted to check on you. This would be the wife, then. A closer look revealed she was quite pretty, and young as well. She mostly looked her station, though she did not seem quite as confident as a duchess should. Oh, yes. You are Miss Henrietta, are you not? She purposely used the incorrect title for the young woman standing before her. I do thank you for taking me in and arranging this lovely room for me. She managed to croak out, and Henrietta gave her a gentle smile. It is Lady Ashbury, actually, and I am glad you are comfortable. Lady Ashbury? Lawrence is married? Arabella pulled off a startled voice quite well, even interspersing it with a cough that sounded very realistic. Henrietta hurried to get a cup of water and brought it to her, helping her sit up to take a drink. Yes. We were married several months ago. I understand you and he knew each other once. Oh, yes. We knew each other quite well. She let her eyes glaze over, as if captivated by some romantic memory. I am surprised Lawrence has married at all. Our separation hurt him quite badly. Whatever do you mean? Henrietta asked sharply, and Arabella was pleased to note her startled tone. Well, we were very much in love, and I made a choice which still haunts me to this day. She looked away as though ashamed and added a coughing fit to top it off. I chose to marry a richer man instead of staying with my Lawrence. Yes, Henrietta was looking even more startled now and rather uncertain to boot. There was a suitor richer than a duke. There was doubt in her voice, but Arabella nodded firmly. Oh yes, my Philip was quite wealthy, and I chose to walk away from my love to marry him. Oh, but I have regretted it ever since. Another coughing fit did well here, and Henrietta hurried to refill her water glass. Arabella was enjoying having fun at the expense of this chit of a girl. I have always loved Lawrence, so when my husband passed, I thought at long last we could be together. Arabella took another drink of the water, as if she needed to rest her throat and compose her thoughts. I am so sorry. I did not realize he had married. With a properly chastised look, she glanced to the ground, pleased with her telling. It is a tragic tale, Henrietta acknowledged. Oh, it is. She made her voice sound as wretched as she could. Unfortunately, Lawrence is married now, as you say, Henrietta stated, her voice firm. Arabella simply nodded and sniffed, following it up with a few more coughs. Oh, I know, I cannot believe it. I am sure he cares for you, dear. But he was so wretched when I went off and married someone else. It is strange. Lawrence and I spoke of you last night once you had been settled in, and while we waited for the doctor. He said there was no romantic relationship between you. There was an indecipherable element to Henrietta's voice, and Arabella was not sure what it was. Well, of course a gentleman would not wish to say such things to his wife. And with all Lawrence and I had shared, it is no wonder he would want to keep such things quiet. The impropriety of it all, after all. There was a moment of silence before Henrietta spoke up again. I believe perhaps the storm has caught up with you. It is causing you to speak nonsense. Yes, Henrietta was definitely bothered by what Arabella had to say. She was trying to brush it away as falsehood, but now she did not quite know what to believe. That much was clear to Arabella. You may believe what you wish, and if it were my husband, I would likely wish to do the same, but I should still want to know the truth. And that is what I am sharing with you. The truth. She gave Henrietta a pitying look. No wife wants to believe her husband is in love with another woman after all. Henrietta simply stared at her a moment before turning towards the door. I suppose not, she agreed, but her tone did not sound as if she believed Arabella, at least not entirely. Still, she gave her a small smile as she moved towards the door. I will send Clara back in. I asked her to wait outside while we spoke. I believe she has brought your breakfast. Oh, that would be lovely. Arabella managed to sound somewhat pleased, but kept her voice deliberately soft, as though her throat had been damaged by the storm. I will come to check on you again later. Do let us know if you need anything at all. For a moment the girl sounded every bit the caring hostess, but there was that look in her eyes even still. Oh, thank you so much. And do tell Lawrence to come and see me as well, would you? Henrietta gave her a strange look again, but did not say anything. Instead, she hurried out, leaving Arabella smirking with satisfaction. Yes, the girl was pretty enough to turn even a duke's head for a moment, and with the rumours swirling about, He had likely done what he thought was proper. But she could not believe he loved such a naive young girl, and a baron's daughter to boot. It would not take much to plant more doubt in her head. After all, the seeds were already there. No matter how vehemently she had protested, something Arabella had said had gotten through, judging by the look on her face when she had left the room. If she played her hand cunningly, the Duke could well be hers by the new year. Chapter 15. Something was wrong. Just a few short days ago, he and Henrietta had been talking about a trip to the West Indies. They had been reading and playing cards by the fire. They had been taking strolls in the gardens and spending all their time together. Now she refused to speak to him unless absolutely necessary. She had taken to spending a great deal of time in her own rooms and sending him away if he called on her. And even her maid did not seem to know what the matter was. In fact, everyone seemed surprised by Henrietta's sudden strange mood. Though none of the servants would speak of it, he knew they had noticed, and it was definitely starting to affect them as well. They had lost some of their usual air of excitement during the days. But when he tried to ask Henrietta about it, she behaved as if nothing was amiss. He could barely get her to respond to him at all, and when she did, it was to say he was imagining things. Only Arabella seemed wholly unbothered by Henrietta's change of mood. Not that she had truly known his wife's moods before. He knocked at the door of their guest's chamber, and Clara quickly opened it, curtsying as soon as she saw him. "Your Grace, Mrs. Arabella is resting." "I am well enough for a visit, Clara," a voice called, and Clara immediately stepped back, allowing him to enter. "Lawrence, it is so good to see you again." "I'm sorry it is in such a situation," he replied. "I'm feeling better. It is only that I feel so weak." She attempted to sit, and he gestured for her to stop. "Do not strain yourself. I am sorry you are still feeling ill." She did not look well, and he worried she might not be getting better at all. When she started violently coughing, he worried even more. Clara immediately fetched her a glass of water and helped her to drink it. "I shall let you rest a while longer." "Oh, do not go so soon," she protested, but it was clear she was not feeling well. "I will return later," he promised, and she finally accepted it, reaching out to touch his hand before he left the room. Unfortunately, it looked as if Arabella would have to stay with them through the Christmas holidays, and somehow he knew that was not going to help matters between himself and Henrietta. Still, there was nothing to be done about it, and he sighed as he walked down the hallway. The doctor had come back to see Arabella once the storm had ended and had said she was likely to need more rest to recover fully. Unfortunately, that was not seeming to work as quickly as he had hoped. Clara said the patient seemed to be doing better, but also that she was still quite weak whenever they moved her from her bed to a chair in the room. She slept most of the day and only ate small amounts of the food they brought to her. It did not sound as though she was regaining her strength as quickly as she should, and it definitely meant she could not be sent to her own home any time soon. For now, he would have to find a way to tell Henrietta their immediate plans were going to have to change, and that meant finding her. After all, she was studiously avoiding him, no matter how much she tried to say otherwise. "James, have you seen Lady Ashbury?" "I believe her Grace was heading to the library," he replied. "Would you like me to fetch her?" "No, thank you. I will go to her." James bowed and continued down the hall. Lawrence himself hurried off toward the room before she could finish what she was doing and disappear again. Luckily, that proved easier than he had thought, as she was coming out of the library as he approached. She would not be able to get past him. "Henrietta?" "Yes." She stopped to speak with him, but looked as if she would rather not. "I believe we are going to have to extend Arabella an invitation for Christmas." "Oh." He could not decipher the look on her face, but something about it did not seem to bode well. Still, he brushed her look off and rushed on instead. "It is only a short time until the holidays, and apparently she is still not much better than when she arrived. There is no possibility of sending her away, I'm afraid." "Of course," she agreed, but her voice did not sound as if she was happy with the arrangement. "I am sorry. I had hoped we would be able to spend the holidays alone, just the two of us. But perhaps she will be feeling a little better by then, and we will be able to enjoy the holidays all together." He tried to make the situation sound more positive, even though he did not truly feel it either. "I see. Of course, we must do what is right." Her voice unnerved him slightly, but he was not sure why exactly. "If that is all, Your Grace, I have things I must attend to." There was that strange formality again. He had thought they were past that. "Henrietta, what is the matter?" "I do not know what you mean," she replied, still looking anywhere but at him, her voice calm but distant. "We never spend time together anymore." It was difficult not to sound as though he was complaining, but it could not be helped. Still, she did not seem even to notice. "There are things I must take care of," she replied. "If there is something that needs to be done, we can have one of the staff attend to it. Why do we not go and sit together in the parlour?" he asked. "I cannot, Your Grace, but perhaps Arabella could be made comfortable enough to sit with you." His brow furrowed in confusion. "Arabella?" "Yes. You should like very much to spend more time with her. Would you not?" There was that strange tone to her voice again, and he knew something was definitely wrong. Had Arabella said something to upset Henrietta? The servants had not told him of it, and if she had, then why would Henrietta not tell him? "You are the one I wish to spend time with," he insisted. "Then perhaps you should have considered that before you decided to invite her to stay for the holidays." "We have no choice, Henrietta. She is too ill to travel, and it would not be right for us to enjoy our own festivities and not invite her to join in." His tone was slightly exasperated now, though he attempted to temper it. "I should have known you would want her to spend the holidays with you," Henrietta retorted sharply. "With us, Henrietta," he corrected. "If you want her to be here with you for Christmas, then you obviously do not need me." Her voice was agitated now and growing more so by the moment. "Of course, I want you to be here." But she was not listening any longer. "Why should you need me at all when you have her? Clearly that is what you truly want, and so I shall take care of the problem for you." With that, she ran to her own room, locking herself inside before he could get to her. It had been quite some time since he had run through the halls, but he found himself doing so now in attempting to follow her. But the door was locked by the time he had reached it. "Henrietta. Please, Henrietta, speak to me. Please come out." But she would not listen, and she certainly was not coming back out. Still, he tried to convince her to come back, speaking to her through the door and explaining that, of course, he wanted her with him. He tried to cajole and persuade her in any way he could think of, but still she would not let him into the room. "Henrietta, I wish you would come out. I do not want you to go anywhere. I want you to be here with me." But there was no response from the other side, and he finally had to admit defeat. "I will be in my study, Henrietta. Please come and talk to me." It had been several hours since then, and nothing had changed. There was complete silence on the other side of her chamber door. He could not even tell what she might be doing in the room. He only hoped she was not ill. And so he went to find Charlotte. "Check on Lady Ashbury, please. Make sure she is all right." "Of course, Your Grace," she agreed with a curtsy, and he reluctantly made his way to his study. There were things he should attend to even if he did not want to. He thought longingly of the days he and Henrietta had spent together, days when he may not have attended to all the duties that he should have, but when he had been able to enjoy himself so much more. This year was supposed to have been entirely different. When they had first married, he had never even considered what the holiday season would be like for the two of them. But recently, he had begun to make plans. Most years, Christmas had meant only him, Finlay, and Finlay's mother, and of course a few of the staff who stayed on through the holidays. This year he had hoped it would be only himself and Henrietta, as Finlay had taken his mother and Dorothy to visit his brother in Scotland. Things had been going so well between Henrietta and himself he had hoped Christmas would be a time of special celebration for them. But something had gone wrong, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not figure out what it was. It was also clear Henrietta was not going to tell him what had changed, or why she should suddenly display such a serious dislike for Arabella. She had believed him when he told her that there was nothing between the two of them. And yet, now something was different. And all he could do was try to ignore it, since she would not allow him to speak to her at all, let alone about Arabella. "James?" He rang for the servant and was rewarded with his prompt appearance. "Yes, Your Grace." "Fetch Charlotte for me, would you?" "Yes, Your Grace." James left to do so, and in only a few moments Charlotte was standing before him. The young woman looked startled and more than a little nervous to be standing in his study, and he realized he had never had cause to call her in there before. The sight of James standing just inside the door did not seem to ease her mind either. If anything, she seemed even more frightened. "Your Grace." She curtsied before him and kept her eyes on the carpet. In fact, she seemed to be trembling, and he wondered if she thought she was about to be dismissed. "You are not in trouble, Charlotte," he began, and saw her entire body relax slightly, though that only added to the confusion on her face. "Did you check on Lady Ashbury?" "Yes, Your Grace." "And is she well?" "She is, Your Grace." At this line of questioning, she seemed more at ease, and he struggled to think of the right questions to ask. Is she upset?" "Yes, Your Grace. Though she will not tell me why," Charlotte admitted. "But she is not ill." "No, Your Grace, she is not ill." He paused a moment and then nodded. "Thank you, Charlotte. You may go. Please let me know if Lady Ashbury needs anything at all." "I will, Your Grace." With that, James showed her out of the study, which seemed to relieve her a great deal. "Is there anything else, Your Grace?" "No, James. That will be all." With a stiff bow, James let himself out and closed the door. At least Lawrence could be assured Henrietta was not ill, though she was clearly upset. Still, he found himself loath to ask Charlotte to spy for him. His wife should feel comfortable speaking with her servants, without fear of them running to him to report everything she did and said, which meant he must try to find out what was wrong on his own. Chapter 16. She could hear him outside the door, sometimes talking and pleading, sometimes just pacing back and forth. At one point she had heard him talking to one of the maids who happened by, but she would not open the door. She could not. All she could do was sit in the chair beside her bed, the one where she usually sat when Charlotte put up her hair, and stare at the wall. By the time he finally left, telling her he would be in his study, she had memorized every facet of the swirls on the wallpaper and the grains in the wood. "My lady?" Charlotte's soft voice was a relief after listening to Lawrence for so long. After feeling the awful ache in her chest at hearing him practically begging to know what was wrong and not being able to speak. "Might I come in?" She slowly rose from the chair, her legs nearly giving out after sitting still for so long. But Charlotte was alone, so when Henrietta opened the door to allow her in, she was able to release the breath she did not know she had been holding. "Are you all right, my lady? Is there something I can get you?" Charlotte seemed highly concerned and sought to calm her. "Not just yet, Charlotte. I should like some dinner brought to my room in a while, but not just now." "Of course. Are you sure you are quite well, my lady?" Charlotte seemed even more nervous, her gaze searching, and Henrietta managed a slight smile she did not feel. Yes, I am all right." But she could tell Charlotte did not believe her. The searching gaze the girl cast her direction said she knew something was the matter, but she also knew better than to attempt to pry. All you need do is ring for me, my lady. I will tell cook to prepare dinner to be brought to your room. Thank you, Charlotte. She left the door unlocked this time, certain that Lawrence would never try to burst into her rooms, and sank onto the bed. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew the things she was thinking were ridiculous. She trusted Lawrence, trusted what he had said about himself and Arabella. If he said they had not had a romantic connection, that he did not love her, then he must be telling the truth. But then what reason would Arabella have to lie? Why would she say things so different from his version? Why would she say such awful things at all? All Henrietta could do was sigh and sink back into her chair. She was reminded of the stories Lawrence had told her about when he was younger, before his father had passed. He had admitted that he had flirted with women, but he had been only 16. Could he have met Arabella then? Or could Arabella have misconstrued his attentions toward her as something more serious than they were? If only she could talk to Dorothy, but she and Finlay had gone off to Scotland, and her sister had been very excited about her first trip so far away. They would not be back for weeks. With a sigh, she moved to the desk and pulled out a piece of stationery. But what to write, and how to write it? Dear Dotty, we have had a visitor at the manor. She is an old friend of Lawrence and says there used to be much more. But Lawrence claims there was never anything between them. I am so confused, Dotty. I do not know what to believe. She set the pen down and sighed again. No, that was no good. And what if it was all a lie? Perhaps Lawrence was the one telling the truth, and if she told Dorothy what Arabella had said, it would change everything. She pulled out a new piece of paper. Dear Dotty, it is difficult to explain what has happened since you left. An old friend of Lawrence's has arrived at the manor, and she has fallen quite ill. In fact, she will need to stay with us for quite some time. But that is not the difficult part. This woman says she and Lawrence used to be very close, that they were very nearly wed. Yet Lawrence says they were never any such thing. I am not sure whom to believe, Dotty. She stopped writing again. No, it still was not right. Perhaps she should just wait. Maybe things would get better on their own. Or Arabella would get well and return home, and Henrietta would never have to speak to Dorothy about it. My lady. The door opened slowly, and it was Charlotte bearing a tray with dinner. Henrietta had not even realized so much time had passed. But she was hungry, and so she directed Charlotte to set the tray down and dug into the food heartily. Yes, it had been a long time since breakfast. Is there anything else, my lady? No, thank you, Charlotte. You may go. As she ate, she wondered about all the things Arabella had told her, how she and Lawrence had been very much in love, that Henrietta doubted greatly. Lawrence had seemed so firm when he had stated that he had not loved the woman. But what of the other things she had said? What about the things she had implied about their past relationship? Could Lawrence have been engaged in an inappropriate relationship with her, with a woman outside of wedlock? Even worse, with a woman married to someone else? In her heart she was certain he could not. But then she would remember the look Arabella had given her, that pitying look, which said she was too naive, and Henrietta would wonder all over again. Finally she had to give up. It was only causing her head to ache, and her heart, if she were being completely honest with herself. Perhaps she should go and confront Arabella and make her explain what she meant by everything she had said. But no sooner had she decided to do so than she realized she never could. What if Arabella confirmed the worst things she was thinking? And even if she could not confirm it, would that allow her to forget? She did not think so. As soon as it was acceptable, she rang for Charlotte to help her get ready for bed. Perhaps a good night's sleep would help, though that had certainly not been the case over the last week. When she woke the next morning, it was to a bright sky and sun streaming through her window. Charlotte was ready to help her prepare for another day, and for a few moments Henrietta felt blissfully happy. But then she remembered her fight with Lawrence about Arabella. "Is Lord Ashbury here?" she managed to get out, trying to feign indifference. "No, my lady. His Grace left for the office this morning. Would you like me to have breakfast brought up?" "No, thank you, Charlotte. I will go downstairs shortly." Charlotte curtsied and left the room. Henrietta was left to sit and think for a while. How long was she expected to go on like this? Arabella would be here for at least a few more weeks, but even after she had gone, would it mean things would get better by themselves? Would she ever be able to forget everything that wretched woman had told her? Finally, she gave up trying to think about anything at all and headed out of the room. She was hungry, and perhaps, if she had something to eat, she might feel better. For a moment, she stopped outside the room Arabella still occupied. She debated yet again whether she should go in and confront the woman, but what would she say? And if Arabella were not some sort of villain but simply a misguided woman, then how would she feel about it? What if it were Lawrence who was the villain? The one who had, intentionally or not, led a young woman to believe he cared for her when he did not. She sighed and turned away from the door. No, there was nothing she could learn from Arabella that would help soothe her thoughts, though at this point she did not know what might. When she did make her way down to the kitchen, she took a few moments to sit at the small table where cook likely prepared the meals and ate her own. What was she going to do? And how could she make things better? "Oh, my lady, I did not know you were here." Cook seemed startled, but not overly bothered to see her mistress appear in the kitchen. Instead, she immediately bustled about, preparing a simple breakfast for her. "You must be hungry. I will put something together for you." "Thank you." She allowed herself to be absorbed in her thoughts again, while Cook moved around the kitchen preparing the food.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favor. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
"Are you quite all right, my lady?" Henrietta hesitated a moment, looking up at the kind, matronly woman before her. This woman likely knew more about this house than anyone, more about Lawrence than anyone. Do you think the Duke is happy?" The woman practically beamed at her. "Oh yes, dear. I have known His Grace since he was a baby, practically since the day his mother had him." She looked as if she was reminiscing about that day for a moment, falling silent. "I've never seen him so happy in all his life." "Really?" Henrietta asked, hopeful but trying to temper her reaction. "Oh, he was a happy enough child, to be sure, and a bit of a rapscallion as an older boy and into his adolescent years. But ever since he was forced to grow up, since he lost his parents at such a young age, he has never smiled so much as he has since he brought you home." Henrietta frowned slightly at that, glancing down at the cup of tea Cook had set in front of her and taking a sip. Could it be true? Was he really happier now she was there? And what if he was? Would he be just as happy if it were Arabella? Or even happier still? What about Mrs. Arabella? She couldn't look up as she asked it, staring straight across the room as she sipped her tea. But she didn't need to look up to hear the disapproval in Cook's voice. "Oh, that witch! Begging your pardon, my lady, we will all be much happier when she is gone." "Oh!" She glanced up sharply, trying to hide a small smile, pleased to hear the servants did not like Arabella either. "Yes, my lady. She acts nicely enough, but she has a bad streak in her." "Do you recall when Lawrence and she were friends?" "Friends?" Cook scoffed. "I do not know that I would call it that. She was always a pretty thing, but wily. She was determined to have Lawrence for herself, and she pursued him relentlessly." "And what of Lawrence?" She did not want to ask the question, but it needed to be asked. She needed to know. "Oh, he is a gentleman through and through." And he was a gentleman to her, though she deserved a much firmer hand. He tried to accommodate her. He did escort her to a few parties, But the more that girl threw herself at him, the more he tried to retreat. And yet she would not stop. She pursued him? Oh, definitely. And then when she married that other man, I think he was relieved. I know the rest of us were. We thought she might manage to trick him into making her an offer. She schemed so. "So you are glad he did not marry Arabella," she stated hesitantly. "Oh, most glad, my lady. Lawrence deserved much better than her. And then he found you, and we are all so very happy to serve you as the lady of the manor." Cook left her alone then, aside from bringing over a plate with some breakfast on it. It gave Henrietta time to think about everything she had discovered. Perhaps Arabella was spinning tales. Whether she was doing it out of spite or because she had genuinely convinced herself Lawrence loved her was irrelevant. What mattered was how Lawrence felt. And Lawrence had stated unequivocally that he did not love Arabella. Soon she had almost convinced herself it was all much ado about nothing. She had overreacted, and quite dramatically if she was honest. She must speak to Lawrence. Yes, that was what she would do. She finished off her tea, thanked Cook, and headed back to her rooms. When Lawrence arrived home that night, she would meet with him, and they would discuss the whole matter. Surely he could clear everything up for her, and she would have no reason to worry any longer. Things could go back to the way they had been, though she still could not wait for Arabella to be well enough to leave their home. Chapter 17. James was there as soon as he walked through the door to take his coat and notify him of what had happened at the house while he was away. But he did not care about any of the usual news. "Where is Henrietta?" "Lady Ashbury is out, my lord. I believe she has gone visiting." "I see." He was disappointed because he had hoped to finally have a chance to talk to her, but at least she was out of her room. A quick check with Charlotte and Cook told him his wife had seemed in better spirits, and she had ventured out after breakfast. But no one seemed to know when to expect her back. He was about to head to the study to continue working when he noticed Arabella sitting in the parlour. She was alone, but seemed to be doing well enough sitting beside the fire. "Arabella?" "Oh, Lawrence, you are home. Do come and sit with me." He found a chair near her somewhat reclined position on the sofa and took a moment to glance over her. She did seem better. There was a little more colour in her cheeks, though that was likely partially from the heat of the fire. And though she was bundled in a blanket, she did not seem to be shivering. "Are you feeling better now?" "Oh yes, very much so. I do not quite have all my strength back, but I finally feel I can get around well enough. Your servants have been wonderful. Clara helped me to get settled here." "Good. I am glad they are taking care of you." He tried to pay attention to her, but he felt distracted, glancing over his shoulder for signs of Henrietta's return. "Is all well with you, Lawrence?" "Yes, I'm doing quite well," he responded absent-mindedly. "Are you sure? Come now, Lawrence. We are old friends. You do not need to put on appearances for my sake." He hesitated, but decided it would be good to talk with someone, and they had known each other quite a while. It would be better to talk with Finlay, but that could not be helped. He would not return until after Christmas, and Lawrence hoped to have resolved the matter long before a letter could reach Finlay in Scotland. "I am not sure that would be appropriate," he replied at first. "Oh, nonsense. We have known one another a long time. I care very much about you, Lawrence. I want you to be happy. And you seem so melancholy now." He was quite distracted, true, but he had not thought he appeared melancholy, though he recalled Arabella's flair for the dramatic in the past. "I am concerned about Henrietta," he admitted reluctantly. "Oh dear. Is something the matter?" Again he hesitated, but chose to continue at Arabella's urging. "She has been acting strangely. She has been very quiet lately, and she seems upset about something." "Is she ill?" Arabella asked, seeming concerned. "No, she is not ill, but something is definitely bothering her." "Well, unfortunately young women are prone to fits such as these," she replied knowingly. "I do not think that is it. Henrietta has never been like this before. But you have only been married a short while, she reminded him. My dear Philip had to put up with many of my moods when we were first married, and he did a good job of it. Eventually I outgrew such childish things, but unfortunately I lost him not long after. I have never properly told you how sorry I am for your loss, Lawrence replied, and she gave him a sad smile back. Oh, I know you are, Lawrence, and so am I, but I must go on with life. Philip would not have wanted me to mourn forever. She glanced at the fire with a sad look, and then turned back to him. We had some good times together, however, and that is why I wish you so much happiness. Thank you. I just wish I knew why Henrietta is so upset. I'm sure it is nothing. She's not even 20 yet. That is quite young to be wed. He had to admit it was true. Why, if it had not been for the loss of his parents, he would not have been even sensible enough to run his own house, let alone be married at such an age. Not that it would have been considered that young for a man to marry at only 20 years of age. Perhaps that is true, he acknowledged. I am sure things will get better for the two of you. I do hope so. Thank you. He stared into the fire for a moment, still distracted. Do not worry, Lawrence. I'm sure things will be much better soon. She leaned forward to set a hand on his arm with a reassuring look. He wished he could feel as certain as she seemed to, but there was something very wrong about the entire situation. He needed to speak with Henrietta to find out what was the matter, and he was determined to do so as soon as she returned home. Your Grace, my lady has returned, Charlotte announced, walking into the room. He took a deep breath and stood. Please, excuse me, Arabella. Of course, Lawrence, she replied with a nod of her head. He bowed and turned toward the door. Be patient with her, Lawrence. She is still quite young. Thank you for listening, Arabella. I am always ready to listen to you, Lawrence. I hope you know that. He gave her a small smile and a slight bow before following Charlotte out of the room. Where is she now, Charlotte? She went up to her rooms, Your Grace. She said to tell you she will be in her parlour. She wanted to speak to him then. That was a good sign, at least. It meant she was not going to ignore him forever, and perhaps he could find out why she was so upset. Thank you, Charlotte. I will go up myself. She curtsied and left him, as he went upstairs and strode toward Henrietta's rooms. Yes, this would need to be handled carefully. He did not want Henrietta to become upset again and change her mind about speaking to him. But he needed to know what was wrong. He wondered if Arabella could be right. His wife was quite young, and their marriage had been quite sudden, not to mention all the things Henrietta had given up for it. She had mentioned how upset she was about that at first. Perhaps that was part of what was upsetting her. But something about the idea felt wrong, and he was sure there must be more to it. Henrietta did have some flights of fancy about her dreams and her travels, but he did not think it was in her nature to be flighty about their relationship. Still, he had to steel himself slightly as he stood outside her door, knowing there was no telling what was going to greet him on the other side. She could be preparing to tell him absolutely anything, and he must be ready for it. He must get to the bottom of things once and for all. Chapter 18. She was not completely sure about the meeting, but she braced herself for it. She was going to talk to him. They were going to have it out, or perhaps not. Perhaps she would just let it go. Perhaps she should simply apologize and pretend it had never happened. Then again, was she truly ready for this meeting? She might wait and talk to him later, but it was too late now. She had already told Charlotte to tell Lawrence she was here, that she was waiting for him. And that was why she was now pacing nervously back and forth across her parlour. What was she going to say? How could she apologize for the things she had been thinking, the way she had been behaving? She had acted just like the child her father had always accused her of being. With a sigh, She sank onto a chair, putting her head in her hands. What was she going to do? How could she tell him what she had believed about him, what she had let that woman convince her of? How could she admit she had doubted him? Before she had a chance to lose her nerve, she heard a soft knock, and the door opened slowly. No time to change her mind now. There was no time to do anything but try to compose herself before he was striding into the room. "Henrietta, please tell me what is wrong. What have I done to upset you?" he pleaded, clearly distressed. She sighed, her resolve fading at his impassioned demeanour. "Oh no, Lawrence. It is I who must apologise to you. I have been silly, and I have acted foolishly." "Are you sure everything is all right?" he asked, plainly still worried. "I am. I went for a walk to clear my head." "But now you feel well?" He still looked concerned, and it only made her feel worse. He was so sweet and attentive to her, and she had thought such terrible things about him. Yes, I feel well. But I feel silly, Lawrence. I know I have been behaving irrationally lately, and all I can do is ask you to forgive me." She could see the relief on his face, but still much confusion, as he leaned towards her. He reached for her hands, but she could not yet allow him to hold them. She needed another moment to collect herself. "Henrietta." He seemed disappointed she had pulled away, but she could not face him, standing instead and walking to the fireplace. I cannot explain it. I am sorry. That is all I can say." "Please tell me what happened. What have I done to offend you so?" She turned back towards him then with a pleading look. "I cannot explain it, Lawrence. Please, do not ask me to." He hesitated, but then reached for her again. "I will not ask you. But promise me, please, that things will return to normal between us now," he pleaded. Yes, I promise." This time she let him take hold of her hand, even let him draw her down to sit on his lap, though she flushed at the gesture. "I am so glad. I have missed you so." His voice was soft, gentle, and she smiled and glanced back towards the fire, unable to look at him. Yes, he did really love her. She had been very silly to allow the things Arabella had said to worm their way into her head. How could she have betrayed him in such a way? Believing rumours and half-truths and vile implications which Arabella had not even uttered but only insinuated. How could she not have trusted him? Or at the very least spoken to Cook and to others who had known him longer than she before she had made such foolish assumptions. Still, it did not matter now. He had forgiven her and agreed not to mention it. And she knew, no matter how much he may want to know what had troubled her so, he would be as good as his word and not mention it again. He would let it go and allow things to return to normal between them. That was the kind of man that he was. There was nothing more to say then. Rather, they sat quietly, staring into the fire, each lost in their own thoughts. Both were happy things were now resolved. Things would go back to the way they had been, and both felt relieved. The next several days passed just as wonderfully as they had before Arabella arrived. In fact, things were better still because Henrietta felt even closer to Lawrence than before. The fact he had not pushed her to explain her behaviour made her grateful, and the way he so easily fell back into their old habits together was even better. Besides, Henrietta had barely seen Arabella, which helped a lot as well, and Lawrence seemed loath to bring her up. Henrietta did not want him to feel worried she might explode yet again, but she did appreciate not having to hear about the other woman. "Henrietta, we must discuss our Christmas celebrations." "I understand Arabella will be joining us," she told him calmly, without a hint of veiled contempt, and he seemed relieved by her acknowledgement. "It is all right, Lawrence. She is our guest after all." "Yes, she is." He said nothing else, but she gave him a smile and went to the kitchens to speak with Cook. She wanted to make the holiday as special as possible, After all, it was their first Christmas together, and though they would have to share it with Arabella, she wanted it to be perfect. "Your Grace, what can I do for you?" Cook seemed startled to see her, but gracious as ever. "I want to get everything prepared for Christmas. Arabella, that is Mrs. Marks, will be joining us this year." "Yes, Your Grace." This time the woman hid her distaste for the woman a little better, turning away toward the stove for a few moments. "I would like you to prepare all the Duke's favourite dishes. We shall have a spectacular feast." "I know just what to prepare." Cook seemed very pleased by the idea, and Henrietta found herself excited about the plans for the holiday as well. They would have all the traditional holiday treats and several other dishes, which Cook said Lawrence had always loved even as a child. There would be cranberry pie and Yorkshire pudding, roast goose, of course, and chestnut stuffing. Cook had even promised a few extra surprises. It would be a splendid celebration, and perhaps Lawrence would be able to see that she truly was sorry about everything she had put them through. Still, it was several more days before the holidays, and she knew Arabella would likely be about in the house more frequently as she started feeling better. That Henrietta considered a good thing, because it meant she would be returning to her own home all the sooner. But it was also a bad thing, because it meant Arabella would be interrupting their time together. "Oh, hello, Your Grace." Arabella did not seem happy about having to use the title, but she did, and Henrietta was determined to be as friendly as possible. "Hello, are you feeling better today?" "Oh yes, much better. I shall be able to return home after the holidays, I am sure." "I am sure you are anxious to return." "Oh, of course, Your Grace," the woman replied, though it was clear she was not quite as happy as Henrietta about the prospect. Arabella curtsied and excused herself to rest for a while, saying she was thinking of joining them for dinner. Henrietta managed to sound encouraging about the idea, though in truth she wished that Arabella would not, and would be well enough to leave soon. Christmas Day dawned beautifully, and Henrietta found herself excited about the celebrations they had planned, even if it was to be a rather quiet day spent at home. Cook had prepared all Lawrence's favourite dishes, and Henrietta had picked out a few nice gifts for him to celebrate the occasion. She had even picked out a few small items for Arabella, trying to be as gracious as possible. "Happy Christmas, my lady." Charlotte seemed happy this morning as well, and Henrietta returned the maid's greeting with a smile. "Is the Duke abroad yet?" "I believe James has gone to assist him." "Good. I am ready for you, Charlotte." The maid helped prepare her for the day, dressing her in one of the beautiful gowns she had bought at the modiste's, made with the blue silk brought from afar by Lawrence's ships. It was only a day at home, but that did not mean she should not dress up. "You look lovely, my lady." "Thank you, Charlotte. Please, see if Mrs. Marks is up and if she would like to borrow anything for the day. I believe she sent someone to collect a few more items from her home, but I'm not sure if she brought more dresses." It was Christmas after all, and she should try to be a gracious hostess. "I will, my lady." Charlotte curtsied and left the room. Another long glance in the mirror told Henrietta that she really did look lovely. The silk dress was the most beautiful thing she had ever owned, and Charlotte had done her hair up beautifully. Yes, this was going to be a lovely day, and she was going to be as kind and gracious as she could manage towards Arabella, no matter what she might say. As she made her way to the dining room for breakfast, she found herself nearly as excited about the holidays as she had been when she was a child. In those days, she and Dorothy had been barely able to sleep for excitement over the beautiful new dresses they would wear, and the lovely presents they would receive, and, of course, the feast at the end of the day. Today was her first Christmas with her husband, and she was far happier about it than she could even have imagined only a few short months ago. "Oh, you look quite lovely, Your Grace," another of the maids smiled at her as she passed. "I quite agree." She flushed and turned to face Lawrence, who looked very handsome in his best clothes, a new suit he must have had made since their wedding. "And you look very dashing, husband," she returned, making him smile. Clearly pleased at her approval, he reached for her hand, tucking her against his side to lead her into the dining room. "Yes, this is going to be a perfect day. Oh goodness, you two do look delightful." They turned and Henrietta forced herself to maintain her smile at the sight of Arabella. It was clear she had ensured whoever she had sent for her things had brought her one nice dress at least. And she looked beautiful. The pale colour of her skin left by her recent illness actually suited her and made her gown seem even more lovely. "I thank you. And you look lovely as well." Arabella smiled, and Lawrence hesitated only a moment before holding out his other arm to Arabella, though Henrietta noticed he did not pull Arabella close to him while he led them in for breakfast. The table was set with a wonderful spread, though the grand meal of the day was to be dinner. Cook had prepared all the traditional breakfast things she knew they liked, and Henrietta was surprised to see Lawrence had even sent out for special pastries for the occasion. "Dorothy told me one of your favourite parts of Christmas morning was the pastries from the bakery near your house," Lawrence told her, and she smiled. "Yes, that is true. I could eat several of them myself, and after a while Mother had to start limiting the number they brought, so I did not make myself sick with all the sweets before the day had even begun." Her eyes sparkled, and she laughed at the memory. Lawrence and even Arabella laughed along with her, and she playfully snatched 2 of the treats from the tray. "Well, you shall eat as many as you like today, and I will even send Andrew out for more if we need them," Lawrence teased. Yes. This was a wonderful start to the day, and she could not imagine what the rest of it would bring. "When did you speak to Dorothy?" "Before they left for their trip, I asked her for ideas about how to make this a happy Christmas for you. I wanted to be sure you enjoyed your first Christmas away from home." "I am home," she replied automatically, and was surprised at how pleasant the words sounded, and they certainly made Lawrence happy as well because he practically beamed at her as they all fell silent. "How shall we spend our Christmas holiday?" Lawrence asked finally, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her. "I had thought perhaps, as it is so sunny, we could go for a ride in the carriage. If Arabella is feeling up to it, of course." Arabella looked startled for a moment at being included in the plan, but then smiled again. "I think that would be very nice." It was surprising how well they fell into normal chatter, and before she knew it, breakfast was finished, and the servants had cleared away the dishes. Lawrence sent for James to have the carriage prepared, and they all dressed in their warmest coats. She did not feel the least upset when Lawrence helped Arabella into the carriage first and settled her with blankets to ward off the chill. After all, he lingered longer over tucking Henrietta into the carriage and her blankets, and he held her hand once he had settled in himself. It turned out the ride was just what they needed. The town looked so lovely, covered in snow and the festive decorations. People wandered about in their best clothes, greeting one another with such warmth that the trio could not help but be swept up by it. In fact, it felt as though the ride were not long enough, although the carriage was not closed enough to keep out all the chill. Lawrence sent for some tea and hot chocolate once they had returned, leading both ladies into the drawing room and directing them to chairs near the fire. "Is it nearly time for tea already?" Henrietta stared up at the clock with surprise. "It does not seem long since breakfast." "Tea shall be light today, so we shall all be hungry for our dinner later tonight." Lawrence laughed and found his own chair to recline in. "Would you read something for us, Lawrence? It would be nice to sit here with the fire and our tea and hear you read," Henrietta asked. He seemed pleased by the request, and at Arabella's nod, he picked up a book they had been reading and continued. Yes, this was pleasant. And even Arabella sitting across from them did not spoil things. "Your Grace, tea is served." "Thank you, James." He placed the marker back in the book and helped both ladies to their feet, escorting them back to the dining room for the light meal of soup, sandwiches and cake. "I could not wait until dinner to bring out some of these," Cook told them, making an appearance when she brought in a tray herself. Her old eyes sparkled, and it was clear she was just as excited about the later feast as they were. "We appreciate your efforts very much. Henrietta replied, looking over the tray with interest. It did not take much convincing for any of them to tuck in and enjoy Cook's festive delicacies, with Henrietta wondering what delights Cook had in store for them at dinner. After all, the light morsels they were presently enjoying were delicious. Henrietta was not sure how they would ever return to their normal fare after today, though perhaps she would not be able to eat ever again given how much she had eaten already. She laughed to herself at the thought and rose from the table. "I believe I will retire to my rooms for a little while to rest, if you do not mind," Arabella told them as she rose to her feet. Clara was called immediately to help her to her rooms and get her settled, and then it was only the two of them. "And what would you like to do before dinner?" "We should stay close in case Arabella needs us," Henrietta replied pleasantly. She was determined to be a gracious hostess. If that meant making small sacrifices, then she would do so to keep the peace in her home. "The servants can take care of her if she needs anything. This is our holiday together and I want you to enjoy it," Lawrence insisted. "Perhaps we could go skating," she ventured hesitantly. "Just for a little while." He smiled and immediately called for James to prepare the carriage again to take them to the lake, where many had already gathered to enjoy the beautiful day. It was chilly, and the cold bit into her nose and cheeks, turning them a bright red as they skated, but she did not care. It was wonderful, and the fresh air was crisp and clean. Lawrence holding her close as they skated was a pleasure as well. She found herself wondering what the day might mean for them as a married couple. By the time they returned home, Arabella was up again, embroidering in the drawing room, though she did not seem at all put out at them having gone out without her. They were likely all surprised by how companionably the rest of the day progressed. In fact, Henrietta found herself enjoying the stories Arabella told of Lawrence when he had been younger. Stories with no hint of impropriety to them, but she would not dwell on that just now. Preparing for dinner was just as exciting as preparing for the beginning of the day. She had Charlotte help her in fixing her hair and changing into her best gown and slippers before returning to the dining room. This gown was brand new, and she had not even tried it on before, wanting to wait until Christmas Day to enjoy it. The shimmering silks were everything she could have dreamed of, and the beautiful lace and beads finished it off to perfection. She did not know when she would wear it after the holidays, but it was well worth it anyway. As they each gathered in the main hall, she was pleased to find Lawrence had also dressed up for the occasion, and Arabella had changed into an even more beautiful gown as well. They all looked their best, and the dinner table looked stunning. It was set with sparkling crystal and china, with festively decorated napkins and a glorious centerpiece. Slender candles threw a golden glow over the food, which included a roast goose with quail, traditional Yorkshire puddings, and little beef and ale pies, as well as piles of crisp, golden roasted potatoes. Henrietta was not sure she knew what all the dishes were, but she could not wait to try them. Lawrence was very pleased at the splendid array of food, and at finding she had requested many of his favourites, even those not traditionally associated with Christmas, such as hot crumpets, blancmange with fresh fruit, and a large Bakewell tart. In fact, there were almost as many desserts on the table as savoury ones, and she was most excited to try all of them. It was far more food than any of them could eat, and she was glad the servants would be able to enjoy it as well. After dinner, it was time to exchange the gifts they had prepared for each other. She was a little nervous about the gifts she had for Lawrence and Arabella both, but the evening passed just as well as the rest of the day. Arabella seemed pleased to have been thought of at all and was very happy with her gifts. The servants also seemed to appreciate the little trinkets and the Christmas bonus Lawrence had arranged for each of them. And then it was time for the festivities to end and everyone to head off to bed. "Thank you both so much. I have had a truly wonderful day," Arabella told them as she rose from her chair. "We were most pleased to have you here." Henrietta was surprised to find herself glad to have had Arabella with them. It was perhaps not the day they might have chosen for company, but nevertheless, it had gone well, and they had all enjoyed themselves. Once Arabella had left, Henrietta found herself feeling slightly nervous about what she was going to say next to Lawrence. She had thought about it all day, but she was still not certain how to best approach the subject. But the hour was now late, and she should also be getting to bed. When she stood up, Lawrence did too, moving toward her to give her a gentle kiss and a smile. "I have had a wonderful day, Henrietta. I was very happy to spend it with you." She gave him a nervous smile in return, and he turned toward the door. "Perhaps we should turn in for the night as well. Can I walk you to your door?" "Actually, Lawrence, I had thought, perhaps, if you do not mind." She stumbled over the words, trying to determine just what to say. His searching gaze was certainly not helping matters, and she finally determined to blurt the entire thing out and be done with it. "Perhaps I could move my things out of my chambers and into our room." She flushed deeply at the words, but Lawrence seemed overjoyed that she wanted to join him in their rooms at long last. "I would be most happy to have you with me, Henrietta." She blushed again when he gave her another kiss and led her down the hall to a different room, one that would, from now on, be theirs. She was nervous, but at the same time excited about the two of them finally being a true couple and sharing a room together. Chapter 19. Lawrence woke early the next morning and slipped out of bed carefully, so as not to wake Henrietta. He could not help but smile down at her, pleased his wife had finally decided they should share a bedroom. He moved to his dressing room to get ready for the morning and head downstairs for some tea. James would have brought it up for him, but Lawrence preferred not to call on him just yet. He would allow Henrietta to sleep for a while longer. As he was heading for the dining room, though, a knock at the front door startled him, and he made his way there just as James opened it. The two people standing on the doorstep were not entirely a surprise, though he was somewhat taken aback that they had arrived so early in the morning and returned to London so soon. "Lawrence, you have no idea how good it is to see you after 2 weeks with none but my mother and brother to speak to, and Dorothy, of course." Lawrence could not help but laugh as Finlay embraced him, while Dorothy stood to the side, laughing and shaking her head. "It is good to see you as well, Finlay. You have certainly been missed. Dorothy, your sister will be most glad to see you." "And I her," Dorothy replied, and Lawrence sent at once for Henrietta. "Do not let her know just yet who has arrived," he directed, as Charlotte hurried off to do his bidding, a smile on her face at her secret. "She is asleep still, but she will be so happy you are both here." "How have you both been faring, Laurie? You and your new wife?" "Things have been going very well. A while ago we decided to try something a little different. We have been courting for the last several weeks." "Courting? Should you not have done that before you made an offer for the young lady?" Finlay teased, and Lawrence could not help but smile. Yes, he had missed Finlay over these last few weeks. "Perhaps," he acknowledged, "but it has worked well for us. I feel much closer to Henrietta, and she to me, and we have been getting on much better." "Oh, I am so glad. I hoped the two of you would come to care for one another," Dorothy said, beaming at him, and he nodded. "As had I. I feel I can be myself with her. She is the only person I believe I have felt that way about. Save for you, of course, Finlay." He winked at Finlay, who laughed. "And she has not yet run, so she must be a worthy one." "It would take quite a bit for Henrietta to run from trouble," Dorothy teased. "Enough about us," Lawrence replied, though in truth he was more than happy to talk about Henrietta all day if they wished it. "Tell me about your travels. How was Scotland?" "Oh, it was wonderful." Dorothy was clearly excited, and Finlay let her tell all about the trip, interjecting only occasionally to mention something about his brother or mother, both of whom Lawrence knew well. It was nearly an hour before Henrietta joined them, but as soon as she walked into the room and spotted her sister, it was clear the two had missed each other greatly. The role of proper young ladies was immediately forgotten as the two sisters ran, throwing their arms around each other and each speaking at the same time. All Finlay and Lawrence could do was laugh and shake their heads at the obvious and rather contagious excitement of the two girls. When they could finally be prized away from each other, they sat side by side on the couch, never letting go of one another and constantly turning to speak together, often at the same time in excited tones. He was glad the two sisters were close and that he and Finlay had found them. How wonderful it would be for the four of them to spend time together always and to enjoy conversations such as these. Though he had to admit he had no idea what the sisters were speaking of, as only they seemed able to understand one another. "Perhaps it is a good thing we returned when we did rather than staying another week as Mother wished," Finlay teased. "Oh, I could not bear to have waited another week to see Dotty." Henrietta laughed, squeezing her sister tightly. Dorothy returned the gesture. "No, I could not have stayed a moment longer, though it was a beautiful home, and Finlay's brother was most kind." They had fallen into easy conversation and laughter when the door opened, and Arabella joined them. An instant chill fell over the room, though Dorothy could have no idea who the new arrival was. In fact, she seemed the least affected by the woman's sudden entrance, though she noted the reactions of the others. "Oh, hello." "Dorothy, this is Mrs. Arabella Marks. She is our guest for the holidays. Arabella, this is my sister, Mrs. Dorothy McLaughlin, and I am sure you know Finlay," Henrietta spoke up. "Oh yes, Finlay, it has been so long." "Indeed it has, Mrs. Marks." The slightly frosty tone of Finlay's voice was unnoticeable to the others, but Lawrence knew Finlay well enough to recognise he was displeased to find Arabella there. Still, Finlay politely rose and bowed to her, before leading her to a seat near the party. "Arabella was coming to visit us before the holidays and was caught up in a storm. She's been with us ever since, as we have been trying to get her well again," Lawrence explained. "I shall certainly be feeling well enough to travel soon," Arabella said, and Finlay gave a short nod. "I see. You have been here for a few weeks attempting to overcome a cold?" The slightly caustic remark finally drew a look from Dorothy, though she was clearly confused as to what could cause her normally joyful husband to speak so sharply. "Arabella has been most unwell for quite some time. She is finally on the mend now, though," Henrietta supplied, though she did not look very enthused either to have Arabella intrude on their family reunion. "It was so kind of Lawrence and Henrietta to take me in as they have," Arabella added with a sweet smile. "Indeed. To take in an uninvited guest, especially at the holiday season, is admirable." Finlay's remark this time resulted in a disapproving look from Lawrence, but Finlay chose to ignore it, and so did Arabella, judging by the continued smile on her face. "Oh, they have been most gracious." Lawrence knew Finlay had never really cared for Arabella, but he had never known him to be quite so rude to a guest, invited or otherwise. He wondered if there was something that had occurred between the pair he did not know about, but he had no idea what it could be. Now was definitely not the time to speak of it, and he turned to take a closer look at Arabella. She did look much better, and he hoped she would soon be well enough to return home. Then he could have some time alone with Henrietta again, or even with Henrietta and Finlay and Dorothy. It would not be so bad to have them around for a while. Dorothy and Henrietta were still holding each other and smiling by turns, but there were also slightly less happy looks as Henrietta regarded Arabella, not to mention the confused looks Dorothy occasionally cast towards her sister and her husband. "How do you know Lawrence, Mrs. Marks?" Dorothy spoke up. "Oh, I have known Lawrence and Finlay for many years. We often moved in the same social circles until I married my husband," she supplied with another smile. "Oh, is he here with you?" Arabella glanced down with a sad look. "Unfortunately, he is not. My Philip passed away not long ago. It is only me now." "I'm so very sorry to hear of your loss," Dorothy remarked. "Thank you. It truly makes you realise how short life is when you lose someone you care about so suddenly." "Your husband was quite old when you wed, was he not?" Finlay asked, and she gave him an indulgent smile. "He was," But that does not mean that his death was expected. And I miss him very much, she added. I could not imagine losing Finlay, Dorothy added, and Finlay finally smiled, turning to look at her. And you need not imagine it for a long while, Dotty, he said. The soft smile she gave him seemed to cool his irritation slightly, and he relaxed a little more as he settled into his chair. You are newly married, like Lawrence and Henrietta? Arabella asked politely. Yes, a few months less than they, actually, Dorothy replied. It was somewhat of a whirlwind, our getting married. It must have been quite a romantic story, Arabella said, and it did not take much to encourage Dorothy to tell their tale. Oh, it was. We had never met before Henrietta and Lawrence were married, but once we did meet, we knew at once we were meant for each other. You had never met before? Arabella glanced between Lawrence and Henrietta in surprise. Why, I find that most strange. Lawrence and Finlay have been rather firmly attached to each other since I have known them. You did not meet while he and your sister were courting. There was something almost too innocent about her comments, though Lawrence remembered they had never explained how he and Henrietta had met. Oh, ours was a whirlwind courtship as well, Henrietta put in, though not quickly enough to stave off the return of Finlay's irritated scowl. Lawrence saw me in the park one day with my sister and approached my father shortly thereafter. It was true enough, though it left out a few crucial details. Still, it was the story they had agreed upon to tell anyone who asked. There was something strange about the look Arabella gave them all, and Lawrence wondered if she had heard the rumours behind their union, but she did not refute the story. That sounds quite romantic, she said instead, and Henrietta gave Lawrence a smile. Yes, it was. And perhaps it would have been more so if not for the forced aspect of it all, he thought. But for now he found himself rather glad things had happened as they had. He had Henrietta in his life, however it had come to pass. Mrs. Marks, would you mind terribly if I took my sister away for a little while? It has been some time since I have seen her, and I would very much like to speak with her alone. Dorothy managed to sound polite, though it was clear she had a lot of questions for Henrietta, which she wanted to ask in private. Oh, of course. I would imagine you have a great deal to speak about, Arabella replied just as politely. Thank you so much. Henrietta smiled and stood alongside her sister. Both men rose as they left the room. I will take my leave as well, gentlemen. I should like to rest, but if you would be so kind as to have some tea sent to my rooms, I would greatly appreciate it, Arabella said. Of course, Lawrence agreed, and Finlay gave a curt nod as Arabella left. It was only moments after the door closed behind her that he turned on his friend. Have you no shame at all, Finlay? She is a guest in my home. A guest? An unwanted guest? What is she doing here? Finlay scoffed. Why should she come here? Her husband died. She is here to see an old friend. If her husband has only just died, why is she not in mourning? I believe he died 2 years ago. She is no longer in official mourning, Lawrence defended her. And she came here? She is not here to greet an old friend, Lawrence, but to find a new husband. I am already married, was his firm reply. Did she know that when she arrived? A well-timed visit just before the holidays, travelling in the middle of a storm, and an illness that does not go away after several weeks? It is very suspicious if you ask me, Finlay insisted. I do not think she is such a scheming harpy as you clearly do, Lawrence remonstrated. Keep a close eye on her, Lawrence. She has something in mind, and whatever it is will not bode well for you. Even if she has, Finlay, I have no interest in her. I have a wife, and I am most happy. I believe you are, but do not give that woman any cause to believe otherwise, and be very wary of anything she may have planned for you. Finlay was obviously still concerned, and Lawrence had to admit to himself his friend's assertions seemed very passionate. I will keep my eyes open, Lawrence promised, though he believed Finlay was overreacting. But you must behave more politely towards our guest. You are to stay through to the new year, I hope, are you not? Indeed. Then you must be polite to Mrs. Marks. No more of those remarks like the ones you made earlier. Finlay was clearly not pleased, but gave a curt nod. Aye, I will do my best. Then we shall all be comfortable for the rest of the holidays, Lawrence replied, pleased. Is she staying that long as well? Clearly, Finlay was not happy with that idea either. It is only a few more days, Finlay. I can hardly put her out during the festive season. And why not? She was not invited to stay here. She chose to invite herself. She could not have known the reception she would receive, or even if you would be happy to see her. Lawrence sighed and shook his head. Finlay, I do not understand why you feel this way about Arabella. I do not think she was ever right for you. All those years ago she was so set on marrying you, and she was not right then. She's still not right now. Then you have no cause for worry. I am happily married, and she is a friend, nothing more. It seemed Finlay was already upset enough, so there was no reason to tell him that Arabella's first words when she arrived had been that she had come back for him. He was glad enough that Henrietta seemed not to have been bothered by the claim. Whatever bad thoughts Finlay might be harbouring against Arabella, it was best not to give him any more cause to dislike her. Chapter 20. She led Dorothy to her own private parlour to talk, uncertain as to what Dorothy wanted to speak to her about in the first place that could not be discussed in front of the others. "Are you happy, Hattie?" Dorothy asked, her face betraying confusion. "I am happy, so very happy." That was easy to say because she had never been so happy in her life. "With Arabella here?" She could not hide the look on her face, and Dorothy slid closer on the sofa. "Tell me what it is. What has happened?" "It is nothing. Certainly that cannot be the case. You do not get upset over nothing, Hattie. I have known you all your life, and I do not believe that. What is it about the woman that made you so upset when she joined us?" Henrietta did not want to complain or to make too much of anything that had happened since Arabella had arrived. Hadn't she resolved not to speak of it again? Hadn't she determined she would never say a word of it, even to Dorothy? It would embarrass her and Lawrence for her to repeat what Arabella had told her. "Truly, Dotty, it is of no importance." "Please, Hattie, I am your sister. You know you can tell me anything," Dorothy wheedled, and Henrietta could only look away. "It is not that I do not trust you, sister dear. It is that I do not trust myself. Oh, I was a silly girl, and do not want to put ideas into your head which are of no consequence," Henrietta pleaded in response. "Tell me what is going on. I will tell you whether it is of no consequence." Henrietta still hesitated, but finally, reluctantly, she began to tell Dotty everything. Arabella arrived here not knowing Lawrence had married. In fact, she arrived because she hoped they could rekindle a romance she thought they had before she married another. "A past love?" Dorothy's face was unreadable, and Henrietta knew it sounded like something out of one of the romance novels Dorothy loved so much. "That is what she says. She says the two of them were madly in love with each other, that Lawrence was heartbroken when she left to marry someone else." At that, Henrietta stopped a moment, thinking of everything else Arabella had told her. That is quite a tale, and Lawrence has never gotten over her? Dorothy was leading up to something. The look on her face said so, but she did not let on what it was just yet. "She says not." "Oh, but Lawrence says he never courted her and most certainly never loved her," Henrietta insisted. "But there must have been something that led her to believe she would be welcome here." "I do not know. Cook said she pursued Lawrence before she married her late husband. And even Arabella says she married the other man because he was wealthy rather than marrying Lawrence for love." "But Lawrence says he did not love her. Did he make her an offer?" she asked, and Henrietta shook her head. "I do not believe so. She has never said he did." "If he says he did not love her and he never made her an offer, then what is there to consider? She must have made the entire thing up. And that seemed to be all of it, at least for Dorothy. Her look was resolute, a sharp nod punctuating her point. But why would she do so? There are many reasons a woman may create such fantasies. I have read about many of them myself, Hattie, in those stories you always teased me about. Do you think so? Henrietta asked, hopeful. Of course. Do you trust Lawrence? I do. So there is nothing to it, Dorothy said firmly. I wish I could believe it, but the way she spoke of him, of their knowing each other before, it made me wonder. Oh, and I was such a silly child about it, Dotty. I acted terribly towards him. After things had been going so well, I was angry and hurt at what Arabella had told me, and I treated him poorly. What happened then? Dorothy leaned closer, setting a hand on hers. I spoke to Cook, and she told me Lawrence was never interested in Arabella, that he was happier than she had ever seen him since we had gotten married. That is good. It is, and I realized I was being silly and should not punish him for something he had not even done. What did he say when you explained it to him? Henrietta flushed at that. Oh, I could not explain it to him. I could never tell him why I was so angry. She flushed deeper at the very thought of it. I would be so embarrassed to admit I let her convince me of such things. A strange woman I did not even know, and I trusted her over my own husband. He would be so hurt to find out I did not trust him. So you told him nothing? Dorothy seemed surprised by that, but Henrietta nodded her head. Only that I was sorry, and that I wanted never to speak of it again, she acknowledged, wringing her hands in her lap. And he agreed? He did, and we have not spoken of it or allowed it to change anything between us since, Henrietta replied, glancing up at her sister anxiously. When was this? Just before Christmas, and things have been going so well since then. She still felt awful for what had happened and could barely even look at her sister. I'm glad you're happy, Hattie, and that things are going so well. But she should not be here in your home. She came here to steal your husband from you. Dorothy had voiced her fears, and in a way it made Henrietta feel a little better. Perhaps she was not as mad as she had thought. If Dorothy was seeing the same things, then perhaps it might really be true. She did not know he was married, Dorothy, Henrietta protested, though she had to admit Dorothy's suspicions had occurred to her on more than one occasion. But once she did, she should have left immediately. She was ill. She is still ill. Henrietta was not sure why she was still protesting in favour of Arabella, but she felt someone needed to defend the woman. She is well enough now, she can easily be sent to her own home by carriage, Dorothy insisted, catching her eye and holding it this time. I did not want to send my husband's friend away at Christmas. She is a widow after all. She would have spent the holidays alone. Was that really what she had been thinking? It had been Lawrence's idea, in fact. Though spending the holidays with Arabella had not been all bad. As she has for the past 2 years since her husband has been gone. No doubt she has other friends with whom she could have spent the holidays. Nevertheless, she was here, and we invited her to stay. And now? How much longer does she expect to stay? I do not know, Henrietta admitted, and Dorothy let out a sigh. Well, I would send her away with haste. Everything is fine, Dorothy. I trust Lawrence when he says nothing happened between the two of them before, and he will not allow anything inappropriate to happen in the future. Of that at least she could feel certain. And if she is here to steal him away, he will not allow it. I am most certain of that. Dorothy did not look convinced, but Henrietta tried to appear firm and confident, even if she did not feel it. You must be careful, Henrietta. Do not be too trusting of the woman. It is often men who are charged with leading a woman astray, but many a man has had their head turned by a pretty girl and knows not what he is about until it is too late. It is as your cook says, if she were to pursue him again, he may not know enough to avoid it until it is too late to escape any impropriety. I trust Lawrence. He will not let anything untoward happen. He loves me." She flushed slightly at the words, and Dorothy finally smiled. "I did see the two of you at our wedding looking like you were most pleased with yourselves. He says you have been courting, and that it has been going well. Has it truly, Hattie?" "Yes, it has. Oh, Dottie, I am happy. So happy. Lawrence and I have been getting on better than ever. We spend time together always, and we read together and talk about all different parts of the world. He is quite well informed about all the countries I am most interested in. And there is a library here with more books than I could ever read." Her voice was excited now, and she could not help but gush over the wonderful way things had been going recently. "It sounds wonderful, Hattie." Dorothy's eyes sparkled. "It is, and Lawrence is more than happy to talk to me about any of them. And we take walks, and go skating, and play games. It has been splendid." "Well then, perhaps we should not keep your splendid husband or mine waiting any longer. Shall we return?" Dorothy started to stand, but Henrietta grabbed her hand to hold her still. "First, tell me all about your trip, Dorothy. How was Scotland?" Dorothy was more than happy to tell her all about their experience, the castle that Finley's brother lived in, and even his mother. And before they knew it, hours had passed. It was just as it had always been for the two of them. Time passed quickly as they talked of everything, but this time they were not simply young girls gossiping in their rooms about their dreams and plans for the future. This time they both had husbands waiting for them. "We should be going down. The men will wonder where we have been." They laughed and walked arm in arm downstairs to the drawing room. Arabella was sitting in a different chair from when they had left, the men standing near the fire, though they stopped talking as soon as the two returned. "What are you two talking so intently about?" Dorothy asked teasingly. "It is nothing. We were only waiting for you to return," Finley stated. Dorothy gave him a strange look, but neither would say any more. Arabella simply gave them a smile and said nothing, which only seemed to bother Finley more. "Come now! You must have been talking about something," Dorothy wheedled, but Finley would not speak of it. "It is of no consequence. We are only glad you have returned. We wondered what kept you for so long." Well, sisters have much to speak of, especially when they have both been recently wed. The men laughed at that, and even Arabella smiled again. "Perhaps we should be concerned they were gone so long. They had far too much to talk about," Lawrence teased. "Perhaps you should be," Henrietta teased back with a smile for Lawrence. The smile he gave her in return made her feel even more certain she had made the right choice. "Yes, I can most certainly trust Lawrence, no matter what Arabella may be plotting." "Well, if you will not tell us what you were talking about, then what shall we talk about now?" Dorothy asked. "Why not play a game? There are plenty of us here, and it is the holidays after all," Finlay spoke up. "Very well, what shall we play?" "Let us play charades." The girls laughed and agreed easily, and the men began the game. Chapter 21. Dorothy. The evening passed quickly but enjoyably for all of them. In fact, Dorothy could not remember having a better evening in company, though she found herself often distracted by watching Henrietta and Lawrence, and even more distracted by watching Mrs. Marks. Now Dorothy knew more of what was happening between them all and the circumstances of how Arabella had come to be at Ashbury. She was watching. She wanted to know if there was anything to see. There was nothing outwardly inappropriate about the way Arabella acted towards Lawrence, or even any of the others. But there was something about the looks she cast towards him, and the way she made sure always to be near him without being obvious about it. When everyone had retired to their rooms, Dorothy knew it was time to hunt out a little more information. Certainly Finley must know something about the past which Lawrence and Arabella shared, and about Arabella herself. "Finley?" "Yes?" He glanced over at her as he prepared himself for bed. "What do you think of Lawrence and Henrietta?" she began, and he gave her a smile. "I think they get on quite well together, though not so well as you and I." She could not help but laugh at that. Perhaps not quite as well as you and I, no. But do you think they are happy together? Do you think Lawrence is happy? Aye. He is happier than I have ever seen him before. And I have known him almost all his life, Finlay assured her, which made her feel even better. I am so glad. I know Henrietta is happy. I have not seen her like this before, and after everything that happened to make them marry so soon. I think they have moved past that well. So do I. They fell silent a moment, and then she broached the second subject, as she had intended. What do you know about Arabella? I do not want to talk about her. His voice was firm, though not cold. Finlay, please do not ask me about her, Dorothy, he pleaded. Something has happened between her and Lawrence, she insisted, but he turned away from her. It is nothing I want to speak of. Please, Finlay. It was a long time ago. Please, just tell me, were they together? No. He replied firmly, but it was all he would say. Finally, she had to give up and let the matter go. Whatever he knew about Arabella, he did not want to tell her. He was soon asleep, but Dorothy spent a restless night. She had not been certain merely from speaking with Henrietta exactly what was going on. But Finlay had made everything even clearer. There was definitely something going on in the house he did not like, and that did not bode well for Henrietta. Could there have been something between Lawrence and Arabella that Lawrence had not told Henrietta? Finlay said there was not, and Dorothy was sure he would not lie to her. But he obviously thought something was amiss, or he would not be so loath to talk about it. Finally, she had to give up attempting to sleep, pulled on a robe, and took a candle with her to find the library Henrietta had told her of. She hoped she might find something she could read there until she was able to sleep. Of course, she had not asked Henrietta where the library was, so as she slipped out of the room, she wandered quietly down the hallway. Surely it must be nearby if Henrietta said they spent much time there. She had not made it far before she heard voices. But the voices were not those of the servants. Rather, it sounded like Lawrence, but she thought that he and Henrietta had gone to bed long ago. As she peeked around the door, she covered her candle to hide the brightness. Yes, that was definitely Lawrence's voice, but who was he speaking to? Henrietta must not know. His voice was quiet but very firm, and she nearly dropped her candle at the sound of the female voice that responded. She never will if you stay quiet about it. How could he? After everything he had told Henrietta, and after Henrietta had been so defensive of him, she had been so happy, and it was all a lie. For now, Dorothy hurried back to her own rooms before she could be seen by either of them, but she was furious. In fact, she almost wished they would have seen her, because there were many things she wanted to say to them both. For the rest of the night she could only toss and turn, trying to decide what she should do. Should she tell Henrietta what she had heard? Could she possibly have been wrong about it? Perhaps it was something entirely innocent. But what could they be talking about alone in the dark, so late at night? No. There was certainly something amiss, and she was going to make sure Henrietta did not have to deal with the pain and the embarrassment of whatever those two were doing together. She would go to Henrietta first thing in the morning, and she would tell her just what she had heard, what she knew. Oh, if only Finlay had told her what he knew beforehand. But then, could he possibly have known? He and Lawrence had been best friends for a very long time. Could he have known what was happening between Lawrence and Arabella and not wanted to tell her? It was clear Finlay had been hiding something from her, and he had not wanted to talk about the relationship between Lawrence and Arabella. But how could he keep something like this from her? No, that could not be true. Whatever it was that he did not want to tell her, it could not have been this. He never would have stood for it, even from Lawrence. With a sigh, she attempted to settle into bed, waiting for a slightly more reasonable hour when she could find Henrietta. Though, when was a good hour to tell your sister her husband was not at all what she thought? It would break her heart, but it was the only thing Dorothy could do. Henrietta needed to know. Chapter 22. It was quite late when Lawrence awoke the next morning, and it was to no small amount of chaos in the house. In fact, he was not certain why he had not been woken earlier, judging by the amount of noise all around. He was also surprised to find Henrietta was already up and had not woken him before she had left their room. There was something very strange afoot, and so he hurried to dress himself, not bothering to wait for James, and went downstairs. "Finlay, what is happening?" The servants were all rushing about, but none seemed to want to speak to him. Finlay did not seem to want to speak to him either. He looked up from the chair he was sitting in by the doorway and sighed. He appeared quite worn. He was grim about his face, and his eyes were red, though Lawrence was not sure if that was because he was upset or because he had not slept. It looked like it could be a combination of the two. "Is everything all right? Your mother? The girls?" he asked, concerned. "Everyone is all right. Or at least, there is no one ill," Finlay said shortly, though he did not elaborate and only looked down at his hands again. "Then what is it? Where are Henrietta and Dorothy?" He glanced around, wondering if the girls had gone off to talk somewhere, though it was quite early. "They have gone," Finlay told him in a tired tone. "What do you mean, gone? Where have they gone?" Finlay sighed and rose from his chair. "Perhaps we should go and sit down. Tell me what has happened. Why is my home in such chaos? And where is my wife?" Finlay refused to speak, simply gesturing toward the sitting room. The servants who fluttered about were no help either, hurriedly moving in the opposite direction if he looked toward them. It seemed there was nothing to be done for it. He would have to abide by Finlay's wishes or learn nothing at all. So he finally allowed Finlay to lead him into the sitting room. But even when he sat down, Finlay paced about the room. "What is it that you do not want to tell me?" he asked, growing more concerned by the moment. "They left early this morning," Finlay replied finally. "Why would they leave? Where did they go?" "All I know is that their parents were here early this morning. Dorothy spoke to Henrietta at some point during the night, and they sent an urgent note to their parents. Our in-laws arrived practically at sunrise. I did not hear what they argued about, but I know that the girls argued with them." "Why should they have called their parents here, and why would Henrietta not have spoken to me?" He could not understand what had happened, what was still happening. Why had Henrietta left in this way? "I do not know. All I know is that their father told Henrietta that whatever was happening between herself and you, she must sort it out herself, and she was not welcome in their home again. Their mother seemed to try and plead with him, but he was firm about it, and they left." "In their home? Why did Henrietta want to leave?" Now he was even more concerned. "I do not know what happened. I tried to talk to Dorothy, but she was speaking nonsense. I could not understand what she was going on about. I told her so, and she got even more upset. She said she was taking Henrietta back to our home." "They have left then? Gone to your estate?" "Aye. Dorothy said we would discuss it when I returned home, and that she would send Henrietta on to their parents once she had a chance to speak with them again." Lawrence was shocked. He had slept through what was apparently one of the most important moments of his life. Henrietta had left him. And for what reason he did not know. And Finlay did not either. In fact, Finlay had finally managed to settle enough to sit, and he was staring into the fire as if he was lost as well. His wife would be at home when he returned, but she had left him for a period too. Finlay. What could be the meaning of this? Why would they have left in such a manner? Lawrence. Felt completely lost, not knowing what was going on. I do not know what it is about. All I know is that Dorothy was agitated. Henrietta was crying. Their parents' arrival was what woke me. I am surprised the commotion did not wake you as well." "They did not even tell you that they had sent for their parents?" Lawrence asked, still stunned that even Finlay knew nothing. "They told me nothing," Finlay insisted. If I had not woken, I do not know if they would have even told me they were leaving. And so they expected to just run off in the night, giving no notice? Finlay shrugged helplessly and rested his head in his hands. Why would Henrietta want to leave me? Lawrence could not stop asking the question, determined there must be a reason he could not fathom. I do not know. Dorothy was saying all kinds of ridiculous things, Finlay replied distractedly. Like what? Lawrence's eyes shot up, intrigued, but Finlay simply shook his head. It is ridiculous. Finlay. It made no sense, Laurie. I have no idea where she came up with such silly ideas, and I will not repeat them. He was insistent now, and Lawrence finally gave up. But she believes it, and she has convinced Henrietta to believe it. Aye, it seems she has, Finlay replied, frustrated. What shall I do, Finlay? He asked helplessly. I do not know, Laurie. I do not even know what to say to my own wife. You should go to your wife. At least she is there waiting for you, Lawrence replied. No, she needs time to cool off, just as your Henrietta does. I will stay here with you. You need me more than she does at present. Finlay's voice was uncertain, but he did not seem ready to leave. Are you certain? He was grateful to have Finlay, but did not want to cause any additional trouble between the two. I will remain here with you. A little time will be good for them both. And by the time I return home, perhaps things will have blown over. It did not seem as though Finlay truly believed it, but there seemed to be nothing else either of them could do. Surely there had to be some explanation for the events, but what could it be? Things had seemed to have gone so well the night before. All he could do was sit, frozen in his chair, staring silently into the fire, aware of Finlay beside him doing the same thing. Henrietta was gone. Early in the morning, without even a goodbye to him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not think of what could have happened. What could have occurred between the time they went to bed and this morning that would make her so agitated as to send for her parents and request to return home? Finlay. But he could get nothing else out. We will figure this out, Laurie. Things will return to normal, Finlay insisted. She has left. How can there be anything normal after this? His voice was nearly frantic, and he knew it. But Finlay was the only person he could reveal his true feelings to. She will return. You said she was upset for some time before, but she came out of it. Yes, but that was different. She never tried to leave me then. She was quiet, withdrawn. It was entirely different from this. He could tell Finlay was also trying to understand what was going on and failing miserably, but there was nothing else to be done for it. Finally, one of the servants entered the room. James was apparently the only brave one, and he simply brought in the tea tray and rushed back out with barely a nod in their direction. Lawrence mindlessly sipped at his tea, while Finlay picked at one of the biscuits on the tray. But neither felt any better with the small distraction. There was nothing that could make them feel better, knowing their wives had left without warning. Henrietta was upset. Lawrence felt awful to hear she had been crying, and that her parents had turned her away. Whatever had made her so upset with him, he wanted to put it right, and whatever might have happened, he would not have wanted her parents to refuse her a home. Thankfully, there were Dorothy and Finlay. They would never turn her out, no matter what had happened. And hopefully, perhaps, he could figure out what had caused all this and win her back. But what if I cannot? The words flowed through his head, and he tried to push them away, tried to forget the very thought. But once it was there, it would not leave. What if I cannot win her back? What if she never returns? What if whatever I have done, whatever she feels I have done, is so unforgivable she refuses to come back? Hello, gentlemen. It is a beautiful morning, is it not? I feel much better today. They both looked up numbly as Arabella wandered into the room. Her cheer seemed even greater than usual in contrast to their depressed state. He had entirely forgotten about Arabella. In the excitement of everything, He had completely forgotten she was even in the house. He had entirely lost track of time and did not realise she would be up and about soon. He had concentrated only on his own pain. It did not take more than a moment for her to realise the two men were not returning her cheerful greeting or her smile, or that they were very much alone in the sitting room. "Where have your wives gone to? Into town?" Lawrence could not speak, could not bring himself to say anything. Not that he wanted Arabella to know what was happening anyway. He still hoped it was all a big mistake, a misunderstanding that would soon be fixed. "They are away," Finlay managed to get out, his voice cold and sharp. But this time Lawrence did not have the energy to scold him or even to scowl at him as he had the day before. "If you would, Mrs. Marks, I must take my leave. Lawrence, I will be in the library if you should need me." "Thank you, Finlay. I shall be around the house if you should need me." Finlay set a hand on his shoulder for a moment but did not say anything, offering Arabella a curt nod and leaving the room swiftly. "Goodness, is something the matter?" Arabella moved to take the empty seat across from Lawrence that Finlay had vacated, leaning closer to touch his hand. "Are you quite all right, Lawrence?" "Yes, I feel a bit under the weather this morning, thank you. I believe I shall go to the study. There is some business I must see to." "Of course," she agreed, and he stood, startled to find her hands were still on his when he rose. "Please let me know if there is anything that I can do for you." "I will, thank you." His tone was distracted, and he barely knew what he said as he made a quick bow and left the room. There had to be something he could do. This could not be the end of his marriage. Henrietta could not have given up entirely, but the suddenness of her departure and the covertness of it seemed to say otherwise. Chapter 23. All she could do was sit quietly, staring into the fireplace. Dorothy had insisted she stay in the drawing room rather than retreating to a guest bedroom, and after requesting tea and some biscuits, they had banished the servants from the room entirely. No doubt they were even now gossiping in the kitchen, trying to determine just what was happening in the other room and why their mistress and her sister looked so upset, and why Mrs. McLaughlin had returned earlier than expected and without her husband. But Henrietta could barely bring herself to care about any of those things, or what the servants might be saying. All she cared about was that she was here instead of her own home. She was separated from Lawrence now, for good. She was going to be alone. "Henrietta, I'm sorry. I did not know what to do. I had to tell you." Dorothy sounded so wretched about it all that some part of Henrietta felt bad for her sister, but most of her felt entirely numb. "I'm glad you did, Dottie. I am. I just wish it were not something needed to be done," she insisted. "Oh, so do I. I'm so dreadfully sorry I was wrong about him. We all were so wrong about him. And that wretched woman." She could see the way Dorothy wrinkled her nose and gritted her teeth. Henrietta could see how angry she was becoming and set a hand on her arm. "We cannot entirely blame Arabella." Even saying her name caused a sharp pang, and she had to set the teacup in her hand down. It trembled so. "No, but if that woman had never come," Dorothy began in earnest. "We cannot know he might not have done the same with another woman. If not Arabella, it could have been someone else." Dorothy sighed, and Henrietta looked down at her folded hands. "Whatever shall we do, Hattie?" Now her voice had lost some of the fire, and she was simply sad. "I shall have to find somewhere to go. Father has made it clear that I am not welcome back at home." "You shall stay here, as long as you need to." Dorothy's voice was decisive, but she knew it was not a possibility. "No, Dottie, I could not. I could not intrude on you and Finlay." "It is not an intrusion. You are my sister, and I will not have you left alone because of something someone else has done." Once again, Dorothy sounded more resolute than Henrietta had ever heard her, but she shook her head. "I could never allow you to do it, Dottie," Henrietta explained. "But I want to. I want you to stay here with us, for as long as you like, forever if you need to." "I would not, and you know it, Dotty. I shall stay only until I can get things sorted out, and then I shall take my leave," Henrietta told her, trying to sound firm, but her voice sounded weak even to her ears. "We must discuss this," Dorothy replied. "What has happened?" "I do not wish to discuss it." "Hattie, please, Dotty, I cannot speak of it." They both fell silent for several moments, lost in their own thoughts. "I do wish I was not in the way of you and Finlay." "Finlay and I will be fine," Dorothy scoffed. "When he knows the kind of man with whom he has been spending his time, he will surely turn away from him as well." "Oh, but Dotty, to make him choose between his closest friend and—" It made her feel slightly queasy to even think about. "He is a good man. He will do the right thing," Dorothy insisted, and Henrietta looked toward the fire again. "I do not know how that man," Dorothy started again, unable to even say his name, "could do such a thing to you, to hurt you in this way. There is nothing to be done for it now." It was the only response Henrietta could utter. "Shall I go back and beat him soundly? If we had a brother, it is what he would do." Dorothy sounded indignant on Henrietta's behalf, and the set of her jaw and the fire in her eyes said she would very much like to go and trounce Lawrence, and perhaps in her current state she may well be able to do it too. "No, it is of no use." Henrietta could not muster up any emotion to plead with her sister, could not muster up even enough emotion to cry, to scream, to do anything. All she could do was sit completely still in her chair and hope she would wake up to find it was all a terrible dream. "Oh, but Hattie, we must do something. He must understand." Dorothy had begun almost to wail, but Henrietta interrupted. "There is nothing to make him understand. It is too late now for anything." She felt sad and strangely numb. The tea before her was bland and tasteless when she could bring herself to bring the cup to her lips. She could barely even feel the chair beneath her. She was not sure she even remembered dressing this morning or making the trip by carriage to the McLaughlin estate. Everything had happened so quickly, from Dorothy sending for her so stealthily to her revealing what she had overheard. The impassioned plea to their parents, which they had answered by coming as quickly as possible. But her father's stark refusal to allow her to go home and his insistence that she work things out with her husband had been hard to take. In fact, he had been completely unmoved by her mother's pleas to let Henrietta come home just for a few days. And once her parents had left, she had returned instead to Dorothy's home, leaving Finlay behind. Though she had felt numb already by the time their parents had left, she did recall an argument between Dorothy and Finlay, and for that she was most regretful. If what had happened between her and Lawrence caused any trouble for Dorothy and Finlay. "Oh, Hattie, I'm so sorry," Dorothy wailed yet again. "It is not your fault, Dorothy. None of it is your fault." "I know, but perhaps I could have done something." "What could you have done?" Of course, she would rather not know of Lawrence's betrayal, but to blame Dorothy for hearing it and for telling her was silly. It was better for her to know of it now than to learn of it later. Better still than not learning of it at all and being made more the fool. The day passed slowly and too fast by turns for Henrietta. At times, it felt as if it would never end. Then other times she would look up at the clock and be startled by how much time had passed. Aside from bringing in fresh tea several times and a plate of cold meats at luncheon, the servants left them entirely alone. Each time they arrived, they would silently place their tray on the table, pour a cup of tea for each of the ladies, and then leave just as silently. Dorothy was the only one who thanked them or nodded in their direction, as Henrietta could not bring herself to speak. But she was no longer disconsolate. In fact, she was starting not to be sad at all. Rather, she was angry, then furious, but not at Lawrence. Oh yes, he was a cad and a rake and every other awful thing she could think of. But she was even more angry at herself. She wondered how she could have believed any of what had happened between the two of them, or how she could have fallen in love with him. How could I have believed he loved me? How could I have been so stupid? She had never wanted a husband, and then she had let herself be swept up in the romance of it all, the romance she had never had even the slightest interest in. And yet she had allowed it to colour her entire view. "Dotty," she said suddenly. "Yes, darling." Dorothy seemed excited that Henrietta was even speaking, and the hoarseness of her sister's voice made her realise it had been several hours since she had. "Do you think I am a complete disgrace?" "No. Goodness, no." Dorothy seemed shocked at the very question, continuing quickly. "Of course not. It is Lawrence who should be suffering, not you." The words were meant to be reassuring, but they did not help. Henrietta had thought that just hearing Dorothy say those things would make her feel at least somewhat better, but it did nothing. She felt just as wretched and just as disgraced as before. What would she do now? Everyone would learn of this eventually. And what did she expect to do? Would she separate from her husband permanently? She could not even bring herself to think of it. Would she go on to be a spinster after all? Just not the kind of spinster she had always expected, wanted to be. A disgraced woman. One whose husband had grown tired of her. The rumours would be far worse even than they had been when she had married Lawrence. "Hattie! Please speak to me," Dorothy pleaded. "I do not know what to say. I am lost." "Things will get better. We will figure it out together." She sounded hopeful, but Henrietta had no such hope. "Oh, Dotty, you have your own life to live, a husband who adores you, a household to run." "And none of that is more important than my sister," Dorothy insisted. "I know you care for me, sister dear, but I cannot intrude on you forever. I will, at some point, have to figure out something to do with myself. I will have to find somewhere to go." "But where will you go, Hattie? Here you will have a place to stay and everything you should ever need." "I do not think husbands often turn wives out into the snow with absolutely nothing," she replied, though she was not sure what she might want to take from Lawrence anyway. "I am sure there will be something open to me, and I will make do." "You are thinking of separation? Of a true separation?" Dorothy clearly could not bring herself to say the word either, looking shocked at the very thought. "What else is there, Dotty? I cannot return to him, not knowing what he has done. And what is to say it would stop even if I were to return? No, I cannot turn my back on this." Henrietta shook her head and set the cup of tea on the table. It had long since grown cold anyway, and she did not even remember when she had picked it up. "But it is so very final." Dorothy practically shivered at the thought, and Henrietta had to keep herself from doing the same. It was very final. And yet, it was what must happen. It must be. I cannot stand to have them believe I am ignorant of what they do, or that they have my blessing to do as they wish. I would rather be out on the streets than stand for it. Yes, now she was furious and determined he must not be allowed to treat her in this way, and then behave as though there was nothing wrong with it. Was that why Arabella had stayed so long, and the reason she had not left, even though Christmas had passed? Likely it was the reason she had come to their home in the first place. They might even have been lovers before he and Henrietta had married. There was no possibility of finding out for certain, and she was surely not going to ask either of them. No, it would be best to stay away from them both from now on, to be done with them completely. "I will speak to Mother. Surely she can convince Father to let you return." Dorothy finally spoke up again. "It would be a disgrace to them as well. It is best if I am on my own. That way my fall will not disgrace the rest of the family." "I do not care a whit about what others may think," Dorothy insisted firmly. "And what of your husband? What of his mother? Where is she?" "Mrs. McLaughlin stays mostly in her own quarters, but she would not turn out my sister into the snow, and neither would Finlay. You will be welcome here as long as you wish to stay." Forever, if that is what is required. She repeated the offer, but Henrietta knew she could not accept it, no matter how earnestly her sister pleaded. She shook her head but fell silent, certain her sister would not listen to reason at this point. Rather, she would stay stubborn until her current mood had passed. Perhaps then she could be made to see the truth of the matter. Once Finlay returned, Henrietta would have to leave. Where she would go, she was not certain. But she knew each time she thought of Lawrence, she grew angrier still. He must not be allowed to treat her in this way, to act as though she did not matter. Whatever might happen to her, she would not tolerate such mistreatment. She would rather be a pauper than live so in her own home. "Mrs. Dorothy, a letter has arrived for you." The servant ventured in quietly and handed the slim missive to Dorothy, who scanned it and immediately set it aside. "Thank you, Eliza." "What is it, Dotty?" Henrietta asked once the girl had left. "A note from Finlay inquiring if we have arrived safely home." "You will not send him one in return?" Henrietta asked, surprised. "I am unhappy with him as well. Besides, he will return soon enough, and we shall talk then. He has no reason to believe we have not arrived safely. In fact, the messenger has no doubt been told by the servants we are here and likely will tell him such." Dorothy brushed it off, and Henrietta returned to staring at the fireplace, attempting to formulate some sort of plan for her next move. She would have to do something. But how did a woman alone go about finding a place to live, or a way to support herself in a respectable manner? Chapter 24. One day without Henrietta, there had already felt to Lawrence like a long time. Even with Finlay there to talk to, it had seemed as though the day dragged on. Though, to be honest, there had not been much talking. Mostly the two men had simply sat in silence, often not even in the same room. But now Finlay had to go home. Lawrence was not sure what he was going to do next. "Lawrence, are you sure it is all right for me to go?" Finlay paused yet again. "Yes, you must go." Lawrence tried to sound more confident than he actually felt. "I do not want to leave you here alone." Finlay hesitated, but Lawrence shook his head. "No, your wife is at home, waiting for you. You must go to her." There was silence for a moment as Finlay stared at him, and then spoke up again. "If you are not ready, leave. Do not stay here and attempt to coddle me any longer. You are needed in your own home." Lawrence felt somewhat bad for raising his voice when his friend was only trying to help. But he was also frustrated by the fact that Finlay would not listen to him or to reason. Even while Finlay continued to pack, it was clear he was torn about whether he should go. In fact, he asked several more times whether Lawrence was sure he did not require his company and if he wanted him to stay a few more days, or even just a few more hours. In fact, it was already nearly dinner time before Finlay finished packing and was finally convinced to leave the manor. And Lawrence was glad when he was gone. For about 10 minutes. And then he realized he was alone in the manor again. Alone in the same way that he had been before Henrietta, a voice in his head reminded him. But it felt entirely different now. After all, that was before he had met Henrietta and did not know what he was missing out on by not having her in his life. Now he knew exactly what he was missing, and he was missing it a great deal. But there seemed to be nothing he could do about it now. So Lawrence returned to his study, pulling out some of the papers he had put away at the beginning of the holidays, which still awaited his attention. There was always business to be attended to. His eyes lit on the surprise he had been planning for Henrietta, the plans he had been toiling over for so many late nights. It had taken a great deal of time and effort to make it work, but he had finally managed to come up with a way for Henrietta to accompany him to the West Indies. He tucked the papers beneath another stack of files on his desk, realizing he would now most likely be travelling alone, as he had once assumed he would have to. But now, ever since he had started planning the trip, he had been excited that Henrietta would be there with him. "Lawrence?" He heard the knock at the door and took a moment to compose himself before he answered. Yes. He had almost forgotten about Arabella and the fact he was not quite as alone as he thought. No, Arabella was here, and she would be likely for some time. He was not quite sure how he felt about it, but it could not be helped, and perhaps it would be better not to be entirely alone. May I come in? Yes, do come in. She waited until he opened the door and ventured inside, taking a seat in front of the desk as he sat back with his whiskey. Oh, Lawrence, I am terribly sorry. I cannot believe Henrietta has left. There was nothing to say to that, so he simply took another drink. I do not understand how she could do something like this, she exclaimed, and he set the glass down. I must go after her. The thought suddenly occurred to him, and he wondered why he had not thought of it before. Of course, he should go to her. He should follow her and tell her he loved her and that whatever had happened they could sort it out together. Well, now, you do not want to be too hasty, Arabella cautioned, refilling his glass from the decanter left on the desk. It is sometimes best to let these things blow over a bit. Rushing to her now could cause even more harm. I do not know how it could get worse, he replied, but she shook her head. Lawrence, I know the ways of women better than you. Unfortunately, there is little you can do while she is in this state of mind. Arabella gave him a pitying look that he did not care for in the least, and he glanced down at his drink again. There must be something I can do, he insisted. How can I just let her leave and not do anything? Just now, anything you attempt to say or do may only make things worse. You do not want her to become even more upset, do you? Of course not, he replied, taking another swig of whiskey. Was there nothing then he could do? No way to make Henrietta see how he loved her and wanted to be with her, and no way of finding out the cause of all this. Arabella seemed to notice him considering all the possibilities and set a hand on his. Perhaps you could write her a note, write whatever it is you want to tell her, and I will send it to her. She sounded hopeful, and it immediately made him feel better. Yes, that is what I will do. He immediately pulled out some stationery and began to write. But what to say? How to explain everything to Henrietta in a note? It took a while, but Arabella waited patiently while he wrote and rewrote the note until it was just right. Yes, this would help Henrietta see he wanted her to know, and she would surely return. I will take this with me and have it sent by messenger immediately. Do not worry. She will have it very soon. Her words were encouraging, and he took another drink of his whiskey with a new flicker of hope within him. Thank you, Arabella. You are very kind. Why do you not get some rest? It has been a long day, and I am sure that you must be tired. By morning you may well have a response from Henrietta. Her voice was soothing, and he was quite tired. He had not slept well since Henrietta had left, but perhaps now, with the thought of things being better soon, he would be able to. Yes, perhaps that would be best. She took the note with another promise to get it sent right away and left the room. Lawrence decided to take her advice and return to his own rooms. Perhaps an early night would be the best thing for him after all. Things were going quite well. In fact, they were going even better than Arabella had hoped. Everything was happening much faster than she could have imagined or hoped. For the past week, she had been trying to determine just what she could do to separate the two of them, and it seemed fate had intervened for her. She was not entirely sure how it had happened, but she was not going to complain. Things were going exactly as she had wanted. Now Henrietta had left of her own accord, and Lawrence was distraught over it. Perhaps the actual level of his distress would not have been her preference. Perhaps he really did care for the girl, but it did not matter, because Henrietta was definitely not the right woman for him. It had not taken Arabella long to see that. Yes, the girl was pretty and nice enough, but she was far too simple and naive to be a duchess, and to be married to someone like Lawrence, well, she was not right for him at all. Arabella was the woman for him and always had been. But he had not waited long enough for her to return, and had instead turned to that silly little girl. He had let himself be caught up in the noble sacrifice of marrying her instead of leaving her to face the consequences of her actions. After all, Lawrence had saved her life. Why should he also be responsible for her reputation? Well, it did not matter now, because Arabella was going to make sure things between Henrietta and Lawrence were never repaired. In fact, the first step in that was to make sure they never spoke again. And that meant disposing of the note Lawrence had so carefully composed. She almost felt bad as she tossed the note in the fireplace, but really she was doing it for him just as much as for herself. He would be much happier with her than he ever could be with Henrietta. After all, she was at least closer to his social station, and far more fitting to be a duchess. All she needed to do was continue to fan the flames and keep them apart long enough to convince Lawrence that an annulment was the right decision. Yes, it would be rather a scandal for the Duke, even more so for the Duchess he was getting rid of, but that was all right. She had never run away from a little scandal, and besides, it would be only too easy to get the annulment. The new year always brought a high number of divorces and annulments, and Lawrence may well be able to have his lost in the shuffle. That could mean he might be able to secure an annulment without any scandal at all. Within a month, or even less, he could be unencumbered. He could be completely free to court and to marry whomever he chose, and she would be there to help him through what would be a most difficult time. By summer she would be the new Duchess, Her Grace, Lady Arabella of Ashbury. I very much liked the sound of that. She laughed as the note burned in the fireplace, waiting until it had completely vanished before she left the room. Lawrence would never know Henrietta had not received the note. He would simply assume she had, but did not want to speak to him, which would give Arabella an even easier time of winning him over. "Mrs. Marks, would you care for some tea?" She was startled by the voice behind her, but it was only Clara. "No, thank you, Clara. I should like to turn in for the night." "Yes, ma'am." Clara curtsied and stepped back to follow her to the room and assist with her nighttime preparations. Things were going to work out just as she had planned, and no one would be any the wiser. Chapter 25. Henrietta and Dorothy were just sitting down to dinner when Finlay arrived. Henrietta had barely eaten the day before, and today she had finally allowed Dorothy to convince her she needed something more substantial than merely cold meats and tea biscuits. "Oh, Finlay, I should go to my rooms and let the two of you talk." Henrietta was already halfway out of her seat before he spoke, bidding her to be seated again, as the servants rushed to set another place for him. "No, I think the three of us need to have a discussion. I want to know what is happening, and no more nonsense," Finlay said firmly. "There is no nonsense about it, Finlay," Dorothy insisted, and Henrietta fell silent. "I know what I heard, and I do not appreciate you saying otherwise." The disapproval was clear in her voice at his refusal to listen. He sighed and sank into a chair beside them. "Very well, then. Let us have it. What is it that you believe you heard?" It was clear Dorothy was not thrilled by the manner of his request, but she finally agreed to tell him. "The night we arrived at Lawrence and Henrietta's, I could not sleep. I went looking for the library so I could get a book, and I happened across Lawrence's study. He was inside, and at first I could not tell what he was doing, but I heard him speaking. He said, 'Henrietta must not know.' And then I heard Arabella say, 'She never will if you stay quiet about it.'" "And that is what made you tell Henrietta to leave?" His tone was indecipherable, and neither of the girls was sure exactly what he was thinking. "How could she not?" Dorothy asked indignantly. "It cannot be what it sounds like. Lawrence would not do such a thing." His voice was just as firm and indignant as Dorothy's, with all the conviction of a decades-long friendship behind it. "I tried to go back to sleep, but I could not ignore what I had heard. I had to tell Henrietta." Dorothy continued, slightly subdued by her husband's insistence, but still determined to finish her story. "But you did not even speak to Lawrence. He knows nothing of why Henrietta has left. He did not even have a chance to explain what you heard." Finlay defended. What explanation could there be, Finlay? Henrietta asked, still feeling wretched. I would not presume to know, Henrietta, but I do know it is certainly not what it sounds like. Lawrence is a loyal and honourable man, and he would never betray you. The conviction and his dedication to his friend were most admirable, but for Henrietta there was no need to dispute what her sister had said. Her own sister would not mislead her. I trust Dorothy, she replied firmly. I do not doubt Dorothy heard what she thought she did, Finlay acknowledged, though it was clear he was not happy about that idea either. But there must be more to it than that. The whole idea is preposterous. And what should you say so? Dorothy's voice was now rather exasperated, but then all of them were flustered. I cannot say I know, but I do know the history of Arabella and Lawrence. Henrietta paid close attention at that. It would be good to learn the truth about their previous relationship, without having to learn it from either. And what is their history? She managed to get out. We three did know one another, many years ago, he replied reluctantly. But Lawrence was never interested in Arabella. Yes, she has always been lovely, but she was always looking to make a good match. And she cared only for the wealth of the man, nothing more. She pursued Lawrence because he was the wealthiest man she knew. When she found someone wealthier, she pursued him instead and married him. And that is all? Henrietta pressed. Aye, it is. She pursued Lawrence relentlessly, but he was never interested in her at all, and there was never anything between them, Finlay insisted. Then why did you not wish to speak of it? Dorothy asked him, even more indignant now. The time you are referring to was a difficult one. We were all much younger then. Lawrence and Arabella may not have engaged in anything inappropriate, but Lawrence was not happy with the way she chased him. It was embarrassing for him, and I was not able to help him at that time. There was nothing either of us could do to make her stop her pursuit. Perhaps you had better speak with Lawrence, Dorothy said to Henrietta after a long silence. No, it is best that it all be done now, Henrietta replied, finally taking a bite of the meal before her. It looked lovely, but she could barely taste it. But Hattie... Finlay is biased. Neither of you can deny that, and going back would only mean opening myself up to this pain yet again. But Hattie, Dorothy began again, but Henrietta shook her head. I cannot. Do not ask it of me, Dotty. I cannot go through this pain again. They fell silent for a moment, and Henrietta picked at the food before her. What will you do then? Finlay finally asked her. We shall get an annulment. Her voice was calm but empty, as though she were reciting the words of someone else entirely, and they did not apply to her in the least, although it was a decision that made her heart feel as if it would break. Annulment, he repeated, stunned. It is the best thing for both of us. Once we have the marriage annulled, we can both go our separate ways as if it never happened. Once again she continued as though it was the most logical decision, and she felt nothing at having made it, but she could not look at either of them as she spoke. But it will be difficult for you to marry again. A woman who has once been married, Finlay told her gently. I do not plan to marry again. I shall be a spinster, and I shall live with the consequences of that. You will walk away from your marriage without even speaking to him about it? This seemed to alarm Finlay most of all, but she believed it was truly the best way. What could Lawrence possibly say to make any of this right? It is best for everyone, Finlay. It truly is. And he can marry a woman who is better suited to be a duchess than I. We all know he never wished to marry me in the first place. It was not something any of them could deny, though she had thought things were so much better between them now. But he loves you, Henrietta. Her heart skipped at Finlay's words, but she could not bring herself to respond to them. This is the only way. I will make do however I must. My parents may yet be convinced to aid me if I am a spinster. Lawrence will never let you go with nothing. He will provide for you, Finlay replied. I do not need anything from him, she replied firmly. She had made this decision the previous day as well. Perhaps he would make a financial offer to assist her, but she did not want it, or any reminder of him in her life once their marriage was ended. "I will manage alone. It is how I always planned it." Hattie. "It is not enough. You can still be happy." Dorothy sounded hesitant, but it was clear she was starting to doubt herself. "I am done. Do you not see? I cannot do this any more." Henrietta. "No, Finlay. I am finished. I cannot. I will not. Please excuse me." She rose from the table quickly and hurried out of the room. Whatever Finlay said, she could not go through all this again. She needed to let it all go. Lawrence was better off without her, and she was better off without him and any reminders of what had happened between them. Locking herself in the room was all she could do, though she did not know what would come next. Much as she spoke of being a spinster and being alone for the rest of her life, she no longer knew what that meant, no longer knew what it would feel like to be completely alone. But she would have to come to accept it, because it was the truth and the only future for her. From now on, she would be alone. Chapter 26. It had been a full day of keeping his mind occupied with business, and he still had received no response from Henrietta. She must have received the note by now, and Finlay would have made sure she read it, but he could not make her reply. He wondered idly if Finlay would send a note himself to explain, but there had been no message from him either. Today he was in the drawing room, though he could just as well have been anywhere. It did not matter. Henrietta was not coming back. She did not want to speak to him, did not want to even explain what had made her leave. Lawrence. He glanced up, almost surprised to see Arabella, but she had been there throughout the entire ordeal. She always seemed to appear when he needed her most, when his thoughts seemed to be getting away from him and he was falling into despair. "Please come in, have a seat." "I hate to see you like this," she replied, sitting beside him and taking his hands. "There must be something we can do to make you feel better." "There is nothing to be done. Henrietta has not replied to my note. She does not want to speak with me," he admitted. "I am sorry, Lawrence." She sounded so sad for him. He attempted to muster a small smile. "It is not your burden, Arabella. Why do you not take the carriage and go and visit some of your friends in the city? Or the shops? It has been a long time since your arrival, and you are looking much better now." He attempted to play the good host, recommending something, anything, to get her out of the house. But he was surprised to find he would prefer her to remain, so at least he would not be alone with his sad thoughts. But it would be best for her to get out a little more. "I would not dream of leaving you alone at a time like this. I shall stay here to support you, Lawrence, and I will help you through this difficult time, as any good friend would do." The insistence in her voice was touching, and he felt glad for it, though he did not say so. He stared into the fire yet again. It took a moment to notice the touch of the glass against his hand, but when he saw the whiskey she was offering him, he accepted it gladly. "I do not know what to do next. If she will not even talk to me." "What more is there?" he asked finally, taking another drink and looking at Arabella. "There may be nothing more you can do, Lawrence. You may have to let her go." Her voice was gentle but steady, and he wondered how she could say such things in such a matter-of-fact way. He could not even think them without feeling as though he was being torn in two. "How can I let her go? She's my wife, Arabella. I love her." He had not said the words out loud many times, but they were no less true now, just harder to say as Henrietta was not here with him. "I know that. But she has left, and it is clear she does not love you, Lawrence, or she could not have done so." He knew she was right, but it still hurt to think about it. "There must be something more I can do to try to talk to her." His voice was practically pleading, but he had no idea what he could do next. "Do not hurt yourself further by drawing it out. If she wanted to return, she would have done so by now. Your note surely would have swayed her. I had hoped it might, he admitted, that she might at least have returned so we could discuss things. She had not responded, though. She remained silent, and now so would he. This was not at all the situation he had imagined it would come of his note. He had thought there would be at least some response, some form of acknowledgement from Henrietta, some chance to speak with her again. I know it is not what you want, but I know of a solicitor you might speak to, Arabella replied hesitantly. A solicitor? The word almost did not register in his mind even as he spoke it. He could organise an annulment for you, and he could handle it quickly too. After all, there are always a few annulments following the holidays. It seemed to him as though her voice had quickened, and it sounded as though she was speaking to him from a long distance. The words seemed to echo around in his mind. Have my marriage annulled? All he seemed capable of was repeating her own words back to her, stunned at the very thought. I know it is not what you really wish for, Lawrence, she repeated, but think of Henrietta. He felt pained at the thought of his wife again. What of her? Another sip of the whiskey seemed to dull at least a little of the pain. Surely having the marriage annulled quickly will save her the pain of being attached to a man she clearly does not love, Arabella continued. Perhaps, he admitted, but he did not want to give up so quickly. There had to be another possibility besides annulment. There must be some way he could still get her back. But then, what of her future? An unwed woman. She will be viewed as a cast-off. She will never marry again. He latched onto the thought of what the annulment would mean for her, hoping that perhaps it might change the course of what he should do. Surely it was better for her to be still married to him than to be considered an unwanted wife. Perhaps you could assist her in that. You know many gentlemen who would not see anything wrong in marrying a pretty young lady, one whom you personally endorse, whether she has been married before or not. Arabella's words were no doubt meant to reassure him, to convince him things would not be all bad for Henrietta if he were to annul the marriage. But they did not serve their intended purpose. The thought of Henrietta marrying anyone else caused a sharp pang in his chest, but it may well be for the best. If he could find another man for Henrietta, someone she could come to love no matter how much it hurt him, he should do it. He should set her free so she could be happy. And if she could not find happiness with another man, then he would support her. She would not go without anything simply because she did not love him. He wondered idly how much it would cost to support Henrietta, to find her a place of her own, where she could read as much as she wanted and live by herself. Surely not much. She had very simple desires, as she had amply demonstrated. But would she accept him supporting her in such a way? The thought of her being alone forever pained him even more. I know you wish her to return, but this is the only way, Lawrence, Arabella told him gently. Then you will be unencumbered when making your trip. Ah, yes. The trip. He had been looking forward to the trip, to finally taking a long voyage to see another part of the world, and doing so alongside Henrietta. But now the trip to the West Indies was nothing more than an obligation he must fulfill. Perhaps it is best if I do not go. But you must, Lawrence. You have already made the arrangements and you have booked the passage. It is an extraordinary opportunity. And it is one to aid your business as well, she insisted. He knew she was right. It would be good for business to go and to see the ports and the trade ships and evaluate the goods available for himself. In truth, he should have done it long ago, but he had passed the responsibility on to others. He had always convinced himself that he was far too busy for such things. Now, it was long past time he ventured out and did the work himself, but he was no longer interested in doing so, not when he would be going on the trip alone. It is for the best that you should be fully separated by the time you leave on the first day of the new year, she added, pouring him another drink. He took a sip of the whiskey and glanced away from her again, watching the fire. Dimly he noticed it was starting to burn down, Some of the larger logs had broken apart, and the flames had started to die out. He wondered if he should call for James to build it back up again, or just allow it to die down entirely. In fact, he wondered why James had not come to check on him, to see if he was ready for tea. Was it time for tea? Was it time for supper? He was not even sure how long he had been sitting there or how long it had been since he had spoken to anyone save Arabella. "Lawrence!" It was then he realised Arabella had still been speaking, but he had heard none of it. Once again, a part of his mind told him he should apologise for being rude, but her voice did not sound angry, merely concerned, and he could not muster the words he knew he should say. "What shall I do with the extra things that have been prepared?" he half mumbled into his glass. "Well, it is not proper, but perhaps I could accompany you instead," Arabella replied hesitantly. "You?" He was startled by the offer and turned to look at her. "You need a friend to accompany you. You cannot possibly go alone, not in this state." He thought to protest, but was not sure what he would say. "And I know you would rather Finlay accompanied you, but he cannot leave his wife at this time," she rushed on. That was true as well. He had momentarily thought of Finlay, but it would be a long trip, and Finlay would not want to be away from Dorothy for so long. Besides, things are different abroad. A respectable widow travelling with a young man is not thought so improper outside London. "Perhaps," he acknowledged, though still he was not sure. The whisky had dulled his mind slightly, but he nevertheless knew travelling with Arabella could be a mistake. Had he not spent enough time with her all those years ago to know she could become quite fixated when she wanted something badly? "Oh, it would be wonderful, Lawrence. I have not travelled so far before. We could experience it together." Her voice was slightly more excited now, and he nodded, numbly, still trying to work out what had happened to bring him to this point. He had expected things to be so different, so much better than this. Their marriage at the end of last summer had not been what he had truly wished for. In fact, if he was honest with himself, he had regretted being forced into it. But then it had turned into the best thing ever to happen in his life. And now it seemed like the worst mistake he had ever made. "It would be good for you not to go alone, Lawrence. Such a long journey. Who would take care of you?" Her hand touched the side of his face, and he started at the familiar gesture, but it was fleeting, and her look seemed one of genuine concern. "I do believe I can take care of myself. I did it well enough for a long time," he retorted indignantly. "Well, of course you can do much on your own," she soothed. "But there is something to be said for having a companion, someone who is not a stranger, and who knows what you will find when you arrive there." "Having a companion who knows me may well be a good thing," he agreed, and felt the pressure on his hand increase slightly. Some part of his mind told him she should not be so close, that her touch was too familiar, but it was nice to have her near, and so he did not protest. "Shall I contact the solicitor, then?" She broached the subject again, and he reluctantly agreed. It was certainly not what he wanted, but if it was what Henrietta wanted— "And we shall have a wonderful time, Lawrence." "Yes, I am sure." His voice sounded wooden even to him as he sipped from the newly refilled glass. "And I would never, ever accuse you of being unfaithful." It took a moment for the whispered words to sink in, but when they did, he turned towards her sharply. "What was that?" "Oh, it was nothing." She looked startled, almost afraid, her eyes wide. "Unfaithful? Does Henrietta think I have been unfaithful? How do you know that?" Pieces started to fall into place, his mind suddenly racing in different directions as he tried to understand the implications of Arabella's words. Was that what had happened? "I do not. How could I? I do not know what she thinks, or why she left," Arabella insisted, reaching out towards him. He was standing now, the glass on the table, as he stared at her. There was something amiss with this whole situation. Something perhaps he should have seen before. "She has gone, Lawrence. It is too late to try and determine why. Her voice was soothing again, but her eyes were wide as if she was somewhat afraid, as though she had been lying and had now been found out. No, if she believes I have been unfaithful, and you have known this all along. He looked at her sharply again, but she shook her head. I know nothing. I simply assumed. Please forget what I said, she insisted. But he did not believe her any more. She knew something all right, in fact far more than she was telling him. And as he thought about it, it became clear to him Arabella had been leading him away from Henrietta instead of helping him to get her back. Without another word, he strode out of the room, calling for James as he did so. It would take most of the night to reach Henrietta's parents' home, but there was nothing to be done for it. If she would not reply to his note, then he would have to go to her and make her see the truth. He had not been, would never dream of being unfaithful to her. Whatever she might have been led to believe, it was not true, and he would do whatever it took to convince her of that. James, prepare a horse for me. I must leave immediately. Yes, Your Grace. The man rushed off, faster than Lawrence had seen him move in quite some time. He was also surprised to see Charlotte near the door, holding his jacket and scarf. You will want these, Your Grace. It is quite chilly out, and I assumed you were likely to forget, being in such a hurry and all. He hesitated a moment, wanting to ask why the young maid was already there and clearly so excited to see him off. James helped him into his jacket and scarf, and then there was Cook, sliding heated rocks and hand pies into his pockets. He was surprised at the speed with which everyone had jumped into action and was about to ask about it, when Cook nodded toward the door. And I took the liberty of having James prepare the carriage instead. You are in no fit state to ride alone. Andrew is ready for you. And that was all it took. He would question his staff later, he determined. For now there were more important things to be doing. He was out of the door and into the carriage in an instant. Perhaps Cook was right. In his state of mind, it was unlikely he would have arrived at her parents' house safely on horseback, and he did not want to risk losing Henrietta now. He was briefly aware of Arabella standing in the doorway before the carriage turned down the lane, and his glimpse of her was gone. But now he was utterly focused on what lay ahead of him. We must go with all haste, Andrew. Yes, Your Grace. The determined look on Andrew's face told Lawrence the coachman was prepared for it, as the rest of the staff had appeared to be, and he settled the horses into a brisk but steady pace, while Lawrence tried to brace himself for the long night ahead. It was late, and there was always the chance Baron Suffolk would refuse to let him in. After all, who knew what the rest of Henrietta's family thought of him? And arriving so late at night like a madman would not improve their opinion. But he was determined to try. Henrietta had to know the truth, and they must both try to sort out this entire mess, immediately. Chapter 27. Dorothy had insisted Henrietta come down for breakfast, going so far as to sit in her room while she readied herself, and refusing to go down herself until Henrietta came with her. Finlay was already at breakfast when they arrived, though he stood and helped them both to their seats. The room fell silent after that, with them all staring at their plates, while the bustle of servants in the hallway filled the room. Henrietta. Dorothy set a hand on his arm to stop him, but Finlay would not be quiet this time. If you will not at least speak to Lawrence, then please let me try. I am sure there is something vital we do not know. I do not wish to speak about it, Finlay, please. I simply want to go on with my life. Lawrence and I will go our separate ways. This time Henrietta's voice was quiet, resigned, and she caught the glance between Finlay and Dorothy. That is a mistake. I know he loves you, and you love him, Finlay insisted, stabbing at the food on his plate rather savagely. It has been 2 days, and we have not heard from him, Dorothy reminded Finlay gently. And I am sure there is a reason for that as well. If you would let me speak to him. He was even more exasperated now, but Henrietta found she only grew more numb with each passing moment. She doesn't want to bring it up again, Dorothy added, and Finlay finally settled into his seat. It was clear he was not happy, but he did not try to convince Henrietta again. Rather, he picked at his food until finally giving up and excusing himself to go work. Once again the room was silent, as they both attempted to eat at least a few bites of the dishes their cook had prepared. At any other time, Dorothy would have eaten plenty for breakfast, Henrietta as well, but even with the array of dishes before them, they could find nothing appetizing. "Hattie, we do need to talk about things," Dorothy said finally. "There is nothing to discuss, Dorothy." "But your marriage—" "We will have it annulled. It is the only way," she interrupted. "Hattie, there is nothing else we can do. I do not want to talk about any of it, and I do not want to talk about Lawrence again." Dorothy sighed, but did not stop Henrietta from getting up from the table. "I am going for a walk. It is quite cold." "I will be perfectly fine," she replied, taking a cloak from the door and wrapping herself in it. She did not care how cold it might be outside. She only cared about getting out of the house and being alone for a while. And so she did not even notice many hours had passed before she made her way back to the house. All she knew was she must get away, out from under the watchful gaze of both Finlay and Dorothy. Perhaps she should look into getting her own home as soon as possible. At least then she could be alone and not have to defend herself from their well-meaning but misguided attempts to help. She sighed as she ventured away from the house. It was clear Finlay and Dorothy only wanted to help, and on one level her mind felt grateful for that. But she was too preoccupied with everything else that was happening around her to truly appreciate it. Walking through the gardens of the estate, however, did not make her feel any better. She simply felt worse, picturing the beautiful gardens at her own manor. At Lawrence's manor, she had to remind herself, it would not be hers for much longer. "Whatever will I do?" She spoke into the wind, sinking onto a bench. She barely noticed the wetness of the snow seeping through her cloak and even into her dress. All she could think of was her own future. She had once been determined to be a spinster. But that was before she had met Lawrence, before she had really known what it was like to have another person in her life to love romantically, a husband. This was the end of everything. The new dream she had thought she was building with Lawrence was now over, and she did not know what she was going to do next. But whatever it was, she must get started as soon as possible. "I can do it, I can," she insisted, trying to convince herself of the fact. If she said it enough, she might end up believing it. Though, as she thought about all the things she had given up, she was not so sure about it. Finally, she had to give up, feeling far too lost to continue as she was. There had to be something else, some way to pass the time until she could set her new plans in motion. But she could not figure it out just then. She needed more time. "Your Grace, there is someone here to see you." She was startled at the address when she arrived back at the manor, though a quick glance showed there was a carriage outside the door. Could it be Lawrence had come to see her? Had he decided he must talk to her after all? For a moment, she felt excited at the thought that perhaps he had come to explain everything. But there was no explanation for what she had learned, and there was no Lawrence, she realized, as she walked to the sitting room and spotted Arabella and Dorothy. It was clear Dorothy did not want the woman there, but she was too gracious to say anything about it. And Arabella seemed to be studiously ignoring any attempt by Dorothy to make her leave. Both women fell silent as they stared at her, and Henrietta very slowly entered the room and sank down into a chair beside her sister. "Henrietta, I had to come and speak to you. Please, could we talk alone?" Arabella insisted, her voice sounding urgent and concerned at the same time. But Henrietta had heard that tone before, and it only made her feel suspicious. Just what could this woman want with her now? "You and my sister have nothing to speak about, and most certainly not alone," Dorothy snapped. Henrietta set a hand on her arm and shook her head. "I will speak with her." Hattie! Dorothy looked at her, clearly shocked, but Henrietta shook her head again. It is all right. We will talk later. Arabella and I have some things to discuss, I am sure. It was clear Dorothy was not happy about the arrangement, but finally agreed to leave the room, insisting she would remain nearby. Still, once she had left, silence fell, while Arabella seemed to gather her thoughts. Can you see now? Can you understand the Duke was never meant to be yours? Arabella's voice initially sounded rather sad, soulful almost, giving Henrietta a look with large eyes that almost made her seem as though she were sorry. What do you mean? Henrietta asked, brows furrowed. He never loved you. He was never meant to love you. You were only a placeholder for another, Arabella declared dramatically. He is my husband, was the firm reply, though the statement caused another sharp pain, which Henrietta tried hard to tamp down. Yes, that he is, Arabella acknowledged, but not for much longer. Surely you must know that. He needs a real woman to keep him truly satisfied. All pretense of sadness or compassion was starting to fade from Arabella's voice and face as she continued speaking. It was too much for Henrietta to bear, too much to accept from this woman, to sit here across from someone her husband may well love more than her. But the words Finlay had said continued to echo in her mind. He had said Lawrence would never betray her, that he was too loyal to ever do such a thing, and that he had never been interested in Arabella, even all those years ago. Have you and Lawrence ever had an inappropriate relationship? At that, Arabella dropped even the charade of being concerned about her, laughing outright. Does it matter? Lawrence is set to annul your marriage. In fact, I have discussed hiring a solicitor for him already. It will not be long now. Suddenly, everything fell into place for Henrietta. Every bit of what she had heard between Lawrence and Arabella, from the day Arabella had first burst into their home uninvited. Everything had been leading up to this. Everything had been leading up to Arabella trying to steal away Henrietta's life and her husband. All this is nothing but a game to you, playing at love and friendship when you know nothing of either. You do not care about me, certainly, but you do not care about Lawrence either. He is nothing more than a pawn to you. The words spilled from Henrietta's lips, filled with sudden conviction. She could not believe anyone could be so cold as this woman sitting before her. He was always meant to be mine, Arabella replied, calm once again. He is not yours, and he was never meant to be. He never loved you, and yet you did not care. You did not care then, when you pursued him before, and you did not even care when you found out he was married, Henrietta continued, still piecing things together as she went. Some marriage. I know the truth of that charade and how it began. Arabella practically snorted with derision in a most unladylike way. You may have heard rumours. I would be surprised if you had not, Henrietta acknowledged, but that has nothing to do with Lawrence's and my relationship now, and the fact he was married would have made a respectable lady leave immediately. But not you, because you are not a respectable lady. You are not any sort of lady. You are a cruel, heartless wretch who took advantage of our kindness to try and destroy our lives. Her voice rose as she neared the end of her diatribe, and she was vaguely aware her temper was getting the better of her. But how could it not? Why? Arabella tried to interject, her tone rising, but Henrietta was not done. It does not matter what sins Lawrence may or may not have committed. He deserves better than you and your constant scheming. I care not whether my marriage may be ended, but I will not allow him to fall victim to you. Finlay has told me all about you, all about your schemes and plans, and how you were the one in pursuit of Lawrence before, not the other way around. Her voice continued to rise, and she now began to wonder if Dorothy or any of the servants might be able to hear her. If so, someone might come running into the room to see if things were all right. That is not... But Henrietta would not permit Arabella to speak, rising to her feet as the woman shrank slightly into the sofa at the sound of the steel in the younger woman's voice. You will leave this house immediately. More than that, You will leave me and my husband alone." "He shall not be your husband much longer," Arabella managed to get out. "Be that as it may, until I have received the annulment papers, he is my husband, and Ashbury is my home, and you are not permitted to spend one more night there. You will immediately return to the carriage, and our coachman will take you to your own home. Your bags will be packed for you, and your things sent to you as soon as possible." Her voice had calmed once more, the firm tone making her points more clearly than any shouting could ever do. "You cannot send me away," Arabella stammered indignantly. "Ashbury is my home." Henrietta's voice was dangerously low and full of power. "Until such time as my marriage is ended, I am the Duchess. You and your scheming ways are no longer welcome anywhere near my estate. Now get out." Arabella had to work a little to get up from the sofa and out of the room without getting too close to Henrietta. But she managed it. Rushing out of the door with barely a backward glance, she cast a look over her shoulder which seemed almost fearful. All Henrietta could do was sink onto the sofa, her head in her hands, breathing heavily. Had it all been a lie? Had Arabella created the situation solely to steal Lawrence away? To think I might have allowed my whole life, my marriage, to be destroyed by one scheming widow who thinks she's entitled to become a duchess. "Hattie, I saw her flee like the hounds were after her. You must have given her a piece of your—" Just then, Dorothy saw the expression on her sister's face and rushed to her side. "Hattie? Oh, what has she done? What has happened?" "It is not true, Dorothy. None of it is true. She has ruined everything, and I have allowed it to happen." Chapter 28. "Where shall we go, Your Grace?" Andrew already had the door open for him, waiting for more instructions. "Baron Suffolk, as quickly as you can, Andrew." Of course. There were no more questions from Andrew. He simply waited for Lawrence to get in and close the door behind him, jumping onto his seat to go. Andrew knew the Baron was Henrietta's father, and he was no doubt just as keen as the rest of Lawrence's staff seemed to be to get her and Lawrence together again. In fact, he seemed even more so as he set the horses out at a brisk pace in the direction of the Suffolk Manor. The forward motion of the carriage was quick but steady, and Lawrence tried to settle himself in patiently. It would, after all, be a very long drive before he arrived at his destination. Lawrence opened his eyes and took a moment to remember just where he was and what he was doing. He had somehow managed to doze on and off throughout the ride, and was even more grateful to his staff for insisting on his taking a carriage. At least he did not need to worry about falling off his horse when he found himself drifting. And luckily, Andrew seemed to know exactly where he was going, and was dedicated to getting there as quickly as possible. Between fitful bouts of rest, Lawrence found his mind racing. "Your Grace." He had not even realized the carriage had stopped, but Andrew was standing at the door, waiting for him. "We are here, Your Grace." "Thank you, Andrew." He leapt out of the carriage and raced up the steps to the house, uncertain of what his reception would be at the Suffolk home, especially so early in the morning. It was unlikely the Baron and his wife, and especially Henrietta, were even awake at this time. Still, his pounding on the door was answered quickly by a young maid whom he thought he recognised from his last visit, though it had been some months ago. "Your Grace, the Baron is not yet up, but I can send for—" "I am here for Henrietta," he interrupted with no time for the formalities. "Miss Henry— I mean, Lady Ashbury is not here, Your Grace," she replied. She sounded confused by the thought of the Duke arriving without the Duchess. "She has not been home since the wedding," she continued when he only stared at her. "What do you mean she is not here? Where else could she be?" He was frantic now. What could be the meaning of this? Certainly nothing could have happened to her. Finlay would have contacted him immediately. The young woman before him looked a little concerned, and another of the servants came forward. "Eliza, you may return to the kitchen. I will see to his Grace." The girl seemed more than happy to curtsy and hurry off, while the man whom he recognised as the Baron's personal valet took over. "Just a moment, miss. My driver is outside," he called out to the retreating maid, remembering Andrew and just how cold and hungry he must be after spending the entire night driving the carriage. "I will make sure he gets something to eat and some refreshments, Your Grace," the girl replied, curtsying again before rushing away. "Your Grace, allow me to direct you to the study, and I will fetch the Baron immediately," the valet told him, ushering him through the door. Yes, all right," he managed to get out, allowing the man to lead him down the corridor. It was the same room where they had first discussed his marrying Henrietta, and he found himself remembering that day vividly when he had felt trapped into a marriage he did not want, trapped into taking on a bride he had never met. And now he was back in the same room trying to win back that very bride with whom he could not now live without. "Please have a seat, and the Baron will be here shortly," the valet said, before leaving the study and closing the door quietly behind him. But there was no resting now. Instead, Lawrence felt as though entirely too much energy had built up inside him. All he could think about was Henrietta and where she could be, or what could have happened to prevent her from coming home. Surely she must have been in contact with her family again after leaving their home. "Your Grace, it is a surprise to see you, especially so early." The Baron had obviously rushed through his morning preparations, as he still appeared quite dishevelled, but he had come promptly, and that was all that mattered to Lawrence. "Henrietta, where is she?" he asked, unconcerned with formalities when there were more important things to worry about. "I do not know, Your Grace. When we left your estate 2 days ago, she was still there." The Baron seemed slightly concerned about his daughter, but not nearly enough as far as Lawrence was concerned. "She is not there any longer. She left the same day. But I do not know where she went." His voice was still frantic as he paced the room, desperately trying to determine what his next step should be. "She most certainly did not come here, and we have not spoken to her since that day. I would not allow her to come to our home," the Baron replied firmly. "You would not allow her to come home?" That caused him to stop a moment, turning towards the man, his brow furrowed in confusion. "This is no longer her home. Her home is with you, at your estate, and might I say I am most ashamed of her conduct, calling us to your home in the middle of the night in such a way, and attempting to leave her marriage. She was not raised to behave in such a manner," the Baron fumed. "You are ashamed of your daughter. Did she tell you why she wished to leave?" he asked, his voice calm, but only because it was masking the fury building up inside of him. "She had a story, yes, Your Grace. But there is no excuse for a woman attempting to leave her husband. It is her place to make her marriage successful and to do whatever she must to resolve the situation. If she is unhappy, it is her responsibility to do what needs doing, and to involve others in her troubles or to attempt to leave. That is simply not the way it is done." The Baron seemed quite proud of his speech, his chest puffed up slightly and his face set. "Not the way it is done?" Lawrence repeated incredulously. "She is your daughter. One would think you would show a little more care and concern for her well-being rather than her reputation or your own, for that matter." Lawrence was furious, though he attempted to temper his anger. After all, he would not have wanted her to leave either. "But Your Grace," the Baron began in surprise, "and even my own reputation. Your daughter should matter more than any of that. You should be concerned not with the way it will look to others, but with the way she feels. She deserves to have a father and a family which supports her when she is in need." At that, it suddenly occurred to him where Henrietta must be. If her parents had refused her, and she had not returned to him, the only explanation was that she had remained with Dorothy and Finlay. Finlay would never have let her leave without somewhere to go, after all. And Dorothy would not have wanted to leave her sister's side regardless. "Of course I care about my daughter," the Baron bristled slightly at the accusation, and Lawrence was forced to relent slightly. "Yes, I am sure you do. But you must remember what is most important. It is not the reputation of any of us in this room. It is Henrietta. She is what matters most to me." and I will do whatever I can to get her back," he promised. "Your Grace." He was just about to stride out of the room when the door opened again. The Baroness entered. "My lady." A short bow was all Lawrence could manage, agitated and concerned as he was, but it was clear she was concerned as well. "My daughter, you do not know where she is." This was the worried reaction he had expected from the Baron, though it was no surprise to find the man was more concerned about outward appearances. The Baroness appeared agitated, her face pale, and the Baron looked toward her with more concern than he had seemed to show for Henrietta. "I have an idea, my lady. If she has not returned home and she has not come to you, I assume she has remained with her sister." "Yes, Dorothy." The Baroness seemed relieved at his conclusion, recognizing it made sense for Henrietta to have gone to Dorothy when her father would not help her. "Dorothy will have taken her in, certainly. Those two girls have always been very close." She gave a nod, and it was clear she felt more confident now than when she had entered the room. "Yes, my lady, and I must take my leave now to go to her." "Your Grace?" He stopped to look at her again before he made it out the door. The Baron seemed a little unnerved by his wife jumping into the conversation, but a sharp look from her was all it took to make him stay quiet. "I know not if what my daughter believed 2 days ago is correct or not. And I do not presume to ask it of you now, but what is it you want with my daughter?" she asked him, her face even more determined her daughter must be safe. "To tell her I understand why she was led to believe what she did, and that it was not true," Lawrence said, and the Baroness nodded and curtsied. "Then go with all haste, Your Grace. There is no doubt food prepared for our morning meal. Please let me have the servants pack you something to take with you on your trip. It is no short journey back to London, and to have arrived at such an hour you must have been on your way far too early for a meal." "Thank you, my lady. I much appreciate it." It had been quite some time since he had eaten. In fact, he was not even certain if he had eaten the day before he started on his trip, and he had only eaten one of the small hot pies cook had sent with him. Andrew was ready to go as soon as his master reappeared, slightly warmed from sitting by the fire and feeling fortified by a hot meal. The maid, Eliza, had packed some food into a basket with heated rocks to keep it warm. "Thank you, miss." "It is no trouble at all, Your Grace." She curtsied and backed away, no doubt not quite recovered from his earlier agitated state. He did feel badly for it, but there was no time for formal apologies now, and no one had been hurt by his abruptness, so he climbed into the carriage and prepared to leave again. Getting all the way back to London was going to take the rest of the day, and to think Henrietta had been as close as Finley's estate when he had left last night. But there was nothing to be done about it now. He must simply get back as quickly as he could. The ship was set to sail the very next day, and he must be on it, even if he could not convince Henrietta to join him. Though he very much hoped he could, the trip would not be the same without her. And with the sailing time looming over him, it was going to be difficult to get to her at all. Still, he had to try everything possible to reach Henrietta in time, and convince her everything she had been told or led to believe was a lie. Everything Arabella had said to her was false, and she must be made to understand that. "We must go quickly, Andrew." "Yes, Your Grace. I will go as fast as the horses allow." "Can the horses make the entire journey with no rest?" Andrew hesitated a moment before he replied. "The Baron's stable-master offered to trade our horses for a pair of their own. I knew we were in a rush, Your Grace, and so I agreed to the exchange. Our horses are presently resting in the Baron's stable. This pair is fresh and ready for anything." "Well done, Andrew. We must press on as fast as possible. There is no time to delay." He was pleased to have fresh horses, and therefore would be able to make better time. His own pair could be fetched on the morrow. Andrew seemed relieved to have made the right decision, pushing the horses as quickly as possible over the smoother portions of the road. It would still be a very long trip, however, and Lawrence worried he might not make it to the McLaughlin estate in time. But could he go on his voyage without ever talking to Henrietta? He did not think so. So perhaps it did not matter if he did not make it to the docks in time. If Henrietta would not forgive him, Then perhaps he might go alone if he had time. But either way, he would not leave without at least seeing her and trying to put right what had happened. Lawrence attempted to eat some of the food packed for him, grateful for the warm pastries and the brief respite the manor had provided. His stomach was in knots thinking about what he was about to attempt. The sight of the rising sun and its meagre warmth bolstered his confidence slightly, however. Still, he made sure to pass Andrew some of the food and warm rocks for his pockets as well. But he found he did not need to share his own, as Andrew's pockets were already loaded with plenty. The Baron's staff had seemed more than happy to assist in any way possible. Evidently they had all liked Henrietta, and whether she was still only Miss Henrietta or the Duchess of Ashbury clearly did not matter to them. "We shall make it, Your Grace. Though it will be quite late before we arrive," Andrew spoke up, and it took Lawrence a moment to take in the words. "Yes, but we will press on anyway." His own voice was firm, and Andrew gave a sharp nod. "Yes, Your Grace, we will not give up, and Mr. McLaughlin will let us in no matter what the hour." "Yes, that he will," Lawrence acknowledged, staring out of the window at the passing scenery. Finlay would definitely let him in the door, but would Henrietta speak to him? She had not responded to his note after all. Then the thought suddenly occurred to him that she may never have received it. In fact, she likely had not. If Arabella had been trying to keep him from reuniting with Henrietta, she had probably never even sent it. Yes, it was high time he attempted to speak with Henrietta without interference. And whether she wanted to speak with him or not, he was going to try. Chapter 29. Finlay and Dorothy had refused to let her return to her own rooms at her normal hour that evening. It was New Year's Eve after all, and they insisted she spend it with them rather than going to bed early, as she had tried to do. Still, she did not think anyone was having an enjoyable evening, hard though they tried. Finlay and Dorothy had started a game of cards which she had been pulled into, and now she was just waiting for the clock to strike midnight so she could retire. The pounding at the door startled them all, and Finlay rose to investigate with a gesture to the women to stay where they were. However, they did not have to wait long before he spoke again. "I believe it is for you, Henrietta," Finlay called out once he had peered through the door. Conscious of the scene her last uninvited guest had created, not to mention the late hour, Henrietta was not sure she wanted to see who was on the other side of the door. But whoever it was, Finlay did not seem upset to see them, and so she reluctantly turned the handle and opened it. Lawrence was standing on the doorstep, wrapped in his warmest coat, the look in his eyes indecipherable in the dim light. Lawrence. All she could do was say his name, startled but trying not to appear either happy or angry at seeing him. Instead, she attempted to hide her feelings. "Could we speak, please, Henrietta? Perhaps take a walk through the gardens together." "The gardens? Lawrence, it is nearly midnight. It is pitch dark outside and freezing to boot," she retorted indignantly. Had he truly come all this way and at this late hour merely to ask her for a stroll? "I believe it is best that we speak in private." She glanced over her shoulder to see Dorothy was already standing in the doorway of the drawing-room. Finlay would apparently not allow her to venture any closer, though it was clear he was trying to determine what was going on too. "Very well," she sighed, knowing they had things they must discuss, and it really was better to do it privately. "Let me get my things first." It took only a moment for her to get her coat and put on some warm boots. Even still, she knew that it was going to be cold and braced herself for the chill. Lawrence took her arm as she walked outside, and she had to fight her own instincts not to tense at his touch. It did cause her to look around, however, and she saw Andrew standing by the carriage. "Andrew, goodness, get the horses to the stables and get into the kitchen. Dorothy will make sure Cook gets you something hot to eat and a warm fire to sit by," she called out, and he bowed in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Your Grace." With that, he began to lead the horses away, and she shook her head in disbelief. "What were you thinking of coming so late at night?" She turned on Lawrence. We left quite early, actually. We have been to your parents first and then here. His tone was difficult to decipher, calm and formal, while she was already indignant and flustered. My parents? You mean you have been all the way to Suffolk from London? And back again? No wonder the poor man looks worn out. Henrietta, I'm not here to talk about Andrew and whether or not he may be cold or tired or anything else. There was barely restrained anger in his voice, and she fell silent for a few moments. In fact, they both fell silent as they made their way to the gardens. He did not say a word to her, brushing snow off a bench to allow her to sit, and then taking a seat beside her in complete silence. But it did not last. You thought I could be unfaithful to you? That you could not trust me? Now the anger broke through his voice, but she was not about to be swayed by his feelings when hers were so strong. And you? You brought that scheming woman into our home. That woman, whom you knew had designs upon you, she retorted angrily. That was years ago. I had no reason to believe she still felt that way, he protested. She told you so. She made a grand entrance by announcing she had come back for you, Henrietta exclaimed, rising to her feet. But she behaved perfectly appropriately after that. His voice was not so much defensive as indignant, rising to stand before Henrietta, so she was forced to look up at him. To you, perhaps, she constantly regaled me with stories of how you had loved her. And yet you told me nothing of her behaviour. You never spoke to me about it. You never said a word to me of any of it. He scowled at her. I should not have needed to. She was your acquaintance. It was your responsibility to ensure there was nothing untoward in the situation, she insisted, fighting the urge to stamp her foot like a child. There was nothing which caused me to believe anything at all untoward had happened. She did not say anything to me, and neither did you, he replied, clearly exasperated. That may well be, but regardless of what you may have seen or heard, you knew how she had behaved previously, and yet you did nothing. You invited her to stay in our home. You allowed her to remain long past when she should have been safely transported to her own. You invited her to celebrate Christmas with us and to stay for New Year, she snapped. I had no reason to believe anything was amiss, he insisted. A woman who you knew had designs on you? She retorted. That was several years ago, Henrietta. I had no indication she still felt the same. And yet you allowed her to manipulate you, and then destroy your trust in me, he retorted. You allowed her presence in the first place. I thought you trusted her. But how could you have so easily believed me to be unfaithful, to have betrayed you? At this point he sounded hurt, but the anger remained. My sister heard the two of you talking. I had thought things were going well between us, that perhaps I was making more of the matter than it warranted, but then Dorothy heard the two of you talking. And what, pray tell, did your sister hear that she felt was such evidence of betrayal? His voice was sharp, but she did not care. She was still furious at his actions. She heard you tell Arabella that I must not know. What could you possibly have been discussing with that woman so late at night that you could not talk to your wife about? She shot back again. That is what this is all about. That is why you fled our home in the middle of the night? Now he sounded incredulous, but all she could do was scowl at him. Is that not enough? Perhaps if you had thought to discuss it with me prior to running off without a word, we might have saved ourselves all the pain and trouble which has since occurred, he replied. All that has occurred. You mean Arabella convincing you to speak with a solicitor? She was now even more irritated at his dismissal of her concerns. And how would you know of that? Your mistress arrived here today, just past the luncheon hour. She wanted to storm off, to leave this mess behind her, as she had told Dorothy and Finlay she was going to. But now he was here. She must see it through. She must get every bit of it out, so she might move forward. My mistress. She is nothing of the sort, Henrietta. And you would have known that, had you bothered to speak to me before you disappeared from our home. I should have known your suspicions would be something ridiculous when Finlay would not even speak of the matter, he retorted. Regardless of what she may or may not be, you kept her in our home. Even after I had left, you saw nothing wrong with having a single female alone with you in your home. For days, Lawrence. It was clear the carriage that had arrived here today was one of their own, which meant Arabella might still be at their home. Though perhaps not any more, Henrietta thought smugly. A widow, a woman I had known for many years, and a woman who you knew wanted you for herself. He sighed again, exasperated. I did not know that then, he insisted. What, pray tell, was there to make you think she had changed her mind from all those years ago? Henrietta retorted yet again. She had been married, Henrietta, and I am married. I would have thought that would mean something to her. Had she ever given you reason to believe it would? I told you, there was nothing untoward about her behaviour that I witnessed until after you had left. After I left? And what, pray tell, happened then? Her voice was more frustrated now, furious that he had allowed any of this to happen. Does it matter? Perhaps it does. After all, you did not send her away. When she arrived here, it was in one of our own carriages. She was pretending to comfort me. And when I realised what had occurred, I left immediately. No, I did not send her away, but I did not invite her to stay either. I simply left so quickly I did not say another word to her, was his only reply. What exactly happened? She scowled at him yet again, determined not to give way, not to let him undermine her confidence that she was doing the right thing. Nothing happened between me and Arabella, or anyone else for that matter. When I realised she knew why you had left, I immediately realised I must find you, because what you believed was not true. It is not true. His voice was firm and insistent, and for the first time he reached for her, his hand touching hers but not truly grasping it. Then what did Dorothy overhear? How can you explain that? She snapped back, pulling her hands away despite how good it felt to have him touch her again. I thought Arabella was a friend, Henrietta. I took her into my confidence about a surprise I was arranging with you in mind. That was what I did not want you to know, not then at least. His voice had calmed slightly, but hers was still just as agitated. And so you told her of this surprise in the middle of the night, after I and everyone else in the house had gone to bed? Her voice was now even more incredulous and disbelieving. Yes, Henrietta, he sighed. It was perhaps foolish of me, and it may have appeared inappropriate to Dorothy, but there was nothing unseemly about it. And what is this big surprise you could not share with me? Our trip to the West Indies, he shouted back, and she faltered a moment, startled. I had only just had the plans finalised, and I wanted to tell someone. I could not tell Finlay because he was still upset with me about Arabella, and I could not tell Dorothy because she would have spoiled the surprise. So, I told Arabella, I see now that was a mistake, but I wanted to share it with someone. The West Indies. The fire went out of her suddenly as she stared at him, shocked, sinking slowly to the bench again. We are set to leave in less than 12 hours. This time his voice was calmer, and he sank back beside her on the bench. For a long moment neither of them spoke, and then suddenly she was in his arms with no idea of who had moved first. All she knew was he was holding her, and his lips were on hers, and suddenly everything felt right again. Oh, Lawrence, I do not know how I could ever have doubted you, she practically cried, clinging to him with no care for anything else. I am sorry I allowed her into our home, that I did not tell you everything about our past. She could not help crying, and he pulled her closer still, wrapping his arms around her to ward off the chill that had her shivering. She came to visit me, you know. Today. You mentioned that, which means she knew you were here, and I went all the way to your parents first to find you, he replied, frustrated. Not that Arabella would have told him that bit of information, not while she was trying to keep him from finding out the truth. She had kept it quiet for her own reasons. She knew quite a bit about what was going on. "She told you I had contacted a solicitor?" he asked, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. "She said you were going to have our marriage annulled." He was quiet for a moment and then spoke gently. "I thought it was what you wanted. That perhaps you did not care for me anymore. I see now she planted many of those ideas into my head. I came to see it as well. The more she spoke to me, the more I realized everything she said was a lie, that it had always been a lie," she acknowledged. "What did you do?" He seemed genuinely curious, and she flushed slightly at the memory. "I banished her from our home. I told her the carriage would take her to her own home and we would send her things after her as soon as possible. All he could do was laugh outright and pull her in for another kiss. It is what I should have done before I left. What I should have done the moment she arrived at our home before the holidays," he told her. "You are a good man, Lawrence. You thought you were helping a friend. You did not know she had different plans." This time it was Henrietta who defended his actions, but he shook his head in response. "That is no excuse for not considering your needs." Once again there was silence, and then she voiced the one thing she wanted to know most. "Are we really going to the West Indies?" Yes, we are. It really is long past time I went for myself to survey the routes and the possibilities for trade there. And there is no one I would rather go with than you." He was even more excited about the plan than he had been before, thrilled they would now be going together after all. At that moment, the church bells began to chime midnight, and throughout London cheers and fireworks began to welcome in the new year. All she could do was curl closer to her husband, the one she was definitely never going to leave again, and think of the amazing year they were going to have together. They would start afresh with an entirely new adventure. Chapter 30. The seas had been calm every day of their journey so far, and for that Lawrence was grateful. Of course, he could not be certain of the weather, and had worried about Henrietta, or even himself, should the voyage have proven rough. But it had been perfect, and he believed Henrietta might be enjoying her time at sea even more than himself. She was very much enjoying every aspect of the ship and getting to know the crew. In fact, he thought many of them had already become quite attached to her after almost 3 weeks at sea. Though looking at her as she leaned over the rail, with the spray of seawater alighting on her face and her brilliant smile as she gazed out at the sights, he was not surprised. "Are you enjoying yourself, Henrietta?" "It is spectacular. Being at sea. It is everything I could ever have imagined and more." Her voice betrayed her excitement, and he could not help but smile. "Even after 19 days, you still look just as beautiful at sea as you ever did in London." She laughed in response. "It is a wonder I have enough dresses for 21 days at sea. With the last-minute flurry to gather all our things, I was certain we must have forgotten something vital," she laughed. "Yes, I worried about that as well. Being at sea, we would have had no way of getting any of the things we might need. I worried we might arrive and find I had forgotten to bring along more than the one set of slippers I was wearing. Or I would find I had packed all my winter dresses instead of my warm weather ones." She laughed again at the memory. Yes, she had been quite frantic at the time. Having only a few hours' notice to prepare for such a long trip was bound to have that effect. "It looks as if you had no reason to worry," he teased. It had been quite a rush, however. Once they had gone inside, back at the McLaughlin house, they had urgently explained the situation to Dorothy and Finlay before returning home. Dorothy had refused to let them leave until they explained themselves sufficiently. It had finally been Finlay who had convinced her the couple must leave without further delay if they were going to make their ship. And once they had arrived home, there was much to pack in only a few hours. However, the servants had helped them, gathering everything they would need and piling it into the trunks. Neither of them could be quite sure what was in their trunks until they had inspected them once aboard the ship. Fortunately, it seemed they contained everything they might need. Someone had even packed the atlas, and several other books had been packed for Henrietta. She was silent now as she stared out over the water. Her face was so calm and peaceful he could not help but stare at her for a long while. Yes, this was what he had hoped for most of all when he had planned the trip, that she would be happy with the adventure. "Are you feeling all right?" he asked when her silence stretched on. "I have never been better. This is exactly what I dreamed it would be, travelling over the seas, seeing the West Indies." The excitement in her voice was obvious as she spoke of it, and he was grateful he could give her what she had always hoped for, though the journey had only just begun. "You have not seen it yet," he teased. "It is just over there." He glanced in the direction in which she had gestured and smiled. Yes, it was just possible to make out the land mass ahead of them, though it would still be some time before they actually arrived. "If you have seen it already, there is no need for us to get any closer." "I have not seen nearly enough," she retorted, and he could not help but smile. "I cannot wait to see the markets and explore the cities." "You will have plenty of time to do all that. We will be here a full month after all. And then the long trip back home." "I am so excited, Lawrence. When I think of all the beautiful things your ships have brought back from the West Indies. And this time, I will be able to experience it all for myself." Her eyes sparkled, and he found himself glad to be the one to put that smile on her face. "I look forward to exploring it with you. And perhaps we will find something new to trade?" "Do you think so?" She glanced back at him, and he nodded. "There are any number of wonders available here, and you will assist me in finding treasures the people of London are sure to want for themselves." "An entire month," she sighed with pleasure. "And what of those you have left behind?" he asked, as this was one aspect of their trip he had wondered about on her behalf, being away from home for so long. "My parents will not miss me. We have not seen each other much since the wedding, and they always knew I wanted to travel the world." She was quiet for a moment. "I will miss my sister, though." "Dorothy will be excited to hear of your travels when we return," he assured her. "As a girl, she was never interested in going on adventures the way I was, but she was always interested in hearing about the beautiful things to be found in each of the countries I used to read about." "She will enjoy hearing all about this trip," Henrietta agreed. "And we will find her something special while we are here, despite nearly having torn us apart." He was teasing again, and Henrietta laughed, leaning into his arms. "She feels dreadful about that." "As do I," he admitted. "I will never again believe anything I hear without talking to you first," she promised. "And I will never let anyone come between us again," he agreed. There was a moment of silence as he looked down at her, conscious of what he had almost lost. "Thank goodness it has all worked out for the best in the end." "Yes, it has all worked out in the end," she agreed. "I am glad to have you here with me. This trip would not have been the same without you." In fact, he thought of the possibility if she had not forgiven him. Yes, it would have been a dreadful experience compared to this, travelling alone across the sea. Or worse, if Arabella had managed to convince him to take her, that would have been dreadful. "I would have missed you if you had gone without me," she admitted. "And I would have been terribly lonely," he acknowledged. Neither of them spoke of the fact that if he had gone without her, it would have been because they were separated, or worse, divorced. Once again silence fell, or at least as silent as could be on board a ship. The men were calling back and forth to each other, the water was slapping against the hull, and there was the sound of feet pounding on the deck as the men ran back and forth. "I cannot believe I shall turn 20 on an entirely different continent," Henrietta spoke up. "Yes, I suppose you will," he laughed again. "When I imagined my travels, I never thought of that. I thought I would surely be much older by the time I could travel. To become a spinster takes time, you know." "Indeed, I imagine it must. But at 20 years old and married, You are far from becoming a spinster." His voice was teasing yet again at the thought of just how young she truly was. "If I had not met you, I would be well on my way toward it," she countered good-naturedly. "If you had not met me, I'm sure there would have been many others happy to ask for your hand," he insisted. "You were still young, and any man would have felt himself lucky to marry such a beautiful young woman." She blushed at his compliment but did not look at him. "But I had no interest in anyone. You had no interest in me either, need I remind you?" "Ah, yes. That I do remember." Her voice was teasing, but they could both well remember the day he had come to ask for her hand. "In fact, I believe you refused me outright." "Yes, that I did," she agreed, "but I was wrong then. I could not imagine my life being any different now. It is so much more than I ever could have imagined. When I first took over the company, I would never have imagined any of this. I was young then too, but I was absorbed with the idea that any fun in my life was over. I thought I had to grow up and would have to spend the rest of my life running the company my parents had built, and the duchy, of course. Did you ever regret it?" He did not even have to think before he responded to that question. "I did not. There was never any question when they passed that I would continue their work. The only question was how I would do it, and my uncle helped with that." "He does not have a family of his own?" Henrietta asked, glancing up at him in surprise. "No. My parents told me my uncle only ever loved one woman, and she was married off to another man who had more to offer. He refused to marry anyone else." "That is dreadful." "Yes, but it did mean he was able to uproot himself and come to me when I needed him, and he stayed for quite some time." "And you did what needed to be done," she stated. "It is not so simple as all that." He protested the idea he had jumped right into being everything he had been expected to be. "There were times it felt like a great burden. My parents loved the company so much, and they loved the duchy as well. It felt as though the only way I could truly honour them was to excel at both, to do things just as they had, and to ensure everything was as they would have wished. I'm sure your parents would never have expected you to be perfect. Perhaps not. But it felt as though I should be. As if I failed to do things exactly as they would have done, I would be failing them and their memory," he admitted. "I did not know them, but I think they would have been sad that you felt that way." He looked down at her in surprise, thinking. "Yes, perhaps they would have," he acknowledged, "but I was so busy trying, I had forgotten to live. I had forgotten to enjoy life. It was always business from one side or the other. Even with Finley, there was very little fun, only some times of slightly less strain." "But you have overcome all those things now?" It was her turn to tease him, and he smiled. "Perhaps not all of them, but it was not until you came along that I was able to experience what it really is to live and to love." He paused and gazed adoringly into her eyes. "I never knew love could be like this. I loved my parents, of course, and Finley in a way, but none of that is close to what I feel for you." Both fell silent for a long moment, staring out at the beautiful water and the slowly approaching shoreline. Things were so very different from what either of them could have imagined, and yet they were so much better. "I was never a normal little girl playing with dolls. Dorothy could sit and embroider with Mother for hours, but I never had the patience for it." "I am not surprised," was his reply, and she laughed. "I would tell them stories instead. Mother and Dorothy would sit by the fire and embroider, and I would read to them from some of the books in the study, or I would make up stories about the adventures I would go on one day." "And they supported those adventures?" "Mother allowed me to talk about them, because it kept me entertained, and I think the stories I created amused her. And Father allowed it, until I became older. Then it was something I was not allowed to talk about with others, but he did not stop me from collecting my treasures or reading about the places I wanted to travel to." "Where else did you want to go?" he asked, remembering their discussions had primarily been about the West Indies, and thinking that perhaps a new adventure would be in order once they had returned. Oh, everywhere. I would be certain of the place I wanted to go first, and then I would read another book or turn to another page in the atlas and change my mind entirely. There were so many different places to see, and I wanted to visit them all, to explore every inch of those exotic places. Yes, this was what truly made her happy, the idea of all those travels and adventures and dreaming about what was to come next. Her voice became dreamy as she remembered those days. Why do you speak in the past tense? Those were the dreams of a child, Lawrence, she laughed. Of a young girl who believed the road to everything she wanted in life was being a spinster, travelling the world alone. And now? Now, I would not want to travel alone. I still want to see the world, but I could not imagine doing so without you here with me. She smiled up at him, and he pulled her closer still. And I will be here always, right by your side. She would never be alone again, not so long as he had a say in it. They would be together always, and she would have as many adventures as she wanted. Epilogue. 4 months later. Standing on the bow of the ship, she could see Finlay and Dorothy standing on the dock waiting for them. In fact, Dorothy was clinging to the rails as if she wanted to jump into the sea and swim to them. Finlay was laughing and holding her hand to keep her firmly on the dock, and Lawrence was doing the same on the ship because Henrietta could not wait to reach her sister. It had been that way for days. She had readied herself every morning as early as possible and raced to the deck of the ship, hoping to catch closer sight of land and to be assured that they would finally reach port that day. There had been several days of that before she had finally received the news that morning that they were almost home. And ever since, Lawrence had not been able to pull her from the deck. "Oh, it has been so long since I have seen her," she exclaimed. "I know you are anxious to be with your sister again, but perhaps we can wait for the ship to dock before you go to her," he teased, but she could barely even acknowledge it. She could only stare at Dorothy and will the ship to move faster. There was a procedure to be followed when it came to docking the ship and preparing to disembark, but neither Henrietta nor Dorothy waited long. In fact, Dorothy met her sister right at the bottom of the ramp, and Henrietta was the first off the ship, barely waiting for the men to lay down the gangplank before she was racing down it. It seemed the entire ship was laughing now, but it was hard not to be happy, seeing their obvious excitement. Everyone was smiling as they went about the work of unloading the ship, and Dorothy and Henrietta embraced. Neither could stop talking, though that meant talking over each other the entire time. It did not matter what was said anyway, so long as both knew the other had missed them. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lawrence look at Finlay, and both men shake their heads as they gathered the trunks and loaded them into the carriage. "Oh, I have missed you so much. Nearly 5 months without you was far too long." She hugged her sister close, yet again, never letting go of her hands. "I cannot believe you have been gone so long," Dorothy exclaimed, squeezing her sister's hands tightly and not taking her eyes off her. "How was it? Was it everything you imagined?" "Oh, Dorothy, it was wonderful, better than wonderful," she exclaimed. "What was the best part of all?" "I could not possibly pick just one thing. Everything was so marvellous and there were so many people, Dorothy. And the markets there are so colourful and beautiful. Nothing like the markets here in London." "Did you find any new items suitable for trade?" Finlay piped up, and Lawrence laughed. "Oh yes, we found a great deal of new items. Once I have a chance to unpack my trunks, I will show you some of the things we plan to ship," he replied. Lawrence handed Henrietta up into the carriage and climbed in himself, as Finlay did the same for Dorothy. Once they were squared away in the carriage, they set off, heading back toward the estate. "And look at these, Dorothy." Henrietta pulled a small package from her coat and handed it to her sister. "What are they?" Dorothy asked, excitedly looking down at the small package and the strange items inside. "It is a kind of fruit. They call it a passion fruit. Try it. They are quite good." Henrietta insisted, and Dorothy's face said she agreed, passing one of the pieces to Finley. "Did you bring back some of these to sell as well, Laurie?" Finley laughed as he tried it. "We brought back a few barrels full, but I'm not sure they will be for sale. I think Henrietta may have them taken straight to the estate." She could not help but laugh at his jesting, though she caught the look Dorothy sent her way. "I have found new fabrics for dresses to be made as well, and beautiful jewels." "I cannot wait to see everything," Dorothy replied. "Oh, and gifts. I have brought back gifts for everyone. You cannot imagine all the amazing things that are there," she exclaimed. "Shall you travel again?" Dorothy asked. "Yes, I shall never be done with travelling. The West Indies were wonderful, and next we shall travel to some of the other ports. Lawrence has said that next year we shall go on to the colonies and see about trading there. I said we may look into it. I know very little of the colonies or what we may find there. It may be no place for a lady," he warned, but she barely paid him any mind, and he shook his head and glanced at Finley. "You will never get the thought out of her head now," Finley told him. "Yes, I should have thought of that before I said anything," he agreed, but Henrietta was not even listening as she continued telling Dorothy everything. Once they had arrived at the estate, Lawrence and Finley helped the ladies out of the carriage before taking their leave to go to the study. There were a number of things for them to discuss, and Lawrence had many things to see to in regard to the business. However, neither Henrietta nor Dorothy minded being left alone. "Things between you and Lawrence seem to be better than ever," Dorothy said excitedly. "Oh, they are. It is so wonderful. Our trip together was wonderful, Dorothy. Just perfect." She knew she was gushing but could not stop herself. "It was everything you hoped it would be, travelling across the seas, exploring new worlds." Dorothy was teasing, but it was clear she was excited for her sister as well. "Oh, it was so much better than I could ever have imagined. The sights and the sounds, even being on the ship, was spectacular. The markets there are so different to here, Dorothy. The bright colours and the variety of items are quite dazzling. Everything is handmade, and there were so many people. I thought London was busy, but the markets there are even more so." "Was it like your books?" "It was better than in the books. All those markets you see pictures of do not do them justice. Everywhere you walked, there were more stands with fruits and jewellery and such beautiful fabrics, and you can hear people yelling and children playing everywhere. But Dorothy, that is not even the best part." She had meant to wait, but she could not keep the secret from her sister any longer. It had been such a long time since she had seen her after all. "Oh, and what might that be?" Dorothy asked, her eyes wide at the things Henrietta had already told her. "I am with child," Henrietta announced happily. "Oh, my goodness," Dorothy exclaimed, her face bright with joy. And then she laughed. But the confused look on Henrietta's face only made her laugh harder. "I must tell you, sister dear, I am with child too." "Oh." Henrietta clasped her sister's hands with excitement and then pulled her into an embrace. The news could hardly have been more perfect, they agreed. They would have their children together and things would be absolutely wonderful. After all, they were best friends, and their husbands were best friends too. What could be better? "I could not wait to tell you, but I wanted to wait until you had gotten at least a little bit settled." Dorothy laughed again. "I have been waiting ever so long, it seems, and I have not even told Finley. No one knows except you, Hattie." "I could barely wait too. I was so excited to tell you I almost burst out with it in the carriage, but I wanted to wait until we were alone. Oh, I have not told Lawrence yet either. We have never spoken of having children." She worried slightly about what his reaction might be. "He will be thrilled, Hattie. I could not imagine why he would not be. It is the most wonderful surprise." "And for you to be with child as well is wonderful," Henrietta added. The two could barely stop speaking about their plans and the thought of their children being so close. After all, the two homes were not so far apart as to keep the sisters away from one another very often. In fact, that was how the men found them when they returned not much later, sitting close together on the sofa, holding hands, and talking excitedly about everything they were going to do when they were mothers. Though both fell silent as the men entered the room, their joint secret caused each to smile. "I cannot imagine what the two of you were like as young children if you are still this energetic now." Finlay laughed, giving his wife a kiss, and then sitting in a chair across from them. Lawrence smiled as well, giving Henrietta a gentle look before taking a seat beside Finlay. "It is good to see them so happy together," he added. "And it shall be good for the children as well," Henrietta smiled, looking at her sister again. The shock was visible on both men's faces, and Henrietta and Dorothy could not help but laugh. "The children," Finlay managed to get out, his face betraying his immediate excitement at the news. "Our child, Finlay." Dorothy matched his excitement, and he hurried to her, pulling her in for a long kiss, which had her laughing and blushing when he finally released her. "Henrietta." She turned her attention back to Lawrence, and she beamed at him. His voice was calmer than Finlay's had been, but there was no less happiness on his face. "A child for us too, Lawrence. We shall have a child." He came to her as quickly as Finlay had to Dorothy, though he did not swoop her up in the same manner. Rather, he knelt before her and pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek before pulling her in close and holding her. His quiet excitement suited her well. After all, she was exuberant enough for them both, and it seemed Finlay was as well. Dorothy could barely get a word in edgewise. He was talking so excitedly. "Are you truly happy, Lawrence?" Henrietta asked him, still slightly concerned. "I have never been happier in my life," he replied, smiling at her. "And you, Finlay, are you happy?" she teased, and he let out a whoop and swept Dorothy up again, making her laugh and protest, though only mildly. "I could not imagine anything better," he announced. Once he had managed to calm down, Dorothy finally returned to her seat beside Henrietta, the two sisters just as excited for each other as they were for themselves. Finlay and Lawrence sat across from them, though neither was able to keep their eyes off their respective wife for long. Finlay would occasionally burst into excited chatter about their child, or simply smile broadly for no reason. Lawrence, on the other hand, had a calm and happy smile on his face throughout their exchanges. "So, we are to have children at the same time, then?" Finlay nudged Lawrence, who simply smiled even more brightly. "Well, that is certainly a reason to celebrate. James." The man arrived immediately, confused by the sudden uproar in the drawing room. "A bottle of whiskey for us and some cider for the ladies. It is a celebration." James glanced around at them and then hurried to follow Finlay's request, returning with not only the whiskey and cider, but also some cakes Cook had brought out for the occasion. "A toast, then," announced Finlay, "to the first of many children for the McLaughlin line. And for the Webbs, of course," he added. Dorothy only laughed again. "Let us have the first before you go planning an entire brood." "Just so long as you are willing to discuss that brood," Finlay said laughingly. Henrietta raised her glass with a smile and saw the soft look Lawrence sent her way. Yes, she would be more than happy to have several of his children and fill this large house with their laughter. But, as with Dorothy, it was best to get on with the first before planning for more. Finlay moved closer to Dorothy, and the two began to talk excitedly yet again, so Lawrence took the opportunity to return to Henrietta's side. "Things will be different now," she told him. "They will. They will be even better. And we shall be a family," he marvelled. "Forever," she added, and held him close. "It is the perfect ending to our trip." "The best I could ever have imagined," he agreed. "Read the next book in the series now."
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch on of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.